When the professors at Beijing University wanted to look for Feng Yu, they noticed that Feng Yu was not at the military training camp or his dormitory. He had gone overseas. The professors were furious. They reprimanded the person in charge. Feng Yu was only a student. How can he just leave the country like this? But the professors could not say out the reason why they don't allow Feng Yu to go overseas. It was because if Feng Yu was not around, they could not get research funds. The professors cannot announce this reason to anyone. Feng Yu stepped out of Tokyo airport, and he says Kamita Masao waiting for him with a prominent sign. Welcome to Japan. Boss, you must be tired. Yoshiko, help boss with his luggage. Boss, do you want to go to the hotel first, or you prefer to have your dinner first? This VIP treatment was not bad. But why did you look at Yoshiko when you mentioned about going to the hotel? Go to the hotel first and report to me about your progress. At the hotel, Yoshiko carried the luggage into the hotel room and left, closing the door behind her. President Kamita had signaled to her to wait outside the room for his instructions. The Japanese economy now was really bad. A man can no longer support his family. This was especially so after the Japanese property market collapsed. Japanese men had to carry the burden of massive debts. This was also the reason why Yoshiko had to come out and work. She had to do things that she was not willing to do, but she would be paid well. Kamita, the last time we spoke, you mentioned that your sex doll sales were increasing, and you have the confidence that this year, you will capture at least 25% of the market. You had done well. But have you considered monopolizing Japan or even the world's sex toys industry? Feng Yu was leading Kamita Masao. Dreams must be big. This would push one to continually improving himself. Furthermore, Feng Yu had given Kamita Masao lots of ideas, and the Sixth Sense Company had lots of new products. These new products received rave reviews, but because of lack of funds, Kamita Masao could not increase his scale. There were already some factories that start to imitate their products. This trip, Feng Yu had decided to increase his investment in the Sixth Sense Company. If this company could perform so well with only $1 million investment, then what would happen if Feng Yu gave Kamita Masao $10 million? It would not be too hard for Kamita Masao to monopolize the Japanese market, followed by the Asia market, and then the world. The Sixth Sense Company could become the world's biggest sex toy company. Boss, I had thought about this, and I am working hard towards this goal. Our factory is already in max production, but the factory can only produce so much. We still do not have enough funds to expand our factory. Kamita Masao was facing this difficulty and had mentioned to Feng Yu that he wanted to get loans from the banks. However, Feng Yu rejected his suggestion. Kamita Masao was dejected. He thought that Feng Yu was focusing on AIWA more and had even invested more money into AIWA. Sigh, our products are also popular. Boss does not have any prejudice against this industry, but why he does not let me take loans to expand the factory? Kamita Masao's forecast was accurate. With Japan in recession, the property bubble burst, and the stock market collapse. Many Japanese families had divorced. Those that wanted to get married had postponed. It was because that Japanese man could not support a family like before. There were more and more single Japanese men. Sex was a way to relieve stress and frustration. Now, those sex establishments and red light districts had also become desolate, as Japanese men could not afford to go there. At the time, Kamita Masao introduced all sorts of uninformed sex dolls to the market. These new products were extremely popular. This also pushes the sales of other Sixth Sense Company's products. The materials were cheap. It can even be considered dirt cheap, but the designs were enough to attract the consumers. Even when the products were priced slightly more expensive, the sales were still increasing. There were even some movie companies that ordered their costume. Now, the Sixth Sense Company was already considered the market leader in Japan's sex doll market. But Kamita Masao still needs at least 6 more months to be the leader in Japanese sex toys industry. Of course, the company had already earned back the $1 million Feng Yu invested. This money was reinvested into the sex toy factory to develop more attractive costumes, cheaper materials, and set up more retail stores. Feng Yu had arrived in Japan, and Kamita Masao wanted to have a talk with him. He wants to increase the company's scale and occupy the market. Feng Yu nodded. You are right. I also think that it is time for Sixth Sense to increase its scale. However, there is a problem with your management, which is your advertising and marketing. When Kamita Masao heard the first sentence from Feng Yu, He was overjoyed. Feng Yu had finally decided to increase the company's scale. But he was confused with the second sentence. Japanese media does not allow sex toys advertising. Why? You think that our products are not suitable to advertise? The advertisement I am talking about is not those advertisements on your TV stations or in the newspaper. I am talking about hidden advertising. For example, you can invest in some movies or get some movie stars to endorse our products. Invest in movies? Is boss talking about those movies? I remember you telling me that there is a movie company buying our costumes. Then why don't we invest some money and get their hottest AV star to promote that movie which will be using our costumes? The movie title can be called, "This can showcase our uniform products." The movie can also showcase our other products like dildos or even sex dolls. Kamita Masao was in a daze from the shock he received. He had not thought of advertising their products this way. He thought about what Feng Yu had said, and it can really be done. These types of movies were selling well. Men ranging from teenagers to those in their 60s all loved to watch. There were even some women that liked to watch too. There was also more and more adult movies company. The movies' titles can also be called, or, etc. This can showcase our products and our brands. The better those movies sell, the more people will know about our brand and products. There will be more people that will be interested in our products. Also, you can make a life-size 1:1 scale sex dolls of the AV stars you hired to endorse our products. This 1:1 scale sex dolls include of all her body parts. You understand? Huh? Kamita Masao's eyeballs nearly pop out. Every part of the body must be the same, including there? This will surely be a hit with those men. This would satisfy all of their fantasies. Then should we produce an AV star sex doll series? Once again, Kamita Masao was inspired by what Feng Yu said and starts to think about all sort of possibilities. Kamita Masao excitedly discussed his ideas with Feng Yu. He will collaborate with the movie company that had bought his costumes. There was a new director in that company which likes to use props in his movies. Feng Yu was not really interested in these details, and he let Kamita Masao make all the decisions. He let Kamita Masao decide on the budget, as he does not know much about this industry market rates. Kamita Masao still felt that they had too few retail stores in Japan. He wants to increase the number of their retail outlets. Having one store in one province was not enough. Some bigger areas like Tokyo or Hokkaido need at least 3 or even 5 stores. Those densely populated provinces will also need at least 2 stores. That means that they would need to set up more than 30 new stores. Each store will need at least $50,000 to set up. Although the property prices in Japan had fallen, the rental of those locations he wanted had not dropped. Just the new stores alone would almost $2 million. The factory still needs to expand and increase the number of workers. There was still the R&D for new products and also the marketing cost. Kamita Masao made a mental calculation and found that he needs at least $6 million. He needs to get some loans. He was confident that he would capture at least 40% of Japan's market share and be the market leader. After telling Feng Yu all his plans, Kamita Masao looked at Feng Yu. He hopes that Feng Yu would agree with him. Even if Feng Yu does not invest more money into this company, at least Feng Yu can allow him to get loans from the banks. Without saying a word, Feng Yu took out his checkbook and wrote a $10 million check. He turned to Kamita Masao and told him that he was too short-sighted. What can he achieve with that little money? If you want to do it, you must make it big. Number 1 in Japan? Although Japan's population was considered high, can it be compared to the US or Europe? Kamita Masao should not set his sights in only one area. He must look further than Japan. For example, developing the Southeast Asia market. It might not be easy to penetrate China's market, but he should be able to enter the coastal regions like Guangzhou or Southeast provinces. These places were close to Taiwan and Hong Kong. Their economic development was much faster, and the people there could accept new things readily. Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Malaysia, South Korea, etc. were more developed like Japan. Kamita Masao can also try to enter those places. Feng Yu patted Kamita Masao on his shoulders. Kamita, don't be afraid to dream big. The bigger your dream is, the more potential you will have. You cannot just look at Japan. This is not right. You might not be the number 1 company in Japan for the time being, but it is actually much easier to be the world's number 1 sex toy company. Kamita Masao was thinking about what Feng Yu just said. To be the number one company in a country is harder than becoming the number one company in the world? What sort of theory is this? You don't get it? I shall explain to you. Now, the main market for sex toys can be broadly divided into three regions: Asia, Europe, and the US. Of course, you can enter these markets in future. Now, our Sixth Sense products are well received by Asian. But have you ever thought about the US and Europe side? The market there might not be developed yet. Why not let the company design some products that suit the consumers from those regions? If you can capture 30% of the European market, 30% of the US market, and 30% of the Asia market, then you will capture more than 20% of the world's market. Isn't that the number one company in the world? Kamita Masao blinked his eyes. Seems like what Feng Yu said made sense. It was easier to get from 0 to 1 compared to from 1 to 2. If you add all the ones together, you will get 3, and 3 is bigger than 2. Well, do you understand now? I want you to set up subsidiaries in the US and Europe. You also need to set up factories there. If you do not have enough money, you can get loans. If you have problems getting loans, tell me. I can increase my investments. Look at AIWA. It was heavily in debt, and when I take over the company, the total debts amounted to more than 8 billion yen. But Haitaro Nakajima told me that as all their factories start operating, coupled with his newest products, he was confident that he would be able to pay off all the debts and still have money remain. In Japan, AIWA is still competing with Sony. But in other regions, AIWA's market share is already catching up with Sony. AIWA's sales in Asia had already overtaken Sony. Next year, AIWA will overtake Sony in the other regions. AIWA will be the number one company for Walkman. Feng Yu uses AIWA as an example to prove his strategy. Kamita Masao had a confident look on his face. Feng Yu was willing to invest in and trusted him with the running of the company. He was a jobless person and was now a shareholder of this company. This was all because Feng Yu believed him and kept giving him guidance. He must work hard for his own dreams and also for Feng Yu's dreams. If Feng Yu knew what Kamita Masao was thinking right now, he would scream in his face. My dream is not to be the world's number one sex toy company boss. Boss, I understand now. I promise you that next year, our companies in the US and Europe will be making profits. Within 3 years, our company will occupy more than 30% of the world's market share. I had noticed that magazines are very popular in Hong Kong and the Western countries. I will make use of movies in Japan to promote our products, and in other regions, I will advertise in those magazines. Feng Yu nodded. Kamita Masao was a brilliant person, but this was not enough. Feng Yu still have a great idea which he had not told Kamita Masao. Kamita, have you watched any beauty pageant before? Kamita Masao looked at Feng Yu with a constipated expression. Boss, you want to hire those beauty queens to endorse our products? Feng Yu, what are you thinking? If you can hire them without using any illegal means, go ahead. But do you think it is possible? I am telling you that we can also organize these types of competition. It will be like an audition for the AV actresses. But they must use our products and wear our costumes. Of course, you can also organize an exhibition to showcase all our products. And at the same time, you can invite the other factories to participate. This effect will be better. It is like what you said. Sex toys are no illegal, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. We are helping people to cope with their stress and help lovers with their relationships. Do you understand? Organize an exhibition for sex toys? Kamita Masao had not heard of anyone doing this, but there were no regulations that state that this sort of exhibition was not permitted. Feng Yu wants him to organize a huge show and invite other factories, media, and visitors. This can not only showcase their products and also increase their sales. Boss, I understand. Rest assured, I will do my best. Kamita Masao had decided in his heart that he must achieve what he promised to Feng Yu much earlier than what he said just now. He must let Sixth Sense become the world's number sex toy company. Oh right, when Feng Yu was looking at their products catalog just now, he seems a bit like he wanted to test those products himself. Should he ask Yoshiko to stay back after dinner? Feng Yu was enjoying a traditional Japanese cuisine. This was the most traditional Japanese cuisine he had ever eaten. From the ingredients to the chef, including the location, were all Japanese. This was not like those Japanese restaurants in China. But Feng Yu wondered why all the dishes Kamita Masao ordered were all aphrodisiac dishes. Boss, I still need to go back to the office. Yoshiko will send you to your room. She can speak some Mandarin. You are sweating a lot, and you should take a bath. Yoshiko can help you. Damn, what does Kamita Masao mean by that? Feng Yu turned and looked at Yoshiko, who was blushing with her head bows down. She needs this job to support her family. President Kamita had promised her a sum of money. Furthermore, this boss from China is quite good-looking and does not look like he will be rough. Kamita, bring her with you. What sort of person do you think I am? I do not want to see you doing such things again. Tomorrow I will be meeting Haitaro Nakajima. You don't need to be around. Feng Yu said furiously. Kamita Masao immediately bows down until his head almost touched the floor. He never expects that his arrangement will incur the wrath of Feng Yu. He hurriedly waved to Yoshiko to leave the room, and he apologized and bowed again before leaving. Yoshiko had thick legs, and Feng Yu was not interested. Furthermore, he already has a girlfriend back in China. Yoshiko must have done this before, and Feng Yu could not accept her. Kamita Masao and Yoshiko left the restaurant disappointed. Feng Yu was disappointed too. Why Kamita Masao did not arrange for a high school girl? If it was a younger girl, he might consider. The next day, Feng Yu opened his hotel room door and saw Haitaro Nakajima standing outside. Feng Yu was not sure how long Haitaro Nakajima had been standing there, as he did not knock on the door. Good morning, Mr. Feng. Morning. Let's have breakfast together. Haitaro Nakajima was waiting for Feng Yu's invitation. During breakfast, Haitaro Nakajima excitedly reported to Feng Yu about the company's recent performance. The offices in Taiwan, Malaysia, and Saudi Arabia will start operation before the end of the year. The new factories in Malaysia and Japan will also begin production around December. The expansion of England's branch factory will also be completed during that period. Next year, AIWA's global production will increase by over 5 times. This was still after the fallout with Sony. If AIWA can still borrow Sony's factories, their production will be more than 10 times. This was already enough. The subsidiary company and factory in Panama's can be set up much earlier than planned. The earliest will be next year, and the latest will be the following year, and AIWA's production will increase further. As more and more consumers know about the AIWA brand, their Walkman sales also increase. AIWA Walkman was already selling more expensive than Sony. In the past, Sony, as an international brand, and had no other major competitors, was able to price their products at a high price and enjoyed the high profits. During that time, Sony and AIWA were still in an alliance. Sony was targeting the high-end segment, while AIWA was targeting the mid to low-end segment. Now, it was the opposite. AIWA had already taken over the high-end segment, and Sony can only target the mid to low-end market. This was not Haitaro Nakajima boasting. This was a fact. When Haitaro Nakajima mentioned this, he had a proud look. Feng Yu felt that this was not a good sign. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Furthermore, Sony was not defeated yet. Sony was still having more market share than AIWA in the Walkman market. Sony was still selling more Walkman than AIWA. Their profit and brand awareness were even higher than AIWA. Haitaro Nakajima does not accept losing to Sony, and he was thinking of ways to win. He wants to be the market leader for Walkman. He wants to be ahead of Sony. No one can doubt the capabilities of Sony's R&D department. Although AIWA was currently leading Sony with the BE technology, Sony would be able to catch up fast. President Haitaro, don't forget that Sony's scale is a few hundred times bigger than AIWA. You really think that Sony will give up just like this? For the time being, we had won in Asia, but we are still losing out to Sony in other regions. Our sales might be good in the Western countries, but what about the total sales? Our production can only catch up with Sony next year. As the market increases, will Sony stop increasing their production? Don't forget that Sony's factories are located all over the world. The proud smile on Haitaro Nakajima's face disappeared after he heard what Feng Yu said. Haitaro Nakajima was proud of his results, but he still has not reached the point of being arrogant. Haitaro Nakajima only wanted to tell Feng Yu some good news to make him happy. In his heart, he had never looked down on Sony. Sony will still be his #1 enemy. It was because AIWA was owned by Sony before and had been in an alliance. Haitaro Nakajima understands about Sony more than Feng Yu. He knew how powerful Sony was. Although Sony had spent a lot last year and made losses this year, Sony was still the leader of the electronics industry with strong financial backings and technological strength. Hitaro Nakajima also did not let AIWA stop its R&D of new products and technologies. He had used Fengyu's suggestion to remove some useless functions and focuses on the sound quality. Fengyu wants all the consumer to remember AIWA Walkman as beautiful designs and high-quality sound. Their latest product had incorporated a small LCD screen into the Walkman. It can show the battery life. This model was extremely popular in the market, and Hitaro Nakajima wants to continue in this direction. Of course, their Walkman will be small as suggested by Fengyu. Fengyu distinctly remember that Sony was continually reducing the size of their Walkman in his previous life. They even introduced the Slim Walkman series, which were well received by the consumers. But now, Sony can no longer start this trend. Sony will only be a follower behind AIWA. Mr. Feng, I will take note of this. I will not let Sony have any chance. I will show you our new product samples later. You can help to decide and see which model will be more suitable for the market. Actually, Hitaro Nakajima had already decided in his heart. But he was saying this to Fengyu to make him happy and also wanted to hear Fengyu's opinions. Hitaro Nakajima was deeply impressed by Fengyu's foresight. Fengyu looked at the Walkman samples, and those were all AIWA's classic Walkman in his previous life. These models were well received by the market and had brought lots of profits to AIWA. These models were all nicely done. Do you intend to introduce all these models to the market? I will only make a small suggestion. You must carry on developing better earphones, and your technology must be the most advanced in the world. You can increase the variety of colors of these models too. This will let the consumers have more choices. The rest, do as you deem fit. I trust you. In the world of Walkman, you are the best. Hitaro Nakajima was shaking with excitement after hearing Feng's wise words. Rest assured, Mr. Feng. The target for our company next year will be 10 billion yen. With AIWA's current profit percentage, that means that AIWA would have to achieve more than 100 billion yen of sales to achieve the goal of 10 billion yen profits. That means AIWA would need to sell at least a few hundred million units of Walkman. Oh, how did you come up with this number? Fengyu was curious. Hitaro Nakajima was telling that he would be able to sell off all the Walkman that will be produced next year. Possible. Under normal circumstances, it would be best if the production is slightly higher than their sales. The output cannot be much higher than the demand, or there will be wastage. If the output is lesser than the market demand, then they would need to increase their production to prevent their competitors from gaining more market share. If supply equals demand, that means the market had no more room to expand. This was not possible. I will be doing a global marketing campaign. I will be hiring celebrities to endorse. Then who will you be hiring? Our products are targeting the younger market. Are you looking for those idol singers? Fengyu frowned. This was not a good sign. How can AIWA win Sony when it comes to getting singers for the product endorsement? Sony will be getting a mega superstar to be their product spokesperson. That superstar is Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson had a contract with CBS Record, and CBS Records were bought over by Sony. Whitney Houston. My people had spoken with her before, and she seems to be interested. But her fees are quite high. This would increase our cost by a lot. However, she is the most popular female singer currently. Fengyu shook his head. Although I do not want to admit it, she is black. She might be very popular in the US and the African countries. But in Asia and Europe, people might still like her songs. But they will not be interested in her looks. Madonna? She will be even more expensive. Hitaro Nakajima felt that what Fengyu said does make sense. He had overlooked the skin color. Fengyu shook his head again. We do not need celebrities to act in our commercials. We only need to use their most popular songs. Or we can also hire someone to write a jingle for us. Maybe a 10 seconds jingle. We can use some good-looking models for our commercials. Models? No problem. But the 10 seconds jingle you mentioned is too short. How can you showcase our brand? Hitaro Nakajima frowned. Brand taglines. Fengyu thought hard about this, and he borrowed a very popular advertising tagline from his past life. Why not use AWIA, Master of Core Technologies, as our brand tagline? AWIA, Master of Core Technologies. Hitaro Nakajima's eyes nearly popped out. This brand tagline was terrific. This way, the consumer will get the impression that AIWA was producing the world's best Walkman. Just nice. AIWA Walkmans was better than Sony's Walkman now. This way, They can showcase AIWA's capabilities and at the same time, belittled their competitors. Mr. Phone was brilliant. With this brand tagline, AIWA sales will increase further. Mr. Phone, I know what to do. I will hire a professional voice artist to say this tagline. This way, it will sound better. As for the music, we can just use parts of those popular songs. This way, the cost will be lower and still have the advertising effects. Haitaro Nakajima had a new direction now. With this tagline, it doesn't matter what songs they use. Now he only needs to find 2 models with excellent image and let them dance while listening to some music on AIWA's Walkman. Phone You nodded. Okay. You can decide on all those details. This tagline is not only our advertising message. It is also what I want of AIWA. We must master all the core technologies and must always be the forerunners in this industry. Now, you had already used all the new technologies, but do you know if Sony had used all their newest technologies in their products? In Phone U's previous life, Sony had always used their second-best technologies on their newest products. It was because their second-best technologies would be sufficient to beat all their competitors. Even if their competitors introduced better products, Sony could always react. Sony will never introduce some technology that would kill off all their competitors. Sony would need to pay a high fine for creating a monopoly. Useless Sony was pushed to a corner. They would never use their latest technologies. I know about this. Our R&D department staffs are on par with Sony. We have set some research directions, and if they are successful, our earphones, speakers, and player will be upgraded. We are also trying to make our Walkman smaller. We should be able to complete all these research within 1 year. Next year, our Walkman will be lighter and smaller. It would be best if you can produce a series, for example, those with better sound quality. You can name it as Super Original Audio Series. Those that had nicer exterior designs, you can produce it in more colors and call it as the Rainbow Series. In the future, when we introduce the smaller Walkman, we can call it the Ultra Slim Series. This way, the consumers will have more choices and can also show AIWA's capabilities. Phone U is using all of Sony's tactics from his previous life. When Sony thought of this strategy, it would be too late. Now, they were at war with Sony in the Walkman industry, but AIWA's sound engineers were more capable than making Walkman. Phone U wants AIWA to start to research CD players. He wants to encroach into Sony's market. President Norio, AIWA's Chinese boss, had come to Tokyo. Are they up to something? Norio Oga waved his hand. Just ignore him. We are Sony. We are the best electronics company in the world. As long as our products are better than them, and with our strength in marketing and our sales channels, AIWA will be no match for us. How is the progress with the sound quality improvement? If we use the BE technology, we can attain the same sound quality as AIWA. I do not want to be the same as them. I want to be better than them. Also, launch our new earphones into the market. We must hold on to the market. AIWA's 2 new factories will start operation next year. Their production will increase by several folds, and we cannot let them snatch the position of market leader from us. You must focus more on the Asian market. Asia was Sony's home ground, but their home ground was taken over by AIWA. In Europe and the US market, Sony was still leading, but it was also they had more products. This does not mean that their products were popular. AIWA had already overtaken Sony regarding sales for Japan, China, Taiwan, Malaysia, Singapore, etc. This was an insult to Sony. Humph. AIWA wants to make it big? That was only Sony had overlooked. If we are serious, there is nothing that is unachievable. We have already won against the Americans. How can we lose to the Chinese? Humph. This time we will hire Michael Jackson to endorse our products. We shall see who will be the winner next year. Phone U was satisfied with this Japan trip. Haitaro Nakajima and Kamita Masao were both talented people. They were much better in management than Phone U. They were good at managing the company operations, and the company should be growing better than expected. Phone U also look into the Japanese companies. He wants to look for those companies that were in trouble now, but would perform well in the future. He wants to invest in these companies. But he was too late. Those companies were already invested by bigger corporations. There were no companies that were worth Phone U to invest in. In the end, Phone U could only ask Haitaro Nakajima to poach some engineers from a research facility which was closing down. AIWA must have a constant supply of talents. This Japan trip lasted less than a week. Feng Yu's visa was also expiring, and he traveled back to Beijing. Of course, there was something important. It was the military training ceremony. Feng Yu appeared in the military training during the last few days. He joined the practice, but it was all the easy training, like marching. Feng Yu could quickly catch up with the rest of his classmates. The military training was over, and it was the holidays. Feng Yu's modified Land Rover was also sent to Beijing. The Beijing dealer helped Feng Yu to get a Beijing's registration plate. It would be winter soon, and Feng Yu does not want to ride a motorcycle during winter. Feng Yu drove to Beijing Teaching University in his Land Rover. The past 1 month, Feng Yu's new apartment was ready. This was a newly renovated apartment, and Feng Yu only need to get some furniture, home appliances, and some simple painting. That Tian Lei was competent. He had really helped Feng Yu found some apartments for sales the very next day. Feng Yu offered a high price for the apartment, and the owner agreed to sell immediately. It was a 2-bedroom apartment, about 200 SQM. But for Feng Yu, it was sufficient. The university campus now was not as strict as the future years. Feng Yu could drive straight into the university, and the guard did not even stop him. In this era, only the rich or the leaders could afford to drive, and the guards dare not to offend these people. Feng Yu reached Li Na's hostel and saw a guy with spectacles in his school uniform standing there. He was looking at a girl, and he looked like he wanted to approach but was too shy. That girl was holding a book to cover her face, and she was sneaking peeks at that guy. Both of them were far apart, looking at each other. They did not even dare to sit next to each other. TSK. In this era, even though there was a trend of being free, most of the people were still conservative when it comes to relationships. If you stopped a girl on the streets and offered to send her home, you will be branded as a hooligan, and the police will arrest you. It was apparent that both the guy and girl were interested in each other, but they were too shy to approach each other. Anyway, there was still time before Li Na comes down. Let me be a matchmaker today. Feng Yu parked his car by the side and walked to that guy. Brother, you like that girl? No. I am just passing by. The bespectacled guy said. His accent sounded like he was from Jiangxi. Passing by? Why are you still standing here for so long if you are passing by? Even a tortoise can walk faster than you. Sigh. Friend, as a man, you must be brave. You are looking at that short-haired girl? You know which class is she from? Do you know where her hometown is? You know what time she normally finishes her classes? You don't know? Go and ask. If you like her, how can you be so timid? Ask. I don't think I can. I am scared. The bespectacled guy said. Damn. Look at you. If you carry on this way, you will miss your chance. You can only go for matchmaking in the future. In this era, you can apply for the same job assignment together, and the future unit can do their best to accommodate these requests. Furthermore, they will all be teachers in the future. It should not be too difficult to get to work in the same school. Bro, you are too useless. Is that girl from the south or north? Feng Yu sighed and asked. You? Why are you asking about this? The guy looked at Feng Yu warily. What? You think I am interested in that girl? Although that girl was not ugly, she cannot be considered pretty. Li Na was much more beautiful than her. Feng Yu suddenly remembered a saying from his previous life. What is love? That is two people who looked like monkeys but were still worried that someone would snatch the other party away. I am also waiting for a girl. I will not vie with you. You just tell me where is she from, and I can teach you some tricks to win her heart. Feng Yu knew that this guy does not need to do anything, and he could win that girl's heart. This guy just needs to approach that girl, and she will agree. But this bespectacled guy was too timid. He doesn't even dare to walk over and speak to that girl. In this current era, no girls would take the first step. She is the same as me. We are from Hangzhou. We had met during the school's Hangzhou gathering. Damn, both of you are from the same hometown, and you still dare not to talk to her? I tell you, girls like guys to be simple and direct. Now you just walk over, and she will definitely put down her book and look at you. You just tell her straight that you like her and wants to date her. She will not reject you. If you hesitate further, someone will win her heart, and you will be crying in a corner. Really? But I dare not to talk to her. Feng Yu was pissed off by this timid guy. Li Na, let me bring you out for movies. This is a Hong Kong movie, starring Zhou Yu Fat. I have even bought the tickets. Feng Yu turned around. Damn, here I am teaching this guy how to woo girls, and someone is going after my girlfriend? Who is that sickening guy? Sorry, I am not free. Li Na gave that guy a disgusted look. Since the start of their military training, this guy had been harassing her. She had rejected him several times, but he still does not give up. Feng Yu patted that bespectacled guy on his back and said, "Look careful. This is how you woo a girl." Feng Yu straightened his shirt and walked over to Aina. "Hey beautiful, are you alone? I know there is a newly opened skating ring nearby. Can I bring you there to skate?" Lina saw Feng Yu, and she immediately smiled. "Ice skating? That's great. Who are you?" "Lina, ice skating is too dangerous. If you want to play, I know there is a billiard saloon. We can play some billiards." Billiard is a high-class sport played by the nobles. That irritating guy turned to Feng Yu and said softly, "A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. My father is a department chief in the city's education department. Lina and I are both swans. We are meant for each other." "Damn, a department chief?" In Beijing, if someone drops a rock from the sky and it hits 7 people, 6 of them will be higher ranked than a department chief. Feng Yu looked at this sickening guy and said gravely, "If you want to be an animal, don't drag others along with you. Also, did you use perfume? It smells. A department chief is a high-rank official. Girl, shall we go?" Feng Yu held Lina's hand and walked off. That guy was shocked. Lina like guys to be direct? They are already holding hands. Damn, I should have held her hands immediately. That bespectacled guy looked at the back view of Feng Yu and Lina. He was struggling in his heart. He looked at the girl in the distance, and he mustered up his courage and walked over. He was walking towards the girl of his dreams. The bespectacled guy did not notice, but the irritating guy hears Feng Yu's accent was similar to Lina. Did they both know each other? When he saw Feng Yu opening the car door for Lina, all his plans disappear immediately. This was a car, and it was an imported car. This person's family was not simple. If he uses some underhand methods to get Lina, he might need to face that person's revenge. Never mind. There were still many pretty girls in the university. His father was a department chief with the education department, and he can arrange for Beijing jobs after graduation. He knew that many girls will be interested. A few years ago, all the graduates from Beijing top schools were targets of various government agencies. Even the graduates from Beijing Teaching University were well received by the government. But in the recent years, there were more and more graduates and the government cutting down expenses on the benefits. These graduates were no longer popular. There were even rumors that in a few more years, these graduates were no longer assigned to jobs. This year's Beijing Teaching University graduate could no longer stay in Beijing as there were enough teachers. They would be sent back to their hometowns. He thought that Lina was from the northeast region and would be looking forward to staying in Beijing. She would be interested in him. But Lina had been cold towards him. Now, he knew that it must be this guy was the reason for Lina to be treating him this way. Before Feng Yu entered his car, he saw that bespectacled guy aggressively grab that girl's hand and then try to hug her. That girl gave him a slap and ran away. Damn, I only told you to approach that girl. Why are you grabbing her hand and you still try to hug her? You must be a moron. Feng Yu immediately boarded his Land Rover and drove off. It seems that he had failed as a matchmaker. Where are you bringing me to? Are we really going to ice skate? Lina looked out of the windows. Although she was in Beijing, she had never roamed around. The national holidays are 3 days. Where do you want to go? Today's weather is fine. How about we visit the Great Wall of China? Feng Yu knew that Lina had wanted to visit the Great Wall. Really? I have still not visited the Great Wall. Lina was excited. She had only seen the Great Wall on TV and books. She can finally see it with her own eyes. The National Day holidays was not as long as the future years, but it was still a 3 days holiday. Many people from the surrounding provinces would come to Beijing for the holidays. The Great Wall was the main attraction in Beijing. When Feng Yu and Lina arrived at the Great Wall at Badaling, the most famous section of the Great Wall, there were lots of tourists. Many of these tourists were panting after climbing a small section of the Great Wall. Most of them were sitting on the steps to rest. There were still some people who had brought their own camping chair. Don't move. This view is beautiful. Let me take a picture of you. Feng Yu took out his camera. It was a pity that there was no digital camera yet. They would not know how the photo would turn out. But it does not matter. Feng Yu had brought many rolls of film. He only needs to take care to not let the films be exposed with taking it out from the camera. Feng Yu's camera was considered a more advanced camera. He does not need to roll the film himself, and the camera even had flash. After walking for about half an hour, Lina was out of breath. Feng Yu bent over in front of Lina and patted his shoulders. Come, I will carry you. There are not many people in front. We must visit more beacon towers in front. The view over there should be good. We can take more photos there. Lina was blushing when she climbs onto Feng Yu's back. Feng Yu used his hands as support for Lina, and he could felt Lina's softness on his back. He slowly walks forward and introduced the history behind the Great Wall. He had done his homework the day before at the library. A couple was resting on the steps of the Great Wall, and the girl pinched her boyfriend. Look at them, carrying his girlfriend while climbing the Great Wall, and that guy does not even look tired. Just look at yourself. That guy had a helpless look. Why don't you say that girl looks like she weighs at most 45 kilograms and you weigh over 60 kilograms? We are almost at the same weight. You think I can carry you? Lina was afraid that Feng Yu would be tired from carrying her and got down. They both climbed the Great Wall for a while more and finished a roll of film before returning. On the way back, Feng Yu saw that couple again. That boyfriend was carrying his girlfriend on his back. One of his hand was holding on to the railings, and his legs were shaking. That boyfriend saw Feng Yu, and his eyes were burning with anger. My suffering was all because of you. We were here for a holiday, and now I am suffering. At the foot of the Great Wall, Feng Yu and Lina ate some noodles. Feng Yu felt that it tastes so. It was not as good as those street stalls, but he still finishes 2 bowls. How come you are eating so much? Did you skip breakfast? Lina passed her handkerchief to Feng Yu for him to wipe his mouth. The food in school sucks. Why not you prepare dinner for me tonight? Go back to your home. Lina blushed. I still have not eaten anything you made. You kept telling me that you can cook. Do you really know how to cook? Feng Yu continued. I can cook really well. Let's go and get the ingredients. I will let you try my cooking. Fine. Later we will go to the market. I will laugh at you if your dishes do not taste good. Lina starts to regret after she said that. Why did she agree to go to Feng Yu's apartment? Will he kiss her again? After getting the ingredients, they proceeded to Feng Yu's apartment. It was on the 3rd floor. This was a new building, and there was an elevator installed. Feng Yu was walking in front, and Lina was following behind. Here, look, what do you think? This is newly renovated. This will be our home. Do you like it? Lina blushed and rolled her eyes. What our home? This apartment is lovely. Is it expensive? It does not cost much. There is Libo in the fridge. You rest first. I will wash the vegetables first. Feng Yu was very excited. This was step 1 of his plan. Lina was in his apartment. Lina pushed Feng Yu out of the kitchen. You better go out first. Look, you had made a mess. Go out and watch TV. Feng Yu was waiting for her to say this. He walked out of the kitchen and started to set the table. He also opened a bottle of red wine. Half an hour later, Feng Yu looked at the 4 dishes on the table. Braised pork, stirred fried tomato and potato, green pepper with shredded potato, sweet and sour fish. These are all his favorites. Go and wash your hands. Lina pushes Feng Yu. To celebrate you cooking for me the first time, let's have a toast. Feng Yu tried hard to think of an excuse. But I don't drink. Lina said. It doesn't matter. I had added some soft drinks in it. The alcohol content is lesser than beer. Try it. Feng Yu added some soft drinks to the half-filled glass of red wine. Lina took a sip, and it tastes good. How is it? Taste good? Come, let's have a toast. Feng Yu knocked on Lina's glass and finished his glass of red wine. Ha ha ha, I am drinking now. I can no longer drive you back later. This braised pork is better than my mom's. These sweet and sour fish taste even better. You can open up a restaurant. You need to eat some before I finish everything. Feng Yu said exaggeratedly. Actually, Lina's cooking can only be considered so. But Feng Yu was in a good mood. This was the first time Lina had made dinner for him. He must make this a habit for Lina. Looking at the way Feng Yu was eating, Lina ate a piece of egg. It seems that she had added a bit more salt. She was not used to using a small wok to cook, and she could not estimate the amount of salt to add. With Feng Yu encouraging her, the both of them finishes the bottle of wine, and Lina's face had turned red. I am so full. Let me clear the dishes. You go and rest for a while. Feng Yu took all the dirty dishes to the kitchen and placed everything in the basin. Let me wash all the dishes for you. No need. Let's go out and watch a movie. I had just returned from overseas a few days ago. My friend said that this movie is a blockbuster in his country. Feng Yu took out a videotape from the cabinet and put it into the player. He had brought back this videotape from Japan. Kamada Masao had given him this videotape and told him that this was a love story. The both of them sat on the sofa, and Feng Yu had his arms over Lina's shoulders. Lina could not hold her liquor well. and she was leaning against Feng Yu. This film was about a love story that happened in one of Japan's university. There were no Chinese subtitles, and the both of them had a hard time trying to understand. But luckily the actors and actresses were good at acting. They could still follow the movie more or less. At the end of the movie, the male and female lead kissed, and Feng Yu also took the opportunity to kiss Lina. This was not the first time they kissed, but this time they were kissing passionately. Feng Yu slowly pushes Lina down on the sofa, and his hands start to roam about on her body. Lina grabbed Feng Yu's hands and sits upright. I should go back not. If I am late, I can't enter the dormitory. Lina was flustered, and her heart was racing. She was afraid that if she stayed there any longer, she would not be able to control herself. Feng Yu plaintively said, I had drunk just now, and I can't drive. Furthermore, it is the holidays now, and it doesn't matter if you don't return to your dormitory. You can stay here tonight. There are 2 bedrooms here. I can sleep in the study room. Luckily, Feng Yu had thought of this. In this era, girls were too conservative. But tonight, Feng Yu would not let this rabbit escape. The stimulation just now was not enough. Feng Yu still have plan B. Lina had some hesitation, and her heart was beating faster. Really? Of course. Let's watch another movie. Ow, your clothes are dirty. How careless of me. Hurry and change. You can wash it in the washing machine, and you can take a shower. It should be dry tomorrow morning. Feng Yu had accidentally knocked over the drinks on the coffee table and dirted Lina's clothes. Take a shower in Feng Yu's house. Lina's heart was racing. No need. I can just wipe it off. What no need? Just go to the bathroom. I had heated up the water for you. You had also sweated a lot when at the Great Wall. Go and take a shower first while I wash the dishes. You want me to carry you to the bathroom? Feng Yu said with a naughty smile on his face. Hooligan. Lina ran into the bathroom and locked the door. There is a bathrobe on the shelf in the bathroom. You can wear that. Feng Yu was washing the dishes and whistling. Ha ha ha. That bathrobe can be quickly taken off as there is only one belt holding it together. Lina cannot leave after she had taken her shower. After a while, Lina walked out of the bathroom with her hands holding tightly to the bathrobe. She turned to Feng Yu with a red face. Feng Yu, I don't know how to use this washing machine. Let me do it. I can take a shower too. Feng Yu entered the bathroom and looked at Lina's clothes in the washing machine. Huh, where's the bra? She had taken a shower and wore her bra back? Never mind. It will be more exciting when I remove it myself later. The washing machines of this era were still semi-automatic. You need to fill the water into the washing machine manually. Feng Yu poured water into the washing machine and switched it on. He added some washing detergent and threw the clothes he was wearing into the washing machine. He presses some buttons, and the washing machine starts to rumble. Feng Yu had only wet himself and wiped dry after 1 minute. He walks out topless with just a towel wrapped around his waist. You? Why are you not wearing your clothes? Lina asked. I had taken a shower too, and also I had washed my clothes. Why are you not watching any movies? Let me play a movie. Feng Yu took out the videotape that he wanted to watch and inserted into the player. He then sat down beside Lina and had his arm across her shoulders. Lina tried to move away, but she felt happy when she leans against Feng Yu, and she could smell Feng Yu's scent. Feng Yu was laughing in his heart when he felt Lina leaning against him. The movie started. It was another Japanese movie, but this time there were English subtitles. Feng Yu could easily understand it, but it was a bit hard for Lina. Lina was puzzled by this movie. Why this movie just shows a man returning home from work and his wife was cooking? It seems a bit boring. The husband and wife sat down for dinner and had a bottle of red wine. How come this scene looked so familiar? It was just like what happened to them earlier. After dinner, the husband went to take a shower, and the wife was spreading the bed. The husband walked out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around the waist. The movie scenes were too familiar, and Lina was confused. What was this movie about? The husband suddenly grabbed his wife towards him and started to kiss her. His hand was inside his wife's clothes. Lina's eyes opened wide in shock. This was those type of movies. Lina watched the husband took off his wife's clothes in the movie, and she screamed. She hurriedly closes her eyes. Feng Yu, why are you watching this type of movies? What do you mean? This is an artistic film. This type of movie is best watched by couples. Many people can't even get to watch it. Feng Yu's hands start to roam about like that husband in the movie. What are you doing? Lina raised her head and wanted to scold Feng Yu, but Feng Yu used his lips to cover her mouth. Lina was almost breathless from the kiss. She was feeling dizzy and had a weird sensation. Feng Yu slowly kissed downwards to Li Na's neck. Li Na was blushing. Her face and neck had all turned red. She was breathing heavily. Feng Yu, no. We are not married yet. We can only do this after we get married. You don't trust me? I will sure marry you. I believe, but then everything's good. Be a good girl. Once again, Feng Yu stopped Li Na from talking with his lips. Feng Yu's hand was holding on to Li Na's waist, and the other was searching for her bathrobe's belt. The moaning from the TV was loud, and Li Na's body temperature rises. Feng Yu's head was buried in Li Na's chest and was sucking on one of her flower buds. Li Na's back was in an arc. She had never experienced this type of feeling before. She had even forgotten to stop Feng Yu. Feng Yu had already pulled down her bathrobe without her knowing. Li Na's chest was exposed, and Feng Yu's towel around his waist on the floor. Feng Yu's lips slowly moved south. No, don't touch there. Stop moving. At this moment, how could Feng Yu listen to her? He forcefully spread Li Na's legs and looked at that small piece of cloth covering her most private part. Stop looking. Li Na covered her bottom with one hand, and the other was covering her blushing face. You are so beautiful. Feng Yu mumbled. Feng Yu, not here. Li Na said in a soft voice. She could no longer resist Feng Yu at this moment. Feng Yu carried Li Na to the bed in the bedroom and continued to shower her with kisses. Feng Yu's hands slowly caressed Li Na's body, feeling her smooth skin. Li Na tried to stop Feng Yu from touching her by using her thighs to clamp his hand. But that does not stop Feng Yu's fingers from moving. Li Na could felt something pressing against her waist. She tried to move away, but she can't. Feng Yu pressed down onto Li Na and slowly spread her legs. Nana, I love you. Why is this girl biting me? Feng Yu stopped moving and waited for Li Na to release her bite. He kissed Li Na again and slowly starts to move. Li Na does not know what to do. She just hugged Feng Yu tightly. It's painful. Don't be so rough. Sunlight entered the room, and a half-naked couple was lying on the bed. The guy slowly opened his eyes and had a smile on his face. Last night, Feng Yu's plan was a success. It was Li Na's first time, and they only did it once. But Feng Yu was satisfied. He had waited for so many years for this, and he finally succeeded. Feng Yu looked at the sleeping Li Na. After last night, Li Na looked like a beautiful flower in full bloom. She looks even more beautiful than before. Li Na's head was lying against Feng Yu's chest. Her long hair was tickling Feng Yu, and he was getting aroused. Feng Yu removed the blanket. Last night, Li Na had wanted Feng Yu to switch off the lights. He did not even have the chance to have a good look at Li Na. A flat stomach and a pair of long legs. One of her legs was still wrapped around Feng Yu. Feng Yu could not stop his hands moving along her smooth complexion. Feng Yu grabbed her breast and slowly massaged it. It was smooth and firm. Feng Yu was enjoying the sensation. Li Na felt someone was touching her, and she turned her body. Feng Yu's hand moved downwards and starts to explore. Last night, Feng Yu had prepared concentrative, but he did not use it. It was their first time, and he wanted Li Na to feel natural. The condoms in that era were still very thick. Also, many people were easily allergic to the material used in the condoms. Another reason was Feng Yu knew that it was Li Na's safe period. Li Na still had some of Feng Yu's residue there, and it acts as a lubricant for Feng Yu's fingers. Li Na suddenly felt something weird and woke up. She thought about the dream she had and blushed. Why did she dream of doing naughty things with Feng Yu again? She opened her eyes and saw the curtains look a bit different. Where's this place? This is Feng Yu's apartment. Li Na suddenly remembered that she had stayed overnight at Feng Yu's place. She had sex with Feng Yu. How can Feng Yu do such a thing to her? They were not even married yet. Li Na was in a state of confusion and wanted to cry. Feng Yu noticed that Li Na had woke up, and he carried on caressing her body and kissed her. Li Na felt her anger was rising and raises her hand to give Feng Yu a slap. But Feng Yu caught her hand, and his right hand moved deeper. Li Na looked at Feng Yu, and her anger slowly subsided. Her body slowly stopped struggling and let Feng Yu touch her all over. Feng Yu turned over onto Li Na and raised his hips. He was about to enter her again. Li Na starts to blush again. She did not expect Feng Yu to do this again after they woke up. Did you plan everything last night? Li Na meekly asked. Feng Yu playfully looked at Li Na. It does not matter if it is planned or not. Things have already happened, and I will be responsible. After saying that, Feng Yu slowly moved backward. Li Na thought that Feng Yu was stopping, but Feng Yu suddenly thrust his hips hard into her. Oh, Nana, we did not enjoy ourselves last night. Let's do it again. Feng Yu jokingly said. Who did not enjoy? Oh, Li Na instinctively grabbed Feng Yu again, and her toes curl up. She started to move along to Feng Yu's rhythm. Our clothes are still in the washing machine. We did not wring it yesterday. What am I supposed to wear today? Li Na looked at her dripping clothes in the washing machine. Here, new clothes. This is the latest trend. I had brought them back from Japan. Feng Yu took out a set of new clothes and showed to Li Na. How could he not think of this? Ah, why are you not wearing anything? Li Na screamed and covered her eyes. Feng Yu, you had already seen my whole body. Does it matter? Fine. I will wear something. But you can at least let me take a shower first. I will leave your clothes here. Come out. I am going to take a shower. You want to join me? Li Na ran out of the bathroom screaming. Feng Yu was laughing at her. She looked at the clothes on the coffee table. Not only there were top and pants, but there were also even undergarments. Li Na blushes again. When Feng Yu finished his shower, Li Na was already making breakfast in the kitchen. Both did not eat much during dinner last night, and both had done some strenuous exercise. They were starving. At the dining table, Feng Yu was eating breakfast and looking at Li Na. Li Na dared not to look at Feng Yu and kept looking down. Nana, where do you want to go today? How about visiting the Summer Palace or the Forbidden City? I want to go back to my dormitory. What's so fun at your dormitory? Let me bring you out, and tomorrow I will send you back to school. Aunt. Nana, why are you crying? Feng Yu was nervous. Why did Li Na cry suddenly? Will I get pregnant? If I am pregnant, my teachers and classmates will know. My parents will also know. What should I do? What about school? We are not married yet. Li Na was crying. Don't worry about this. You will not get pregnant. It is your safe period now. What is the safe period? Safe period is the period when the chances of pregnancy are the lowest. No, is the period where you will not get pregnant. This is science. There are also students in their 30s in universities. Their children were old enough to run about. They can also carry on with their studies in the university. If not, I will call your parents later and tell them that I want to marry you. You cannot call my father. My father will kill me. Okay. Don't worry. I am around. Later we will go out and enjoy ourselves. I am not going anywhere. It's still painful. Li Na wiped her tears. Feng Yu slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about this. Li Na should not be walking around now. She should not be making breakfast. After breakfast, you go and take a nap. We will not go anywhere today. We can go when you feel like it. Feng Yu looked at Li Na lovingly and wiped her tears. After breakfast, Feng Yu bring Li Na to the bedroom, and he went to wash the dishes. After cleaning up the kitchen, he washes their clothes before returning back to the bedroom. Feng Yu softly opened the door, and Li Na was staring at him. She had covered herself with the blanket, and it was evident that she was wearing the new clothes too. Why are you wearing all the clothes when you are taking a nap? Feng Yu walked over and wanted to help Li Na take off her clothing. Li Na grabbed onto her clothes. No more. Feng Yu, please. I cannot take it. Feng Yu smiled. What are you thinking? I only want you to have a good nap. I will be outside watching TV. No. Li Na grabbed Feng Yu's hand. Don't go. Sing a song for me first. I can't sleep. Feng Yu patted Li Na's hand and said, let me get my guitar from the study room. Feng Yu sat on a chair beside the bed with his guitar and asked, what song do you want to hear? I like whatever songs you sing. But I like that song that you sang during the Soviet Union summer camp. Feng Yu frowned. That song is not auspicious. That song is about a guy that did not return from war, and the girl was waiting for him. How about I sing a new song for you? I had specially written this song for you. Feng Yu suddenly recalled a beautiful song. It was from the song tracks of a famous drama he had watched in his previous life. This song had become famous throughout the whole of China. Li Na was looking forward to this song. It was specially written for her. I will be by your side. I will never turn back. Every move is like my heartbeat. I will stay by your side. I will never let go. I will stay here with you forever until we both grow old. Looking through the clouds, from the horizons, the rainbow. I will never forget you. Li Na had thought that this song will not be anything special. Feng Yu had only played a chord on his guitar. But when Feng Yu sang this song, the lyrics touched her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Was this Feng Yu's promise to her? He will always be by my side and will never let go? After Feng Yu finished his song, he was immersed in his own world. Although he did not play the guitar well, he had sung quite well. When he opened his eyes, he saw Li Na crying again. Why was she crying? What's wrong? Why are you crying again? Is my singing so awful? Feng Yu asked. Huh? Who said your singing is awful? No one could have sung better than you. Li Na burst out laughing in the midst of crying. I am better than the Little Tigers. The Little Tigers was Li Na's favorite boys group. Even better than them. Li Na replied. Then you have to give me a kiss as my reward. Feng Yu leaned forward. Stop it. You can go out now. I want to sleep. Li Na covered her face with the blanket. As Feng Yu was leaving the room, Li Na shouted at him. Wait. Sing that song again. I want to listen to it again. Fine. I will sing as many times as you like. This time I will not play the guitar. I will be by your side. I will never turn back. Every move is like my heartbeat. I will stay by your side. I will never let go. Feng Yu sang 2 more times until Li Na closes her eyes. Feng Yu slowly walked out of the room, taking care not to make any noise. Li Na opened her eyes and smiled. At the bathroom, Feng Yu hang Li Na clothes. He also washes her panties by hand. Feng Yu kept smiling to himself. He was still thinking about the beautiful moment last night and this morning. After washing the clothes, Feng Yu had nothing to do. He saw that his house was a bit messy, and he starts to tidy up. He also took out his prized videotape out of the player and keep it in a safe place in his study room. This was to prevent Li Na from throwing it away. After cleaning up the whole house, Feng Yu still felt bored. After so much exercise, he was still feeling very energetic. That evening after dinner, Li Na still wanted to return back to her dormitory. Feng Yu used the excuse of her clothes were not dry yet, and managed to make Li Na spend another night at his apartment. When they went to bed, Feng Yu told Li Na that he would not do anything, but he lied. The afternoon next day, Feng Yu sent Li Na back to her university. Li Na said that she will not go to his apartment again. Feng Yu just laughed. He knew that Li Na will go to his apartment again. Li Na is now in the palm of his hand. It was the official start of Feng Yu's lesson. Feng Yu was starting to get used to the life of a university student. He wakes up at 7 a.m. every day, washes up, and went for a jog. After breakfast, he would go for his classes. During lessons, Feng Yu paid attention and even took down notes. He would also consult his lecturers after the class ended. Feng Yu used his Zhonghua cigarettes and Maotai tactics on his management teachers, and they were willing to explain to him the things that he was not sure. They felt that Feng Yu was a hardworking student. They knew that Feng Yu was from a wealthy family, and he would have a bright future. All the lecturers from the management faculty thought highly of Feng Yu, but the lecturer that taught Russian was not happy with Feng Yu. Feng Yu had paid attention in other classes, but he will sleep throughout his Russian classes. Sleeping in class was an insult to this Russian lecturer. Feng Yu, stand up and read out this sentence. What does this lesson mean? Explain to the whole class. The lecturer pointed to a Russian sentence on the blackboard. This sentence is read as Pate Rekra Han Yap Dahan Koneken Ho. It means that industrialization is an important foundation of a country. Feng Yu read out that sentence fluently and translated it to Chinese accurately. Huh. The lecturer was surprised. He knew that Feng Yu had gotten a place in this university was because he was good in his English and Russian. But he never expects him to be so good. Even if his Russian is good, he should not be sleeping in class. Sit down. Meet me after the lesson ends. The rest of the students looked at Feng Yu. He's finished. Professor Liu cannot stand students sleeping in his class. After class, Feng Yu was brought to Professor Liu's office. Professor Liu took out a Russian book and passed it to Feng Yu. You read this page to me and then translate it into Mandarin. Feng Yu looked at the book. It was in the original Russian language. He had read this novel several times in his previous life. He even owns this book. If it was other books, Feng Yu might not be able to translate fast. But he does not have any problems with this book. Feng Yu read out 2 passages and immediately translated it into Mandarin. Not only Professor Liu, but all the other lecturers in the office were also surprised. This student's Russian was even better than them. Even they could not translate from Russian to Mandarin so fast. Feng Yu was indeed a genius. Professor Liu had wanted to use this opportunity to reprimand Feng Yu to make him pay attention in class and not to be so proud. But it seems that his plan had backfired. Feng Yu appears to be even more conceit. Feng Yu also knew that Professor Liu had wanted to teach him a lesson. He was also helpless. He had asked around. This Professor Liu does not smoke or drink. He does not even accept dinner invitations from students. Feng Yu could not give him any gifts to pull strings. In this era, even all the top officials of China smoke. Why was this professor so different? Smoking is good. When you got nothing to do, you can make some smoke rings. Feng Yu was even willing to give this professor a lifetime supply of cigarettes in exchange for some special treatment. Cough. Feng Yu, your translation is quite good, but you should not be proud. You should know that you must carry on learning. You must pay attention in class. Your parents had sent you to school is for your future and for you to make contributions to the country. You should not relax after you entered the university. There are still so much for you to learn. Professor Liu lectured Feng Yu for more than half an hour. Even Feng Yu was feeling thirsty, but Professor Liu did not even take a sip of water. While being lectured, Feng Yu was looking around Professor Liu's desk. He noticed that there were many Russian classical literatures, but it was not the full set. Could it be that Professor Liu did not manage to get the complete collection? Feng Yu knew how to bribe this old professor. You understand? Yes, Professor Liu. I will go back and work hard. Oh, my friend has the book and many other famous Russian classics. My dormitory is too small to keep them. Can I leave those books with you? Professor Liu had an excited expression and said, Your dormitory is a bit small to keep so many books. You can bring it to me. If you need it, you can come to me anytime. Once out of Professor Liu's office, Feng Yu smiled. He had successfully settled another lecturer. Feng Yu, you are back. I heard that you were called to Professor Liu's office. How is it? Did he punish you? Feng Yu's dormitory leader Tian Lei asked. Feng Yu was number 4 in this dormitory regarding age. This was better than his previous life, where he was the youngest. Feng Yu suddenly thought about his classmates from his previous life. Did they enter the same university? Did their life change after his time travel? Nope. Professor Liu was good to me. Have you guys eaten? Not yet. We had just come back from classes. Let's go and eat. Tian Lei and the rest took out their trays and were about to go to the school's cafeteria. Feng Yu knew that they were waiting for him to eat together. These dorm mates were really nice to him, especially this Tian Lei. Keep all your trays. Today I am in a good mood. Let me treat all of you at the restaurant opposite the school. We can also have some drinks. We will only leave after one of us is drunk. After entering university, Feng Yu finally dares to invite others to drink. It was because 2 of his dorm mates were not good drinkers. They would be dead drunk after a glass of beer. All of them did not reject Feng Yu's offer. They knew Feng Yu was extremely rich. Just the first day in school, Feng Yu had bought an apartment. Furthermore, Feng Yu's dressing was shouting, I am rich. They even heard that Feng Yu had a diamond watch which was worth more than his newly bought apartment. All of them were impressed by Feng Yu. His family was so wealthy, and he could still enter Beijing University. This shows that Feng Yu had studied hard. When they were drinking, Feng Yu's pager beeped. Feng Yu frowned. Why was Fu Guangjing looking for him so urgently? After returning from the phone booth, everyone could tell Feng Yu was excited. Feng Yu had asked Fu Guangjing to look for a genius he heard of in his previous life. Jiang Wanming. In the future years, Jiang Wanming had many identities like engineer, entrepreneur, etc. But Jiang Wanming was most famous for being the inventor of VCD. He had changed the world with this invention. This can be considered the first time China had to lead the world with an electronic product, but it only lasted for 3 years. Jiang Wanming and his partner set up a company called Wanyan Incorporated, and he disappeared from the limelight. It was because he did not apply for the patent, and the Japanese had patented this technology. Jiang Wanming was not still a manager at a research facilities subsidiary company. Although he had some shares in this company, his total wealth amounted to only 1 to 2 million renminbi. Compared to others, he might seem successful. But to Feng Yu, he was just a poor engineer. Jiang Wanming's company was manufacturing TV, and it was doing well. Their market was limited to the local province, and Jiang Wanming was just researching on TV-related technologies. Based on history, Jiang Wanming would be attending an exhibition in the US next year, and he saw a technology invented by a Chinese-American, Sun Yenshin, which can compress a picture file into a microchip. This technology gave him the inspiration to start to develop VCD. But now, this would not happen. It was because Feng Yu had bought the compressing technology from Sun Yenshin Company. During the past summer, Feng Yu had asked his lawyer Wilson to make a trip to the US. He had instructed Wilson to do 2 things. First, it was to buy as many Microsoft shares as possible. Microsoft had just stopped their cooperation with IBM and Apple. Their share prices were now at rock bottom. Some of Microsoft shareholders had wanted to sell off their shares, and Wilson had brought a large amount of USD to buy over their shares. Wilson was like a god of fortune to them. Although the market value of Microsoft at this time was over $1 billion, these shareholders had already made lots of profits. When Microsoft was listed in 1986, it was only worth $2 million. Those shareholders were criticizing Bill Gates for their fallout with Apple and IBM. Paul Allen, the second biggest shareholder of Microsoft, had returned to the board of directors last year, and he was also cited as one of the reasons for the company's poor performance. He had his own company and had been selling off his Microsoft shares over the past few years to raise funds for his private company. Wilson had acted very fast. He did not care whether if the Microsoft shares were still falling. He offered high prices for these shares and had acquired a few $100 million worths of shares. Feng Yu was not the official third-largest shareholder of Microsoft. He now owns 18% of shares. Now, Bill Gates, Paul Allen, and Feng Yu own more than 90% of Microsoft. Among these shares, a part of it had no voting rights. Feng Yu does not care. He will only attend the shareholders' meeting and was not interested in meddling with Microsoft operations. With Bill Gates running Microsoft, Feng Yu does not need to do anything. From next year, Microsoft shares will rise rapidly. By 1995, Microsoft will be worth more than $20 billion. That would be the time when Bill Gates became the richest man in the world. He will be holding on to this title for several years. After the separation, Apple and IBM will also suffer losses for these 2 years. They need to focus on both the hardware and software. Not many companies can be like these two companies. The second task was to contact Sun Yenshin. Wilson had used $18 million to buy the compressing technology from him. Although it was overpriced, Feng Yu wanted to get this technology fast and apply for a patent. This technology was patented, and Feng Yu had owned all the rights to this technology. In Feng Yu's previous life, Sun Yenshin will be introducing this technology at a TV technology exhibition next year. But now, this technology is in Feng Yu's hands, and Feng Yu is not interested in showcasing this technology at the exhibition. Feng Yu wants to give this technology to Jiang Wanmeng to let him invent VCD. In Feng Yu's previous life, Jiang Wanmeng had only used less than $600,000 to develop VCD. In this life, Feng Yu will give Jiang Wanmeng $1 million or even $10 million for him to develop VCD. Feng Yu wants the VCD to be developed as soon as possible at all cost. This would be a monopoly. It will bring him high profits, just like his humidifiers and bladeless fans. There will be no competitors, and the profits will be stable. In the previous life, after VCD was launched, more than 100 million units were sold within 2 years. The profits were at least $1 billion. Having bought the technology, Feng Yu was not assured to let others research on it and to develop VCD. This was a technological breakthrough. Sometimes, it will need talent and luck. This was the reason why Feng Yu asked Fu Guangjing to look for Jiang Wanmeng. Fu Guangjing was also confused. The person Feng Yu was looking for was only an engineer at a TV factory. There was nothing special about him. Yet Feng Yu was willing to spend his money to search for this person. Was this person worth spending so much effort to look for him? Even in China, there were lots of engineers that was more famous than this Jiang Wanmeng. Why did Feng Yu just wanted this guy? Fu Guangjing felt that Feng Yu must have thought of some new ideas to make money, and he need this person to help him. Could it be that Feng Yu wants to manufacture TV sets? There were many TV factories in China. Outshining all the factories was difficult. Fu Guangjing could not tell how Feng Yu would be able to beat the rest of the competitors. Manufacturing a bigger TV set or a better screen. If Feng Yu wanted to go into TV manufacturing, should he follow? Feng Yu would not be able to manage so many companies by himself. If he tells Feng Yu might allow him to buy a stake in this project. But can manufacturing TV really make money? Fu Guangjing had found Jiang Wanmeng a few days ago and had been in touch with him. He did not see anything special about Jiang Wanmeng. He only felt that this person had ambition and creativity. But many people in China were like this too. Fu Guangjing called his eldest uncle Fu Rongqi and told him about this. Fu Rongqi was also puzzled. He also does not know what Feng Yu was thinking. In the end, he asked Fu Guangjing to inform Feng Yu that he had found Jiang Wanmeng. Fu Rongqi was also curious about what Feng Yu was planning to invest. He needs to know more about this before he can decide whether to let Fu Guangjing tag along. Jiang Wanmeng had been found, and he will be coming to Beijing to meet Feng Yu. Feng Yu also called Wilson to go to Beijing tomorrow. He must recruit Jiang Wanming. Jiang Wanming had arrived in Beijing with Fu Guangjing. He was feeling uneasy. Fu Guangjing was a successful Hong Kong businessman and had lots of investments in China. Jiang Wanming was deeply impressed with Fu Guangjing after he found out that Fu Guangjing was the main overseas distributor for wind and rain humidifiers and bladeless fans. Although it was with the help of the rest of the Fu family, it was still impressive for someone at his age to have such achievement. He thought that Fu Guangjing was looking for him to talk about contract jobs. His company can act as contractors to manufacture some electronics components. This was his company's main revenue. He was surprised that Fu Guangjing was looking for him on behalf of someone else. This person was the inventor of the humidifier and bladeless fans, and he was still a student at Beijing University. Jiang Wanming choked on his own cigarette smoke when he learns about this. The humidifiers and bladeless fans were considered the pride of China now. These were products that were exported all over the world, and it was invented by a university student? Oh, wait. When he developed these products, he was still in high school. There were lots of genius in this world, and he was about to meet one of them. But he was still not sure what was the purpose of this meeting. He had asked Fu Guangjing, and he does not know what's the reason too. Although Jiang Wanming knew that Feng Yu was still attending university, when they met, Jiang Wanming was still surprised how ordinary Feng Yu was. Mr. Jiang, nice to meet you. I am Feng Yu. It was a simple introduction, but Jiang Wanming felt there was some pressure. This was a genius inventor. Jiang Wanming did not know that Feng Yu had only given the idea, and he cannot be considered the inventor. If Feng Yu was to invent by himself, he might be able to succeed if he used the rest of his life to working on it. Mr. Feng, I am Jiang Wanming from Modern Company. Can I ask why you are looking for me? Jiang Wanming was still confused. Mr. Jiang, you are into TV-related technology. I will show you one technology. See if you can get any inspiration from this technology. Feng Yu waved his hands, and someone came over and showed the picture-compressing technology. Jiang Wanming was glued to this presentation. He did not even hear the others calling him. He had too many things going through in his head. This technology at first look, it was nothing much. But Jiang Wanming felt that this technology can be used to store both picture and audio into a small CD, and it will become a video compact disc. This will be an era-changing product. Mr. Feng, what is the theory behind this technology? Jiang Wanming excitedly asked. But after asking, Jiang Wanming regretted. This was an important technology, and why would Feng Yu tell him about the details? Feng Yu smiled and looked at Jiang Wanming. Mr. Jiang, you want to know? Maybe you already have an idea on how to make use of this technology? I can tell you more about this technology, but are you sure you only want to know the theory behind this technology? Although Jiang Wanming was only an engineer and a manager, he knew how important technologies were to a company. Feng Yu was willing to tell him about this technology. That means he must have something Feng Yu needs. Mr. Feng, you can just tell me straight what you want from me. Jiang Wanming replied seriously. Mr. Jiang, what do you think about our country's electronic products? Our TV production is already the world's #3. The production of the other electronic products was also increasing. Can China be considered an electronic products production country? Feng Yu asked. It is only on the surface. Now it may seem that our electronic industry is growing well, but it is not true. For example, the televisions my factory produces, we do not have the technology to produce the core components. We need to import them. This will restrict our product development. The cost will be higher, and we do not get high profits. Most of the earnings are taken away from those companies that own those core technologies. Most of these companies were from Japan. This is the same for other electronic products. All the core technologies were owned by foreigners, and we are just assembly workers. Jiang Wanming was furious when he spoke about this. Just the TV manufacturing industry, most of their profits were taken away by the foreigners. Now, Jiang Wanming could see the potential of Feng Yu's technology, and if this technology were used in video and audio products, it would put China way ahead of the other countries. Feng Yu nodded. I can tell that Mr. Jiang is unhappy about the current situation. Have you ever considered to produce our own electronic product that will change the world? To create our own products that will change the world? Jiang Wanming was shocked. He did not expect Feng Yu's dream to be bigger than his. Mr. Feng, pardon me for saying this. Even with this technology, China will also not be the forerunners of the electronic industry. Maybe at most China will be one of the top 10 countries. Feng Yu laughed. Do you know about Walkman? The popular AIWA brand Walkman. I know about AIWA Walkman. My company had also bought a few of them. We can manufacture most of the components, but the core component like the magnetic head was too difficult to manufacture. We do not have the technology. The Walkman we produced is too big and heavy. The sound quality is also poor. Now, the companies in China only knew how to copy others. Most of those state-owned enterprises or former military factories converted to civilian factories were all doing these. The products they copied the most were electronics products. So, Mr. Jiang thinks that AIWA Walkman technologies are good. It is more than good. AIWA technologies can be considered the best among all the Walkman brands. Jiang Wanming sighed. I heard that AIWA was a Japanese company, but was bought over by a Chinese businessman. Now, AIWA can be considered our China's pride. When Jiang Wanming finished saying this, he saw Feng Yu had a proud look on his face. Why are you smiling so proudly when I am praising AIWA? Suddenly, Jiang Wanming had an alarming thought. Mr. Feng, are you the one that had bought AIWA? Feng Yu looked at Fu Guangjing and asked unhappily, Brother Fu, didn't I tell you not to tell anyone about this? Why did you tell him? Fu Guangjing replied, I did not say anything. Mr. Jiang guessed it himself. Fu Guangjing was thinking in his heart. You are the one that keeps talking about AIWA, and isn't it normal for Jiang Wanming to guess it? Also, you have the words, I am the boss of AIWA, written all over your face. Jiang Wanming was shocked. Feng Yu is the Chinese boss of AIWA. AIWA can be considered the giant of China's electronics industry. This meant that Feng Yu had the capabilities to use this picture-compressing technology and developed his own products. Why was Feng Yu looking for him? Mr. Jiang, are you interested in using my technology and creating a video and audio product which will create a revolution in the video and audio electronics industry? Jiang Wanming was thinking in his heart. This should be his main agenda. Feng Yu really wants to develop this product. Jiang Wanming knew that Feng Yu intends to recruit him. Although this project was exciting, his interest was not that big. Feng Yu was asking if he wants to remain a big fish in a small pond or to join him. Jiang Wanming was now a general manager at his company. Even though this company was a subsidiary of a research facility, he was still a shareholder. If he joins Feng Yu, he could get access to the technologies he wanted, but he would become an engineer again. He does not want to be an engineer still. If he were willing to remain as an engineer, he would not leave the research facility to set up this company. Mr. Jiang, isn't it your dream to make China one of the leaders in the electronics industry? Don't you want to pursue your dream with me? If your dreams become a reality, you will get all the credit, and your name will be recorded in the history books. Jiang Wanming really wanted to tell Feng Yu that he wants his name to be in the history books. But he wants to be the person who invented this new product and not one of the people who invented this product. Mr. Feng, let me think about it. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows. Seems like it was too difficult to recruit him by talking about dreams. If Jiang Wanming was willing to settle for a stable and normal life, he would not leave the research facility and set up a subsidiary company for the facility. Since he started a company, then money should be one of his motivating factors. Looking at Jiang Wanming's troubled expression, Feng Yu continued, Mr. Jiang, I know that you are now the general manager of your company and your net worth is a few million. If I ask you to work for me, you will surely reject. But if I am willing to let you own some shares, I am saying that if you are willing to cooperate with me, I can let you invest in the company. In Feng Yu's past life, Jiang Wanming raised a few million USD of research funds. In this life, this had been brought forward, but he should be able to raise at least 1 or 2 million. This new company, not counting the cost of the technologies, was worth about 20 million US dollars. Based on the profits that VCD would bring in the future, Feng Yu was very generous to let Jiang Wanming buy some shares in this company. Jiang Wanming looked up. What? Feng Yu was willing to sell some shares to him? Mr. Feng, can you tell me the details of this cooperation? Jiang Wanming was tempted, and Feng Yu was relieved. Currently, I own this picture compressing technology. I had paid almost 20 million US dollars for this technology. You think it is not worth so much? But if this technology can help us develop a new video and audio product, then we can monopolize the video market, and the profits will be much more than whatever I invested. I decided to invest 20 million US dollars in setting up a factory to produce this product, which I am naming it as Video Compact Disc, VCD. This VCD will replace all the video cassette tapes and players. It will replace the current karaoke system. This will be a new electronic product. How many profits do you think we will get if we monopolize the market? Jiang Wanming was breathing hard. Monopoly means exceptionally high profits. That means I will be investing 40 million US dollars. How much can you invest? Jiang Wanming suddenly felt like an inflated balloon. Feng Yu had invested 40 million US dollars, and he knew that it was a marked-up figure. That technology was not worth 20 million US dollars. But that technology was the only one in the world. He could not argue with Feng Yu about how much it was worth. He could see the potential of this VCD. But he does not have money. Although he was the general manager of his company, the most he had was about 1 million US dollars. With his connections, he should be about to raise a total of 2 million US dollars. That means the most he could get was only about 2% of the shares. This would be just like he was working for Feng Yu. He wants at least 10% shares. I can raise about 3 million US dollars. This was the best I can do. But as what you said, I can do the product development with this technology. This should not be a problem. My company's research staffs were all skilled. We can solve a lot of problems for you. Can I get more shares? Jiang Wanming asked. Feng Yu had also planned to let Jiang Wanming be in charge of developing the product. If Jiang Wanming does not have enough staff, Feng Yu could still transfer some people from AIWA. But this should be the last resort. There were many skilled technicians and engineers in China. In Feng Yu's previous life, Jiang Wanming could develop the VCD by himself. Even though Sun Yinshan's company had helped him slightly, but it was only putting the picture compressing technology into a circuit board. Feng Yu could let Jiang Wanming settle all the R&D work. Feng Yu was willing to spend. He has the money, but he needs more technical staffs. Mr. Jiang, how long do you need to produce a prototype? 6 months should be sufficient. If there are enough funds, I think 5 months should be possible. Jiang Wanming said confidently. Feng Yu nodded. Okay. Then how many shares do you and your team wants? Feng Yu was clear that he does not only want to recruit Jiang Wanming. He wants to hire his team too. Jiang Wanming thought for a while and said, I will invest 3 million US dollars together with my team. I think the total value is about 5 million US dollars. Jiang Wanming set a high price. If Feng Yu does not agree, then there is still room for negotiations. Feng Yu turned to Fu Guangjing. Brother Fu, I will let you handle the overseas sales. You want to take 5 million US dollars to invest too? Fu Guangjing was overjoyed. Feng Yu had invited him to invest with him. He knew that Feng Yu saw the hard work he put in for the machinery company. This VD thingy sounds profitable. He does not even need to ask his family for this 5 million US dollars. It was a small amount to him. Brother Feng, thanks. I have 5 million US dollars ready. I will also promise you that I will take care of the overseas sales. I will make sure our products can reach all corners of the world. Feng Yu turned to Wilson. Wilson had already taken out some documents and passed it to Feng Yu. Here, take a look. If there are no problems, you can sign this contract. The registration of the company, Brother Fu, will settle. We will use Wind and Rain Electronics for the name of this company. Using Wind and Rain brand will save us the marketing cost. Any problems? Fu Guangjing and Jiang Wanming read the contract. It stated clearly that Feng Yu would be using technologies, brand, and cash to invest in this company. He will own 80% of the shares. Fu Guangjing would be using cash to invest and will be in charge of the management of the company. He will be getting 10% of the shares. Jiang Wanming will be using cash to invest, and he will be in charge of the R&D. He will also be owning 10%. Everything was as what they had discussed. Wilson only added one more page to the contract which stated the exact investment from each party. This contract was prepared before this meeting, and Feng Yu had already known the outcome. Feng Yu was too scary. Both of them looked at each other and nodded. We are fine with it. This will be the start of Wind and Rain VCD taking the world by storm. Fu Guangjing returned to Hong Kong, and he started to prepare for the Wind and Rain VCD overseas sales. He assembles a team and begins to contact Hong Kong's movie and music companies. He bought the rights of many movies and songs. When Fu Rongjing learned about this, he scolded Fu Guangjing. Who told you to do this? The prototype is not even ready, and you are setting the sales team. This was a waste of manpower. What can your team do not? Contact the dealers? You think your cost is too low? You don't need to pay their salaries. Dad, this is what Feng Yu wanted. He wants to introduce this product to the market once it is ready. He wants to capture the market fast. Fu Guangjing explained. What does Feng Yu know? The product does not even exist now. What's the hurry? You think selling a new product is so simple? Disband your team now and stop the hiring. Dad, I am this sales company's main shareholder and representative. Fu Guangjing retorted. Fu Rongjing was furious. What did you say? Who do you think you are speaking to? I dare you to repeat it. If Fu Rongjing did not transfer his shares to Fu Guangjing, how can Fu Guangjing become the main shareholder? If it wasn't for Fu Rongjing persuading his eldest brother, how can Fu Guangjing become this company's representative? Now, this useless son does not even listen to him. He only talks about Feng Yu day in day out. Does he really want to venture out on his own? Dad, calm down. Wind and Rain Electronics is paying for this sales team. We do not need to pay them their salaries. These people are still working for our company. We can just let them familiarize with the operations or do some market research. They are being groomed by us. Fu Guangjing explained. Huh? Wind and Rain Electronics is paying them? Good. You have done well. But do you need so many people to do market research? And why are you contacting those music and movies companies? What are you up to? You still want to sell videotapes and cassettes? When Fu Rongjing heard that they were not the ones paying the salaries, he felt better. This son of mine is really like me. He knows how to make use of other people's resources as his own. When Fu Rongjing knew that Fu Guangjing had invested in this Wind and Rain Electronics, he was angry. China's electronics industry was not worth investing. If it were AIWA, Fu Rongjing would support his son to invest. But what is this VCD they are developing? He had never heard of such things before. Fu Rongjing was furious because Fu Guangjing does not know what VCD was, and he invested $5 million for only 10% shares. Fu Guangjing had been making lots of money nowadays. But $5 million was still not a small amount. There were better investments around. Even if this $5 million were invested in the forex market like Fu Rongqi, there would be high returns. Fu Rongjing also knew that Feng Yu had a Midas touch. All his investments made money, but they knew about all the products Feng Yu sold. This VCD was something very new to them. They do not know anything about it. What product of the future? This slogan might sound nice, but it was not even developed. Even the humidifiers and bladeless fans cannot be considered products of the future. Can this VCD be more profitable than the humidifiers? You want to invest in this VCD? Okay. It was at least considered a type of home appliances. But why are you buying the movie and music rights? The Chinese market was still very conservative. How many Hong Kong movies and songs were permitted to enter China? Dad, the product we are producing is called VCD. It is a compact disc which can store movies and audios. Now, in the market, there are two types of videos. One is the traditional video cassette tapes, and the other is the Laserdisc. Videotapes are cheap, but LD cost at least $100 a piece. There are also two types of music, cassette tapes and CD. We now own a new technology that can compress pictures and audio. We are able to store a 100-minute movie into two small CD. The cost is not even 1/10 of an LD. This was still an estimation from our R&D department. Once we start to mass produce, the cost will be even lower than that. Don't you think there is a huge potential for this product? Fu Rongjing immediately guessed. So, this is the reason why you are buying the rights to the movies and music. You are preparing to produce these CDs. Yes, we will produce the VCD players, and we must let our consumers have the CDs to play on the players. That's why we need to have movies and music VCDs for sales. The profits for these VCDs will not be low too. You are just looking at the profits. But even if your VCD is only 1/10 of the cost of an LD, but it is still more expensive than a videotape. I have a video cassette player and videotapes. Why should I buy your product? Feng Yu, Jiang Wanming, and Fu Guangjing had discussed this question too. However, Feng Yu only asked one question back, and they got the answer. Many families have electric fans that cost less than $10. But why are they still spending a few hundred USD to buy our bladeless fans? Fu Guangjing's reply at that time was, bladeless fans is an innovative high-tech product, and it is well designed, quiet, and easy to clean. Although it is expensive compared to the air conditioner, it was still much cheaper. Different products suit different market segments. Feng Yu told him, "This VCD is also the same. It is more expensive than the video cassette players, but much cheaper than the LD players. The VCD is also much cheaper than the LDs. LD was able to enter the market was because of its high-quality pictures. Those Japanese companies had made lots of money from this LD. The VCD also have better picture quality than the videotapes and was almost as good as the LD. Furthermore, we will not only sell movie VCDs. We must also sell music VCDs. This will be a revolutionary product for the karaoke industry. Karaoke was invented by the Japanese, and it was popular throughout the world. But the karaoke now only had music. There were no pictures nor lyrics. This was a test of the singing skills. In the future, after the launch of the VCD, many of it were bought by the karaoke lounges. These music VCDs allows the consumers to sing to their heart's content without the need to memorize the song's lyrics. Feng Yu had successfully convinced Fu Guangjing. He had made Fu Guangjing believes that once this VCD player is out in the market, and there were sufficient variety of movies and music VCDs, it will be a hit. This product can quickly change the world. After hearing Fu Guangjing's explanation, Fu Rongjing was lost in his thoughts. He felt that what Feng Yu said made sense. If they were able to market this product well, there would be no problem with this VCD sales. The profits might even be higher than the humidifiers and bladeless fans. Guangjing, you have done well. Work hard and don't disappoint me. What I just said to you is to encourage you. Fu Rongjing patted on Fu Guangjing's shoulders and smiled. Fu Guangjing, you nearly gave me a beating just now, and you are telling me that it was to encourage me? Fu Guangjing returned back a few days after leaving Beijing. What are you here again? Feng Yu asked in a not-so-nice tone. Fu Guangjing was confused. He did not offend Feng Yu. He had already set up the sales team, and the market research had been completed. He had also gotten the rights for the movies and music in Hong Kong. He had also contacted the companies in the US and Europe. He had done everything within a few days, and yet Feng Yu was speaking to him in this tone. You are in a bad mood? What happened? Fu Guangjing does not know that today was a weekend, and Feng Yu had a date with Lina. Lina's period was next week, and Feng Yu could not do anything with her next week. Lina had agreed to this date today, but because of Fu Guangjing, Feng Yu had to postpone the date. Feng Yu waved his hand. I am just in a bad mood. Something bad must have happened for you to be here. Feng Yu just pushed the blame to Fu Guangjing. He will not admit that it was his fault. Fu Guangjing smiled bitterly. I have some bad news for you. Damn, there was really bad news. All the businesses that Feng Yu worked with Fu Guangjing were all his most profitable businesses. Feng Yu does not want anything wrong to happen to these businesses. What bad news? Our company is being sued. I think Taihua Trading will also be sued soon. Huh, Taihua Trading will be sued? Fu Guangjing Sales Company will also be sued? That means it must be related to the humidifiers or the bladeless fans. Is it the humidifiers or the bladeless fans? Are there any problems with the quality? Feng Yu frowned. These two products did not encounter any problems in his previous life. How come when he produced these products, he faces these problems? It must be those people at the aviation factory who had missed out on something during the development stage. There is no problem with the quality. They are suing us for creating a monopoly. SHD monopoly? Feng Yu was frustrated. He had applied for the patents, and this was to prevent others from imitating his products. He wants to create a monopoly to maximize his profits. He had forgotten about the antitrust laws in the Western countries. Monopolies were not allowed in those countries. Will we lose this case? How much will we be fined? Feng Yu listlessly asked. Fu Guangjing was curious. There was no such law in China, and how come Feng Yu was willing to accept this news? How did he know about the fines for companies that created monopolies in the Western countries? Who says we will lose? We will not lose this case, and we might even make use of this lawsuit to create publicity. Fu Guangjing proudly said. Feng Yu's mood was like a roller coaster. Win against an antitrust lawsuit? In his previous life, no companies had won against an antitrust lawsuit. Many MNC, including those from Fortune 500, had paid hefty fines. Typically, when people start a lawsuit, they must have collected concrete evidence. He had never heard of any companies that were being sued for creating monopolies and still won the case. We can win. Then are they stupid? Why are they still suing us? Feng Yu asked. Fu Guangjing nearly spits out his tea. This Feng Yu changed his attitude so fast. The antitrust laws stipulates some scenarios that constitute a monopoly, buying and controlling the stocks of other firms to weaken the competitors, entering the boards of competitors' companies, for example, being the director of several competing companies, tying the sales of two products. By tying the sales of a second product to the first and forcing consumers to buy something that they may not need or want is a violation of the antitrust laws. Pricing discrimination. That is selling the same product at different prices to different buyers to keeping competitors out of the market. Business activities that will substantially weaken competition or to establish a monopoly. Feng Yu listened to Fu Guangjing carefully. It seems that the patent owned by Wind and Rain had created a monopoly and was the cause of this lawsuit. But Feng Yu was still protected by his patents, and this was considered a monopoly? Feng Yu now understands why so many companies in his previous life were willing to exchange patents with other companies. This was to prevent their company from being sued with the antitrust laws. You claim that I had monopolized this technology, but I had sold this technology to others, and because they don't produce the products I need to sell to others? It seems that we had violated this law. Then why did you say we can win this case? Feng Yu become listless again. They sued us for monopolizing this technology, and our products are priced too high. However, we did not stop any competitors from entering the market, and we did not fix the prices. We also do not tie up our products with other product. We only increase the difficulties for competitors to enter the market. If we sell our patents to another company and let them produce and sell to the Western companies, then they cannot sue us. Also, an antitrust lawsuit will take at least 1 year. During this period, we can let another company sell their products on the market there, and we will win. Fu Guangjing said, Damn, you mean that we create a competitor for ourselves? Which idiot come up with this stupid law? Feng Yu had not thought that his Wind and Rain humidifiers and bladeless fans were selling throughout the US and Europe market. No other companies can enter this market. Feng Yu was lucky that he did not develop industrial humidifiers. If he had done so, he would be sued a long time ago. Do we have other solutions? Feng Yu does not want to let go of these profits. The overseas sales for his humidifiers and bladeless fans had brought him nearly $30 million in profits. As the market grows, this profit will increase further. When the patent protection is over, he would still be able to keep the majority of the market share with his established brand. There will still be high profits. He does not want to share his earnings with others. I had only produced ultrasonic humidifiers, and you can sell thermal humidifiers or electric humidifiers, cold mist humidifiers, etc. I did not monopolize the market. You can sell regular fans or air conditioners, and I sell my bladeless fans. Why is this considered a monopoly? Yes, there is another solution. We can let others create imitations of our products, and we sue them for infringing on our copyrights. This will divert the attention from us. For instance, we can expose some of our patents to our competitors and let them produce the products. We will sue them after that. Feng Yu, what stupid idea is this? I would rather create a competitor for myself. Feng Yu suddenly remembered YEDU, China's biggest humidifier manufacturer from his previous life. Feng Yu had snatched the household humidifier market from them in this life. Why can't this YEDU develop some new products? In China, YEDU was still the leader of the industrial humidifiers. Furthermore, the biggest humidifier company in the world was a US company. Why they did not develop new products? Since we are being sued for monopolizing the market, then I will really monopolize the market. Go and contact YEDU. Tell them that we are willing to share our technologies. Feng, the general manager of YEDU and one of the shareholders, was sitting on a sofa, looking at the people in front of them. Manager Feng, why is your Taihua Trading looking for us? We are competitors. Feng asked gruffly. YEDU had already developed humidifier and was about to introduce household humidifiers. But before they could introduce their product to the market, they discovered that there were already household humidifiers in the market. But it was only thermal humidifiers, and they did not care. Based on their research, Chinese at that time had limited spending power, and not many can afford to buy those humidifiers. But soon Taihua Trading introduced the ultrasonic humidifiers, and YEDU knew how much profits Taihua Trading could make. The most surprising part was that this product was selling very well. This produce was even exported overseas, and it was sold several times more expensive than in China. YEDU was only one step behind, and Wind and Rain brand had already captured the market. The most frustrating was this Taihua Trading had even patented the technology. YDU could not manufacture similar products. Even though they had introduced another type of electric humidifiers, but the household humidifier market was already owned by Wind and Rain brand. In the end, they could only concentrate on their industrial humidifiers. But today, Taihua Trading people contacted him and wants to talk about cooperation. What cooperation was there to talk about between YDU and Taihua Trading? Manager, sure, our Taihua Trading and your YDU can be considered the leaders in China's humidifier market. We specialized in household humidifiers, and you specialized in industrial humidifiers. Your company is also selling household humidifiers in the market. What's wrong? Only you can sell household humidifiers, and we cannot sell? I know you have the patents, but our products are different from yours. When mentioned about household humidifiers, Shurfeng was furious. They had only used 3 days to figure out this ultrasonic technology, but because it was protected by patents, they could not produce. No. Manager sure misunderstood us. Our purpose here is to exchange technologies with YDU. Shurfeng stood up. What did you say? Exchange technologies. Wind and Rain humidifiers was now the market leader, and if it were Shurfeng, he would never exchange these technologies. This Taihua Trading had gone bonkers? That's right. We want to use our humidifier technology to exchange for YDU's humidifier and dehumidifier technology. Also, we can have a fair competition and do not engage in a price war. This was just like AIWA and Sony. Fair competition, legal, and cannot be considered as monopolizing the market. You want to enter the industrial humidifier market? Shurfeng felt that Taihua Trading wants to enter the industrial market. Currently, we are not very interested in the industrial humidifier market. We will still be focusing on household humidifiers. However, we will produce industrial humidifiers, but it will not in high quantities. Your company's sales will not be affected. Stop joking. In China, there was YDU, and there were many established industrial humidifiers companies overseas. Fengyu was not confident to enter this market. He was already contented with the household humidifiers market. Shurfeng does not understand why Taihua Trading wants to do this. But YDU was to stand to gain from this deal. Other than the humidifier technology, YDU had the patents of the other technologies. But other people can just modify the technologies a bit, and they could manufacture those products. However, other than the humidifiers, the market for other products was not that big. What does Taihua Trading want to do with those technologies? Just exchanging technologies? No cash involved. Of course not. We will not only exchange technologies. We will also form an alliance and act as contractors to help each other manufacture products. YDU's factory was a big factory and was located in a prime location in Beijing. If YDU was able to help Fengyu manufacture humidifiers and dehumidifiers, it can increase wind and rain productions and also lower the transportation cost. Fengyu's factory in Dongguan will also need to help YDU to manufacture their products. Fengyu even decided to help YDU export their products through Fu Guangjing Company. This way, it will solve their antitrust lawsuit //. YDU was also a government and privately owned enterprise. This would be better than letting those foreigners earn. Furthermore, YDU's technology in air purifying was one of the best in the world. In the future, Fengyu might also need to work with them too. Shurfeng thought about it. Helping each other manufacture products can also lower their cost and make use of each other advantages. This was not a bad move. Could it be that Taihua Trading wanted to make use of YDU's manufacturing capabilities? Shurfeng decided to test what was Taihua Trading's baseline. Manager Feng, I heard that Taihua Trading also owns the patent of the bladeless fan technology. Why not exchange this technology with us too? It will not be fair to use if we got to use 2 technologies to exchange for 1 technology. Fengyu and Fu Guangjing looked at each other. YDU was really greedy as they had expected. Before this meeting, they had discussed this before. Since they need to upgrade the bladeless fan technology, why not use it to exchange something with YDU? YDU still have the air purifying technology. This will be a massive market in the future. You want the bladeless fan technology too? This should not be a problem. But you must use your air purifying and vacuum cleaner technologies to exchange for it. We will be at a disadvantage if we do this exchange. So, your side should give us some benefits in our alliance. For example, the R&D to upgrade these technologies will be done on by YDU, and you must let us use it for free. Every year, you must also help us manufacture a minimum number of humidifiers, dehumidifiers, Vacuum cleaners, air purifiers, and bladeless fans add zero contractor fees. On my side, we will help YEDU export your products to other countries. We will enter other countries' market together and earn their money for China. Using two technologies to exchange for one profit-making technology was a great deal. There was no reason for Shifeng to reject. Feng's additional conditions were also acceptable. The most intriguing part of this deal to Shifeng was helping YEDU exporting their products to other countries. YEDU was shouldering the whole country's dream. In 1987, a total of $170 million was invested into this company. Until now, this company had not break even after they had developed so many products. If YEDU could export their products, then their profits will increase by a lot. The only condition which Shifeng dare not to agree immediately, YEDU had to research and upgrade these technologies and let Taihua Trading use these technologies for free. R&D cost was the highest expenditure of YEDU. He does not know how much Taihua Trading spent on R&D, but it should not be low. If not, why would Fengyu wants them to research the upgraded version of their technologies? But Fengyu had not invested much in developing these technologies. He had only let the aviation factory get part of his earnings previously. Now, Fengyu had owned all the shares of these products. Manager Feng, Mr. Fu, how long will the both of you stay here in Beijing? I need to discuss with the rest of the shareholders before I can give you a reply. Is 3 days enough? If YEDU does not accept our conditions within 3 days, we will consider other partners. Fengyu exchanged looks with Fu Guangjing and gave a deadline. 3 days later, YEDU replied to Fengyu. They agreed to cooperate with him, but they still need to sort out the details. Fengyu and Fu Guangjing were very excited. They knew that YEDU will not reject their offer. It might seem that Taihua Trading was at a disadvantage in this deal, but this deal will solve their lawsuit and also increase their presence in China. The happiest thing for Fengyu was that he had gained a free R&D department. Manager Sure, I believe that with our alliance, we would be able to grasp this market tightly in our hands. Manager Feng, don't you think it will be inappropriate if our new products had similar designs as yours? Shifeng was worried that YEDU would be considered an imitation of wind and rain. This was not good for their reputation. Similar designs? No. I had already considered this problem. For example, our bladeless fans are round, and your fans can be an oval in shape. My company had already begun designing and testing it. We had planned to introduce it next year. But now, we will not introduce this design. We will let YEDU use this design. Fengyu used a pen and drew an oval-shaped bladeless fan on a piece of paper. In his previous life, cylinder-shaped fans were the norm, but it took up too much space. The wind surface of an oval-shaped fan was smaller, but it was not much different if it was set to the rotation mode. Also, this design does not take up too much space and was also popular with the consumers. The core technologies were the same for both designs. It was only the exterior that's different. Shifeng was relieved. This way, consumers will think that it was YEDU that had innovated this new design. Manager Feng, have you decided which research direction should we go for our new products? Shifeng asked. Taihua Trading had introduced this product for so long, and it can't be that they did not research on a new upgraded product. He wants to ask Fengyu, and this would save them a lot of time. Fengyu asked him back, have managers sure gone to the south before? What do you think of the weather there? Of course, I have been to the south several times. That's why we introduced the dehumidifiers. These dehumidifiers are to target the southern region markets. During winter, there is no warm air there, and it was damp and humid. I cannot stand the weather there. Fengyu nodded. Then have you seen the heaters on the market? It looks like those electric heaters we use in the north. Of course I had seen it before. Many people in the south use them during winter. Shifeng looked at Fengyu puzzledly. Fengyu wants to manufacture electric heaters? There were not many technologies involved in those heaters, and anyone can produce it. Even if it was under the wind and rain brand, there were not many profits. Manager Sure, do you know that air conditioners also have heating functions now? Why can't our bladeless fans also incorporate warm air into it? We only need to add some heating components to it. This should not be too difficult. Shifeng's eyes sparkled. That's right. If the bladeless fan can produce warm air, then the sales will increase further. Consumers can still use these fans during winter, and consumers from colder regions will also buy their products. Manager Feng is really a genius to come up with this idea. This should not be a problem. YDU is confident to develop this product within a week. Feng Yu continued. The mist of our humidifiers is blowing upwards now. If we can also incorporate the humidifier and bladeless fan together, then we can let the mist blow out together with the air. What do you think? Feng Yu had already thought about this. This was the same as his previous life, combining many functions together in a product. This product would be a multifunctional product, and this would be the direction the home appliances industry should go. One product to solve many problems faced by the consumers. Feng Yu had wanted to introduce this product next year. He had already controlled the market, and it doesn't matter when he introduces this multifunctional product. But now, he was facing antitrust lawsuits, and he decided to launch this new product earlier. YDU can do the R&D for him. This should not be difficult. They just need to minimize the components and combine it into a product. Combining the humidifier and bladeless fan together as one product? That's right. Why can't we combine both? This way, it will increase the efficiency of humidifying the air and more people will buy it. Also, we can introduce aluminum fans. This will be more durable and at the same time, look classier. We can also use glass instead of plastic for the conventional humidifiers. By replacing parts of the exterior cover with glass, it will look more beautiful and artistic. Although it was not easy to transport glass products, they can just sell it to the local market. Anyway, there were many wealthy people in Beijing. It would be better if they break these fans. Once they were used to the products, they will surely buy a replacement. There were many officials in Beijing, and they can sell to the government agencies. This was also a huge market. Feng Yu had many creative ideas. Feng was deeply impressed with him. He was thinking in his heart. Luckily, YDU had agreed to work with Taihua Trading. There was no way YDU could compete with Taihua Trading once they introduced these products. Now, the situation had changed. Exchanging technologies, working together, and YDU's products can also be exported overseas. If a bladeless fan can be combined with the humidifier, then it can also incorporate dehumidifying and air purifying functions. There were lots of combinations. Manager Feng, how should we name these multifunctional products? Superfan. Feng Yu had already thought of this name. These combinations will be using the outlook of bladeless fans. That's why it will still be considered a fan. With the introduction of the heating humidifiers, the air conditioner industry will be affected. Until after 1994, the air conditioner's installation charges will start to drop, and China's electricity supply situation improving, wind and rain, will introduce air conditioners / But Feng Yu does not need to do it himself. He can just buy over some air conditioner manufacturer plant, like the currently unknown Gree Electric Appliances Incorporated or the presently popular Qiulan Incorporated. He was confident that wind and rain air conditioners will still be the market leader in China's air conditioner industry. Also, Feng Yu can also work with YDU for the air conditioners. He could add lots of other features to his air conditioners. Now, air conditioners with heating functions were very new in the market. There were no brands that had introduced an air conditioner with a dehumidifier function. In the future years, there will be air conditioners with UV light installed. UV lights will be installed inside the air conditioner to kill bacteria and remove the odor. YDU was a manufacturer of air purifier and had all these related technologies. But now, no one had thought of putting different functions together into a product. One reason was also the technologies were not matured now. If too many functions were to be put together into a product, the product would be huge. Feng Yu, Feng, and Fu Guangjing happily signed the contract, and their strategic alliance started. After class, Feng Yu saw Wu Jigang waiting for him outside. How is it? Do we have a chance to get the award? It was not sure when it started. China had all sorts of awards, from national level to city level. There were lots of categories, but the product that won an award can print it on the packaging. This will help the sales for the products. These types of products can even be priced higher. The consumers at this time trusted these awards. There were lesser award categories in Longjiang, and most of these awards were given to state-owned enterprises. Wind and rain products did not win anything despite the humidifiers, and bladeless fans were nominated for a technological category. Feng Yu thought that he could get at least one award. His products were all best sellers and were even exported. From Wu Jigang's expression, Feng Yu knew that he did not win anything. Wu Jigang said angrily, "Manager Feng, we will not win anything. I heard that these awards were for the state-owned enterprises. Our products were nominated was because Mayor Zhang pulled some strings. It was impossible for us to win these awards. The organizers did not take the sales volume, technology, or profits into considerations. They only look at the background of the company. Feng Yu had forgotten to send the organizers some gifts. What are the products that will win the awards? Wu Jigang told Feng Yu about the products that had won. Feng Yu had heard of some of these products, but the majority of these products were unheard of. He was not happy to lose to these unknown products. Since they do not want to give us the awards, then let's do it ourselves. We will organize an awards ceremony and present awards to ourselves. We create an awards ceremony and give the awards to ourselves? Manager Feng wants to create a fake award for themselves? Wu Jigang was shocked. Manager Feng, do we need to create fake awards for ourselves? Even if our products did not win any awards, we are still doing well both in China and overseas. Will it be risky to do this? Feng Yu stared at Wu Jigang. Risky? No. There is no risk at all. You go back to your hotel first. I still have one more class. I will discuss with you at your hotel after my lessons. In Feng Yu's previous life, many created some committees or associations and gave themselves awards. It was until many years later, these people were exposed. Many companies were making use of these associations and committees to give awards to themselves and increases their sales. These people engaged some professors or experts as judges. Some even got government officials to be the judges and will pay the judges for their appearances. Since Feng Yu was to organize an award ceremony, he will also have fixed winners. Your prize is only a certificate? Our award will be more than certificates. We will give something practical, like promote this award ceremony aggressively and let the consumers know about this. This way, those award-winning products will also be in the limelight. Jigang, you go and contact those dealers. Ask them if any impressive products did not win any awards before. We will invite these companies when we organize our own award ceremony. Manager Feng, will they want to come to the ceremony? If the judges are from the planning committee? Feng Yu smiled and asked. Planning committee? This was an influential government department. If those companies knew about this, they would be queuing up to be part of this award ceremony. There was no need to invite them. Feng Yu will not want to set up some fake association. If he wants to set up an association, he will create a real association. Master Lu can get officials to be the judges for this award ceremony. He has lots of connections with the planning committee. This association can also be registered under some planning committee. This was an easy task. Wu Jigang had an incredible look. Planning committee? You are saying that our awards will be presented by the planning committee? Didn't you say this award will be organized by ourselves? We will just use their name as a front. We can just donate some money to them, and they will agree. You don't need to worry about this. Now, the most important thing is to get some state-owned enterprises to participate. We have to make this award as grand as possible. We must also invite some prominent brands to join. I want this award ceremony to be the most prestigious industrial award in China. Master Lu, I'm Feng Yu. Are you in Beijing? I have some problems, and I need your help. Brother Feng, your problem is my problem. Tell me what happened. Master Lu agreed to help readily. The last time he helped Feng Yu, and he got high returns. He knew that Feng Yu could easily take out 1 billion renminbi for investment. He treated Feng Yu even better. Master Lu, I want to organize an awards ceremony for the business world. Can you help me register this association under some planning committee? Just tell me how much it will cost. I will transfer the money over. Master Lu was surprised. Many people went to him for help, like getting approvals, government subsidies, or awards. But this was the first time someone wanted him to help to organize an award ceremony / What was Feng Yu planning? He want to give himself awards? This was quite a difficult task, but it was not impossible. The most important thing was Feng Yu was willing to spend money. With money, all problems can be solved. It was not that Master Lu wanted Feng Yu's money. It was the planning committee that needs money. If the planning committee received some sponsorships, they would be willing to be the organizers. After all, the planning committee at this time was in charge of lots of things. This should not be a problem. Let me ask how much is needed, and we can discuss the details later. Is this urgent? A little. If possible, settle this before the year ends, and we can have the award ceremony on New Year Eve. Master Lu does not understand why Feng Yu wanted the award presentation on New Year Eve. Maybe he wanted to make use of the holiday. Although it was a bit rush, there should be sufficient time. Master Lu agreed and asked Feng Yu to wait for his news. Director Ho, I'm Feng Yu. You don't recognize my voice. Are you busy? How's your research on the engines? Ha ha ha, Manager Feng. The research is going well. It is all because of your help. Next year, we will complete this research, and we will upgrade all our existing technologies and produce one of the best helicopters in the world. Ho Haitao was in a good mood. The technologies Feng Yu got for him were a complete set. They could easily digest it and used it to improve their existing technologies. Now, the aviation factory was the #1 helicopter manufacturer in China. Director Ho, our Bing City Aviation Factory had made sure a great contribution to the nation. What award did the higher-ups give you? Feng Yu purposely asked. Award? What awards can we get? We had just understood those technologies you gave us and just produce a new prototype. Even if we are able to mass-produce this model, the higher-ups will just praise us. That's enough for us. Sigh. Director Ho, you have made such a great contribution to our nation. How can the higher-up just praise you and your factory? I heard that the planning committee will be organizing a national-level award ceremony to present awards to the factories, companies, organizations that had made great contributions to the nation. Did you receive the invitation? No. I will help you ask around. They must at least give our Bing City Aviation Factory an award for all your hard work. Don't worry about this. Just leave this to me. After hanging up the phone, Ho Haitao was in a daze. What, leave it to you? What is this award? Did I agree to participate? Why is the Feng Yu so enthusiastic to help me today? Feng Yu made a few phone calls to the companies he was familiar with. He told them about this award. He also told Lihaha about this, even though Lihaha was manufacturing health supplement products. Health supplements were also contributing to the nation. Children are the future of the nation. This was a company that he had a stake in. How can he not present this company an award? This can be called Children Contribution Award. Wu Jigang had also contacted the dealers of every province. In their region, there were many companies with outstanding products. However, these companies were still unknown. Feng Yu asked Wu Jigang to ask the dealers to check with those companies if they were interested in taking part in this award ceremony organized by the planning committee. The dealers were shocked. This was a national-level award ceremony, and these companies were invited? Invite? Of course not. This was only informing them that there was this award. If these companies wanted to participate, they have to find their own ways. The organizers were the planning committee, and the details were not announced yet. This was to let those companies know about it. Wu Jigang was puzzled. Manager Feng had said to invite more people to take part, and now, he does not want to tell those companies the details? Feng Yu patted Wu Jigang's back. If we just invite them, they might not attend. But if they are aware of this award, and it is organized by the planning committee, they will find ways to take part in this award ceremony. We do not even need to invite them. You can go and figure out yourself why they will react this way. Feng Yu had already invited some big companies and enterprises. He does not need so many companies. He wanted these companies to compete among themselves and create awareness for this award. Wu Jigang nodded and went to the side and think about the reasons why. Feng Yu liked Wu Jigang's willingness to learn and analyze his instructions. He had left Tai Hua trading with Wu Jigang to manage for him. He had managed Tai Hua trading very well in his absence. Wu Jigang can be considered groomed by Feng Yu. In the future, he will be one of the higher management of the enterprises owned by Feng Yu. However, it will still depend on Wu Jigang performance. Just inviting those people for a prize presentation would be boring. A bigger conference would be sufficient. Feng Yu still wanted to see if there were any future successful businessmen among the participants. Even if there aren't any future successful businessmen present, he could also get to know these people. Maybe there might be some profit opportunities. Huh? Manager Feng, you want to organize a gala dinner? You still want to invite celebrities? Wu Jigang had seen the motor factory organizing these types of dinners before. He was considered a worker for the motor factory in the past and had attended these dinners previously. But most of the performances during the dinner were done by the workers of the factory. Once in a while, they would invite a dance troupe to perform. Now Manager Feng still want to invite celebrities to perform? The celebrities at this time charge a lot. A performance would cost from a few thousand to tens of thousands RMB. Manager Feng still wanted all the performances to be performed by celebrities and singer. This would cost a lot. That's right. Our ceremony will be like a gala dinner. One performance for every category. This would be the minimum. Just invite all those popular celebrities, like Ji Simeo, Baldi Chun, Lu Daqing, etc. Manager Feng, If you want to make it into a gala dinner, then you need a big venue. Where can we find such a venue? CCTV. The annual Spring Festival Gala Dinner's venue is big enough. Feng Yu waved his hand. The venue at CCTV now was not as big as the future years, but it could still house at least 1,000 people. The companies he invited can also bring some of their workers to attend. This way, there would be enough audiences at the stands. At the front, there can be tables, and the representatives of the companies will be seated there. They would be able to show their faces and could quickly go up the stage to collect their award. They would also be able to interact with each other. Feng Yu was getting excited as he imagined. The host of this ceremony can be from CCTV, Jiang Shun, Zhao Zhongxiang, and I Ping, etc. They have the experience of hosting such events. That's right. We can also work with CCTV to get some of their celebrities to perform. If CCTV were to have a live broadcast or even a delayed broadcast, it would be a win-win situation for both. CCTV would have a successful gala dinner, and audiences love gala dinners. The most important thing was that CCTV does not need to spend a single cent. Feng Yu would be sponsoring everything. It was until 1998, CCTV has the New Year Eve Gala Dinner. Now, there were no special programs on TV for New Year Eve. This award presentation ceremony can be made like a gala dinner and would be shown to everyone in China. CCTV should not reject his idea. No matter what, Feng Yu must make CCTV agree to this. Manager Feng, you want to host this ceremony at CCTV? Wu Jigang thought that he was hallucinating and had misheard. Has Manager Feng gone mad? We are just trying to give ourselves an award, and we are going to host this ceremony at CCTV? CCTV is the national TV station. You must think big and then work hard towards your goal. This way, you can be successful. Now, what we need to do is to contact all those celebrities to perform for us. If we are hosting at CCTV, then we might not need to spend too much. Nothing is impossible, just do it. Feng Yu spurred out some English words which Wu Jigang does not understand. Manager Feng, what's your budget for this event? How much do you think is enough? Feng Yu asked him back. If we are not paying for their travel expenses and lodging, and those celebrities lowered their fees, we should need about 1 million renminbi. We need to spend a lot to set up the stage. Wu Jigang felt that this was a waste of money. 1 million renminbi was equivalent to a few commercials. Commercials can still boast their sales. Wu Jigang had thought that this would be a small event and would not cost much. However, Feng Yu wanted a gala dinner for this ceremony and still want to make it so grand. 1 million renminbi? It is not efficient. Just sponsoring this ceremony will cost more than 5 million renminbi. This ceremony must be grander than the Lunar New Year's Spring Festive Gala. You still need to spend some money on publicity. That would cost at least a few million more. The budget would be set at 10 million renminbi now. If it is not enough, let me know. Feng Yu stared at Wu Jigang. This Wu Jigang was too stingy. What can you do with 1 million? In the future years, those gala programs need at least a few hundred million. Those provincial TV stations were still making money. Countless companies wanted to sponsor these programs. The ratings for these gala programs and the repeat telecast were the highest. The audience can also view it over the internet. This was the chance to let those companies showcase their brands. Now, other than the Lunar New Year Eve Spring Festival Gala Night, CCTV does not have any other similar programs. Feng Yu was sure that his awards ceremony gala dinner will be a success, and it will even be broadcast several times. If he were able to do product placement in this ceremony, it would be like advertising several times. The effects of this product placement would be better than TV commercials. 10 million renminbi? Not enough, let him know. Wu Jigang felt his legs go soft. How grand does Manager Feng want this ceremony to be? Even the Spring Festival Gala Night also does not cost so much. Looking at Feng Yu's sparkling eyes, Wu Jigang felt that Feng Yu was possessed. Even if you have the money, you should not be spending this way. Oh, it's Manager Feng. Why are you here so early? The bidding for advertisement slots is next month. Deputy Station Chief Jia saw Feng Yu and shook his hands. If it weren't for Feng Yu, their advertisement fees would not increase so fast. During last year's advertising slots bidding, Feng Yu had renewed his contracts without hesitations and even bought many more slots. If Feng Yu did not choose to renew his contracts, CCTV would be gone. Chief Jia had heard from his secretary that Manager Feng had come to CCTV, and he immediately postponed all his meetings for Feng Yu. He wants to ask Feng Yu how much he was willing to spend on next year's advertisement slots. Chief Jia, I am not here to talk about the advertising slots. I am organizing a gala dinner, and I want to work with CCTV. The smile on Chief Jia's face froze. What was Feng Yu talking about? Want to work with CCTV to organize a gala dinner? Does Feng Yu not know CCTV is the national TV station? How can a government agency work with a private company? This Feng Yu was getting more and more arrogant. Did he think that he was CCTV's biggest client and he can do what he wants? Chief Jia's smile disappeared. Manager Feng, did I hear wrongly? You want CCTV to work with you to organize a gala dinner? This joke is not funny. Feng Yu was feeling helpless. He knew that these people were too conservative. He should at least hear him out before rejecting him. Deputy Chief Jia, listen to me first. This gala dinner is an award presentation ceremony. The organizer of this event is the Planning Committee. National Planning Committee. National Planning Committee Award Presentation Ceremony? How come I had not heard of this before? Even if it is real, what has it got to do with you? Feng Yu patted his chest. You should also know that the Planning Committee does not have the money to host a gala dinner, and CCTV will never spend on this. I am the humble sponsor of this ceremony. Taihua Trading is sponsoring a grand gala dinner. Deputy Chief Jia asked. A grand gala dinner was not a small event that cost peanuts. You don't know anything, and you want to sponsor? The expenses for this gala dinner might be more than all of your advertising fees. What an arrogant young brat. Oh, Manager Feng is going to sponsor this event. Then do you know how much these types of event cost? Even if we exclude the lightings, props, equipment, actors' fees, costumes, etc., it will cost at least 2 to 3 million renminbi. How much are you going to sponsor? Deputy Chief Jia sneered and slowly picked up his teacup to take a sip. 2 to 3 million renminbi is enough? I had prepared 5 million. Feng Yu said with a surprised look. Cough. What did you say? How much did you set aside? Deputy Chief Jia was choked by his tea. 5 million renminbi. That's great. Since it does not cost so much, I will call my office and tell them to save the money. No. It will cost that much. Deputy Chief Jia shouted. 5 million. This was 5 million renminbi. This gala dinner will be the grandest gala dinner. They can use the best materials for the stage, props, performing costumes, makeup, etc. Even so, they might not cost 5 million renminbi. After shouting, Deputy Chief Jia regretted. He was only thinking about 5 million and forgotten that this would mean he agreed to host this event. That's great. Deputy Chief Jia, then can we talk about the setup for the stage? Feng Yu said. He does not want to let Chief Jia have the chance to regret. Manager Feng, we still need the higher-ups' approval for this gala dinner. We cannot just host it like this. Deputy Chief Jia wanted the money, but he dared not agree. At least he needs the approval from the TV station chief. When he said this, he was feeling embarrassed. Why do you still need approval? This gala dinner is on New Year Eve. CCTV only have a spring gala night once a year, and your audiences do not have any special programs. Isn't New Year Day our holidays? No. New Year's Day is not our traditional holiday. Deputy Chief Jia said firmly. New Year's Day was only the first day of the calendar. Chinese should go by the lunar calendar. Feng Yu, is New Year's Day an important holiday for our country? Feng Yu asked. Yes. Deputy Chief Jia nodded. This was a public holiday everywhere. China had also declared January 1st as a public holiday. I remember CCTV have a hotline. You can tell your higher-ups that this was the request from your viewers. They want to watch a New Year's Day gala event. Your leaders will approve. This was the request by the viewers of the whole of China. They will give in and let you host it. Feng Yu said. This Deputy Chief Jia does not even know how to persuade the higher-ups. Useless. It's only a gala dinner. Why would the higher-ups not agree? Deputy Chief Jia's jaws dropped. Request from the public? Can this really do? I am sure. When you report to your leaders, you must emphasize that this is the request by your audiences and also the planning committee. This is not only a gala night. It is also an award presentation ceremony. This most important thing is that CCTV does not need to spend a single cent. CCTV can even profit from this. At the same time, CCTV can train your staff to host major event programs. This way, Spring Gala Night will be better. Deputy Chief Jia looked at Feng Yu. This Feng Yu was really persuasive. But what Feng Yu said was really true. There were already complaints that there was a lack of special programs. CCTV also wanted to make special programs, but they do not have the funds. Now, someone was sponsoring, and the organizer was a prestigious government agency. The most important thing was that CCTV could also profit from it. The higher-ups might give the approval. Deputy Chief Jia thought about this and felt that this was also a good idea. But we do not have enough time to prepare for this show. We will not have any good performances, Deputy Chief Jia mumbled. He was considering the possibilities of hosting this event. What's so difficult? Get 2 crosstalk performers, get a few actors and actresses from the drama department for some sketches. If you do not have any singers, I can invite some singers from Hong Kong, or get Mr. Lee to get his choir to perform. As long as their performance is not the same as the Spring Night Gala, it should not be a problem. You can leave the performers and the performance to me. This program duration would not be as long as the Spring Night Gala. 2 hours should be sufficient. There will be an awards presentation, and 10 performances should be enough. Deputy Chief Jia did not expect Feng Yu to even consider the details. He must report this to the station chief immediately. Deputy Chief Jia reported to the station chief. He emphasized that this award ceremony was not only organized by the planning committee, and also it was a special New Year Days program. If the response is good, they can host it every year since they don't need to spend and still get profits. How to get profits? The rental of the venue, their workers' salaries, etc. CCTV does not need to worry about the performers. Feng Yu had promised to hire celebrities to perform. CCTV had also considered inviting celebrities to perform during the Spring Festival Gala night, but they do not have the budget. They can only afford the expenses of the celebrities for a day. This includes train tickets, a packed lunch, and lodging for a night. Many stars were not willing to perform for the Spring Festival Gala night, as they still need to rush home to celebrate Lunar New Year. This was very different from the future years. In the future, celebrities were even willing to pay to perform. If a celebrity got to perform at the Spring Festival Gala night, their net worth would increase by at least 10 times. There was once a second-rated singer whose appearance fees was about 30,000 renminbi. But after performing at the Spring Festival Gala night, his appearance fees increased to over 1 million renminbi. He had more jobs than he can take on. The station chief thought for a long time. Old Jia, can this really work? Chief, at least our audiences are on our side. If the higher-ups want to talk about regulations, they would also not go against all the viewers, the whole nation. I think we can try. Furthermore, we can use the planning committee as a shield. If this special program were a success, then Deputy Chief Jia would get the credit, and he would be next in line to take over the position of the station chief. But if this does not work out, they can just treat it as an ordinary awards presentation. Anyway, it will be recorded. Fine. We will have a meeting with the rest to discuss this. Who did you say is the sponsor? That Tai Hua Trading's Feng Yu? That young boy who sells humidifiers? Yes. He does not only sell humidifiers. The bladeless fans, Songjiang motorcycles, and the popular AIWA Walkman are all his. This kid is competent. Beep, beep. Feng Yu took a look at his pager and went to look for a phone booth to return the call. Is this section Chief Chen? I am Feng Yu. Manager Feng, I have good news for you. The TV station leaders agreed to help the planning committee to host the gala dinner. There is no need for official documents, but it would be best if someone from the planning committee can come over for a meeting. This will prevent any miscommunications. Fine. Thank you. I will let them know. After hanging up the phone, Feng Yu waved his fist in triumph. Now he got to settle the planning committee side. He needs to hurry Master Lu. He had to get the planning committee to agree. If not, the CCTV would be offended. Master Lu, how is it going? Feng Yu asked. It's settled. The development planning committee will be the main organizer of this event. The rest of the planning committees will be listed as co-organizers. Also, the industrial department will also be joining in. They will be the judges panel. You mentioned that you will be sponsoring all their expenses, am I right? That's right. The office rental, wages, operation costs, etc. will all be on me. But can I get a place in this committee? Feng Yu asked. Want a place in the committee? Master Lu was troubled. If Feng Yu is 40 or 50 years old, or even 30 years old, it would not be a problem to be on this organizing committee. But Feng Yu was less than 20 years old, and what would the rest of the members think? They had worked for decades to reach this position, and a young brat is on par with them? Brother Feng, this is a bit difficult. Why not you nominate someone else? You are too young. Feng Yu, age discrimination again. Fine, I will consider. Oh, how many committee members can I nominate? There will be 7 members on this judging panel. This planning committee and the industrial department will be taking 4 seats for now. The remaining 3 seats can be your people. But you don't need to worry. Just let me know the companies you wanted to win the awards. I will make arrangements. There should not be any problems. 3 organizing committee members and still need to be old and have status. Then Ho Haitao, Li Mingda, and Li Shiyu should fit the bill. Feng Yu was confident that these 3 people will help him fix all the winners. He does not want to let others win any awards in this ceremony. Master Lu had said that the government side was holding 4 seats for now. That means they might want lesser places. Must find a way to make them give up 2 of their seats. Master Lu, what is the name of this awards? What are the categories and how many of these awards are for group and individuals? This was what Feng Yu was most worried about. If in the end, there were only 1 or 2 awards, then Feng Yu would have wasted his efforts. Master Lu replied in proud tone. The committee and awards categories were not decided yet. You can decide the number of awards and categories. The committee will decide the winners. You think about it and let me know. This is the first time we are organizing this award ceremony. Don't create too many categories. Feng Yu also know about this. If he created a few dozen awards, then this award would be worthless. He planned to have about 5 or 6 group awards and 5 or 6 individual awards. He wants at least half of the winners to be the ones he appointed. What fair and open? I am spending money, and I will decide the winners. The organizing committee must use China or national in its title. This way, it will sound more prestigious. 3 days later, Feng Yu had found the office for the organizing committee. It was near the National Planning Committee building. The office was about 100 SQM. But no one would be working in this office. Most of the time this office would be vacant. The leaders from the planning committee were just using their names in this association. They do not care about the running of this association. Their jobs were to be the judges and announce the winners. Feng Yu would be the one that arranges everything, including the winners. A new graduate was sent by the planning committee to be stationed in this office. He was unhappy with this assignment. Feng Yu was laughing in his heart. In the future years, many government officials wanted to be posted to these types of offices. They would get the chance to meet many people and get to accumulate experiences. The most important thing was the benefits. Master Lu nodded. This is Mr. Feng. He is also the organizer of this ceremony. Later he will tell you the titles of the committee members and also the award categories. You prepare a report for the leaders. Master Lu was not from the planning committee, but everyone from the planning committee knows him. He was ordering this new staff as if he was his staff. This association will be named as China Business Contribution Judging Panel. There will be a few award categories, and each category will have group winners and individual winners. The association was set up. Feng Yu had also decided that Taihua Trading will win some innovative awards for his bladeless fans and humidifiers. He still thought what awards should be given to the motor factory, aviation factory, and the machinery company. The machinery company's agriculture machines were the most advanced in China. Feng Yu decided to set up a category that suits this industry. What about the motor factory and the aviation factory? Feng Yu had discussed with Li Shiyu and Ho Haitao. Some of the things their factories produced were confidential. Even though they had made some breakthrough with their technologies, they were not allowed to disclose to the public. For instance, the helicopter technologies developed by the aviation factory were confidential and cannot be disclosed. When the both of them heard that CCTV will be broadcasting this event, and it was organized by the planning committee and the industrial department, they agreed that they will pass Feng Yu some technologies that were allowed to disclose. These technologies were the most advanced in China too. Feng Yu had also discussed with Li Haha. However, it was not possible to set up a category for the health supplement industry. He can only allocate Li Haha to the beverage category. In this category, Li Haha cannot compete with Jianlibo. Jianlibo was the market leader at that time, and the rest of the companies in this category were only to make up the numbers. But Feng Yu will give Zhong Qingxian a chance to appear on TV. This will be a recorded program and will be broadcast on TV. But the whole nation will still be watching this program. This was also a chance to market their products. Wind and Rain Logistics will also not be winning any awards. They were not even qualified to be nominated. If Feng Yu were to let Wind and Rain Logistics qualified or win an award, it would show everybody that this award ceremony was fixed. Although the winners for this award ceremony were set, the winners and the nominated companies must still achieve some result. Wind and rain logistics scale was still too small. Despite expanding to Beijing, their fleet and capacity were limiting their growth. When the machinery company starts to their heavy vehicles production, Feng Yu will convince his brother-in-law to procure a bigger fleet of vehicles and expand his operations. The logistics industry now was not well developed. It was hard to arrange train carriages, and there were not many long-distance trucks. However, this was the best opportunity to capture the market. In a few more years, there will be a lot of small logistic companies popping up. At that time, companies can only cooperate with each other, and this was not good for their branding and service standards. Feng Yu suddenly remembered that wind and rain logistic cannot be qualified, but his father's company can. His animal feeds were the best seller in China, and Tianpeng Pig Farm was well known in the Northeast region. It can be considered the #1 pork brand in China. Furthermore, Tianpeng Pig Farm was the first modernized pig farm in China. Even if his father cannot win any awards, he can still be one of the nominees. Feng Yu immediately called home to ask his father. He knows that his father would be glad to know about this. Hello? Mom? Where's Dad? I need to talk to him. Old phone, come over and stop smoking. It's Feng Yu's call, Zhang Muhua shouted. Hello? Son, how's university? Are you able to cope? How's the food there? Feng Xingtai asked Feng Yu about his life in Beijing. Dad, don't worry about me. I am good with my studies, and all my teachers and professors kept praising me. The food here is still edible. That's good to hear. Feng Xingtai was also not worried about his son. He knew that his son was a spendthrift and will spend a lot to have an extravagant lifestyle. But he still wants to ask him out of concern. Dad, I need to discuss something with you. Do you want to appear on CCTV? Huh? CCTV? Feng Xingtai was surprised. Appear on CCTV? The National Planning Committee had set up an association to judge the performance of China's companies. Those companies or individuals that had made contributions to China will be presented an award. There will be an awards ceremony gala dinner on New Year's Eve, and the winners will be going on stage to receive the award. You are telling me that I will be getting an award in front of the whole nation's viewers? Feng Xingtai could not hold back his excitement. Feng Yu helplessly said, Dad, listen to me first. This award is a national award for those companies and individuals that had made significant contributions to the nation. Your small company has only so few workers, and the production is too low. You think you can win the award? Feng Xingtai lost interest immediately. Then why are you asking me? Dad, even though you cannot win the award, but you can still qualify as one of the nominees. Your face will still be shown on TV. The whole nation can still see you. Are you interested? Feng Yu was not interested in being on TV, but he knew that his father wished to be on TV badly. What is a nominee? Doesn't that mean that I have a chance of winning the award? Who will be presenting the award? Is it our nation's top leaders? Feng Xingtai asked. Dad, the winners had all been decided by the judging panel, and your son can only let you be one of the nominees. You will not be winning any awards, but trust me, at the rate your company is growing, you will win an award within 3 years. Oh, need 3 years. Feng Xingtai was disappointed. Feng Yu was feeling speechless. You think 3 years is too long? Most companies and individuals can never even qualify for a national-level award in their lifetime. Furthermore, this ceremony was organized by the National Planning Committee and Industry Department. If the Agricultural Department was involved, then Feng Yu can set up an agricultural category. Dad, stop being picky. This is a national-level award. It will be an honor to be able to even qualify. You and Mom can come over a few days earlier before the event. I will help the both of you to dress up. I will make sure the both of you will look good on TV. Also, let Professor Su know about this. If he is interested, he can attend with his wife. Professor Su was now the expert in modernized pig rearing. He had helped Tianpeng Pig Farm for free, and Feng Yu should invite him to this event. Of course, Tianpeng Pig Farm had let Professor Su and his students set up their research facility there to do their researches. At first, Feng Xingtai was not entirely happy with this arrangement. But Feng Yu had explained to his father what a research facility was. If their pigs had any illness, they could let Professor Su treat them for free. Professor Su and his students will also guide the maintained of their farm. In return, Professor Su will conduct his lessons at their farm. Their staff can also attend his lessons. This was also good publicity for their farm. Providing internships for Professor Su's students was also a good thing. Feng Xingtai only needs to provide food and lodging for them, and he will have free labors. Those interns that performed well will be recruited after they graduated. After Feng Yu's explanation, Feng Xingtai treated Professor Su even better. He decided to give in to all of Professor Su's demands and see if he will assign more interns to Tianpeng Pig Farm. He still lacked manpower at his farm in Shenyang. Okay, I will ask Professor Su. I will call you again before we leave for Beijing. Son, I really have no chance to win any awards. Feng Xingtai asked again. Feng Yu, Dad, although this award ceremony is created by your son, I can't make it too obvious. Please stop thinking about winning the awards. Manager Feng, it's been a while. Are you looking for me to shoot a new commercial? Zhu Simeo shook Feng Yu's hand enthusiastically. Although Zhu Simeo prefers artistic films, he was not a stubborn person. His contract with Feng Yu was a long-term contract, and every time he shoots a commercial for Feng Yu, he would receive a red packet and star treatments. Many people had told him that he was missing out on this contract, but he does not mind. Feng Yu was willing to pay. Zhu Simeo had transferred from August 1st Film Studios to China Broadcasting Performing Arts Troupe. He also planned to further his studies abroad. He had asked Taihua Trading if there were plans to shoot a new commercial, as he only has time during the winter. New commercial? Not so early. The current commercial can last for a few months. Next summer, we will shoot the new commercial. We will shoot the new commercial in the southern mountains. I am here for another matter. Have you prepared for your skit on Spring Gala Night? It's ready. We have started the rehearsals. What? Zhu Simeo looked at Feng Yu. Why was Feng Yu so concerned about his skit for the Spring Gala Night? Oh, it's like this. CCTV will be hosting a gala dinner on New Year's Eve. I want to invite you and Baldi Chun to perform a skit. The theme is about contributing to China's economy. Are you able to prepare a good script? New Year's Eve gala dinner? Zhu Simeo was wondering, when did CCTV have a special program for New Year's Eve? Just the Spring Night Gala had used up most of CCTV's resources. How can they still manage a New Year's Eve gala dinner? Furthermore, does CCTV have the funds to host two major events within a short time? This was not a small sum. The stage for both events cannot be the same. It would be hard for CCTV to arrange for the performers too. How can they cope? Manager Feng, how come I have not heard of this New Year's Eve gala dinner? Zhu Simeo was now one of China's artistes and will receive invitations to perform on Spring Gala Night with Baldi Chun. He had a good relationship with CCTV, but he was not aware of this event. Feng Yu briefly explained this New Year's Eve gala dinner. Awards presentation ceremony gala night? Why do you need so many programs for an awards ceremony? You are still inviting celebrities from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Their appearance fees are costly. Don't worry about that. They will be getting the same fees as our local artistes. I promise that they will not be paid more than our performers. Of course, this event is different from Spring Gala Night. Every program will get a red packet, and I guarantee that there will be at least a 5-figure amount in the red packet. This is to thank the hard work of the performers. 5-figure amount. This was considered a lot. But for Zhu Simeo, this was not a lot. After leaving August 1st Film Studios, he can accept other jobs and his fees was quite high. However, those jobs were for those nightclubs, etc., and he seldom accepts it. He had even rejected jobs that will pay him more than 500,000 renminbi. He felt that endorsing those products would affect his image. He was not short of money. Okay, other than the theme of contributing to China's economy, is there any more requirements? Feng Yu thought for a while. Can your performance be related to the machinery company? About our Songjiang motorcycle factory. After your performance, directly will be going on stage to receive an award. No problems. I will come up with the script this week, and we can start the rehearsals next week. Okay, then I will leave it with you. When you are studying abroad and you need help, you can call me. Maybe I can help you with my overseas connections. Mr. Wang, you should know how hard it was for this chance to come by. You should know Fei Xiang. After he had performed at CCTV Spring Gala Night, he was well known throughout China. I know her songs are very popular, and her albums are selling well. But how many albums did she sell in China? In China, many people listened to her songs, but how many recognized her? CCTV will be the best platform for her to show her face in China. This platform can be considered the biggest platform in the whole world. There will be a few 100 million viewers watching this program. Fu Guangjing had followed Feng Yu's script to speak to the boss of a Hong Kong's records company. He wants to get his approval to let Caillou perform in Beijing New Year's Eve gala dinner. She can sing 2 songs, one old and one new. But other than sponsoring her air tickets and expenses, there were no appearance fees. The records company boss did not agree. Caillou was one of the top singers at that time and charges more than 5-figure for one song. How can she just get sponsors for transportation and expenses only? But the boss was also tempted by what Fu Guangjing said. China was a vast market. He had always wanted to enter this market, but failed. If his artiste can perform at CCTV like Fei Xiang, then maybe he can have a concert in China. Concerts can bring in lots of money. In the end, Fu Guangjing sponsored Caillou, and an assistant's expenses and the records company agreed. At the same time, Fu Guangjing also bought the music rights from this record company. Fu Guangjing had also managed to invite Aaron Kwok. Aaron Kwok had just released his second album, and his popularity was soaring. But in China, he was the same as a lot of other Hong Kong singers. Their songs were popular, but no one knows about him. His albums were selling well, but the record company did not make any money. Those albums were all counterfeits. It was the same conditions. The example used by Fu Guangjing was Chung Mingman. Chung Mingman's songs and dances cannot be compared to Aaron Kwok. But Chung Mingman's fans in China was more than 10 times than Aaron Kwok. This was because Chung Mingman had performed on China's Spring Festival Gala Night. He had lots of fans in China and has played more than 100 concerts there. This was an unbeatable record. When Aaron Kwok's company heard that Taiwanese Caillou would also be performing, they agreed. Caillou was more popular than Aaron Kwok at that time. Fu Guangjing also wanted to buy the rights of most of their songs. Actually, Feng Yu wanted to invite Teresa Tung from Taiwan. But Teresa Tung was not feeling well and seldom perform outside of Taiwan. In the end, Feng Yu can only ask the singer of Caillou. Hong Kong's Leslie Chung and Samuel Hui had announced their retirement, and Feng Yu was not able to invite them. Feng Yu had spent a lot of time to pick the performers. He had to consider their public image and their songs. Although China had started to open up, the performers cannot sing love songs at the awards ceremony. Feng Yu could not invite a lot of his favorite singers. Feng Yu also invites some songs and dance artistes, acrobatics, magic, crosstalks, etc. from China performing troupes. There was a total of 12 performances, one for each award category. Those local artistes agreed immediately when they heard that it was CCTV's program. To them, it was an honor to receive an invitation to perform at CCTV. Within a week, Feng Yu had settled all the performers. Although the cost was high, compared to the market value of those performers, this was nothing. If it were Feng Yu's previous life, all these performers would cost at least a few million RMB. Now, Feng Yu had spent less than 1,000 renminbi for each program. Feng Yu received the rundown and frowned. This program was too dull. Director Su, I think there are some problems with this program list. Feng Yu went to look for the chief program director of New Year's Eve gala dinner, Su Yiping. Su Yiping heard what Feng Yu said, and his face turned black. Manager Feng, what do you mean? What's wrong with this program list? All the performers are invited by you, and you are the one who planned their performances. I am just following what you wanted. What else do you want? Su Yiping was furious. He was a chief program director, but the higher-ups had let Feng Yu invite all the performers and plan their performances. Now this Feng Yu came to him and tell him that there are problems with the program list. You are the one who designed these performances. Why are you saying that there is a problem with this list? He was the chief program director for the gala dinner and the Spring Festival Gala Night. He was furious for letting a young brat telling him what to do. If Feng Yu were not the sponsor for this program and also the representative of the association, he would have chased him away. Director Su, I had invited these celebrities and also planned their performances. But your order is not right. For instance, this song should be the opening performance. Then Bing City's Aviation Factory will be getting their award. This should be the 4th performance and followed by Bing City's Machinery Company getting its award. These performances were selected carefully for each award category. You had mixed up the order. Feng Yu pointed to the program list and said, because of the theme, Feng Yu had wrote 2 songs and invited a new singer Sun Nen to perform. Was the song that would let Sun Nen become famous. But now, this song was not written. Sun Nen had become China's top male singer with this song. In the future, he will sing the song, and he will become well known throughout Asia. But now, Feng Yu had found Sun Nan and let him participate in this program. He even wrote 2 songs for him, and Sun Nan agreed readily. He can perform on CCTV special program? In this era, anyone that performed on a gala night will become famous throughout China. This was a representation of the performer's status. Those singers that got the chance to perform at Spring Festival Gala Night were all professional singers. They were the pillar of their companies and troops. They received star treatments. The rest of the singers could not make any money. Most of their songs might be popular, but no one knows them. If they get the chance to perform on Gala Night, their lives would be different. Although this was not the Spring Festival Gala Night, it was still the New Year's Eve Gala dinner. Sun Nin also knew that some of China's top singers, dancers, Zhu Simeo and Baldi Chen Duo, magicians and cross-talkers would be performing. There were even singers from Hong Kong and Taiwan. He was only a newbie in this industry. How could he refuse this offer? However, Sun Nin was worried that he does not have any good songs to perform. But when he heard a demo of the songs written by Feng Yu, he was overjoyed. These 2 songs were great. The pitches of these songs were high and suit his voice perfectly. The lyrics were perfect too. Feng Yu had written these 2 songs to promote Bing City Aviation Factory and Motor Factory. He could only find Sun Nin to sing these songs. This director Su had mixed up the order of the performance and had wasted all his efforts. The Motor Factory to fly like a flag? They will come falling down. You think you know more than me? Have you directed any gala nights before? You know how many times I had directed the Spring Festival Gala Night. If you think you are better than me, then go and tell the leaders to replace me. Su Yiping roared at Feng Yu. This young brat needs to be taught a lesson. He was too arrogant. Does he think that he was wealthy and he can do whatever he wants? In CCTV and even in the whole of China, Su Yipeng was one of the best program directors for big events. He was the one that directs all songs and dances performance during Spring Festival Gala Night. Now someone was telling him that his order of the performance was wrong? What a joke. What's wrong with this order? Feng Yu looked at Su Yipeng. He had directed the Spring Festival Gala Night. This program now cannot even be compared to the gala nights produced by the provincial TV stations 20 years later. The order of the performances was wrong, and the camera angles and switching order had problems too. These were all not in line with the themes, and why was this director still so proud? If it wasn't Feng Yu cannot be the director, he really wanted to replace this director. But Feng Yu is not representing the association, and he cannot order CCTV around. He can only try to persuade this director. Director Su, you misunderstood me. I really like the shows you directed. Someone else should have done this program list. I had only planned the performance for the celebrities, and I do not know the details. However, the lyrics for this song goes like this. Fly to the sky, shoulders to shoulders with the sun. This was specially written for Bing City's aviation factory. Feng Yu explained his idea of a performance catered for every award category winner. Su Yiping listened to Feng Yu, and he also has many ideas. He felt that Feng Yu was quite creative. All the performances were related to the awards. This was a good idea, but something was not right about this. If every program was related to the winners, then the audience will know who the winners were. What's the point of reading out the nominees? Manager Feng, I understand what you are talking about. But have you ever thought that if this song were performed, then the audiences would know that Bing City's aviation factory is the winner? Then what's the point of announcing the winners during the program? Feng Yu's mouth could fit an egg. Damn, why didn't I consider this problem before? I am still a novice. I can only use some ideas from the programs I watched before. It seems that this director Su makes sense. But so what? The winners of the awards ceremonies now knew in advance before the show. You want to reprimand me? I will give you a lesson on how to direct an awards ceremony. Those nominees were there to just show their faces. They knew that they would not win the award. The audiences just want to watch the performances. They will not mind. Even if they mind, just let them be. If the performances were good, then that would make up for this. There was also no internet yet. Those audiences cannot voice their complaints about the show on internet. Just the lineup of the performers was sufficient to attract viewers. If they do not like, then don't watch it. This was a program that could challenge the Spring Festival Gala Night. Su Yiping's foul temper had pissed Feng Yu off. Feng Yu wants to teach him a lesson. Director Su, with this performance order list, how are you going to announce the nominees? How are you going to pan and switch the cameras? Feng Yu waved the program list at Su Yiping. Announce the nominees? Just let the host announce them. Why do you still need to pan and switch cameras? Feng Yu said in an unpleasant tone. Just read out the names? Don't need to pan and switch cameras? You really think that this is the New Year's Eve gala night? Don't forget that this is an awards presentation ceremony. This program is to give out awards. Although there are no big screens, the live audiences cannot see, but the audiences in front of the TV see the nominees. Every name that was read out, the camera should zoom in to the nominee's face for at least 3 seconds. We still have to film them? Of course. This way, people will know who the nominees are. To them, being qualified as a nominee is also an achievement. The nominees must show their faces on TV. Feng Yu had promised those companies that participate. Of course, this airtime was not free. Feng Yu had charged these companies that wanted to show their face on TV for 100,000 renminbi. You want to show your face on CCTV for free? You think 100,000 RMB was too expensive? You will be seated at the round tables in front of the stage, and your seats will have your name and organizations. The whole nation will know you and your company. Not only this program will be broadcast on New Year's Day, but there will also be repeat telecast. Soon, this program will be made into VCD, and this VCD will be given free to the consumers when they buy the VCD players. That will be another way to increase your brand awareness. What? You do not know what a VCD is? VCD player can be considered a new type of video cassette player. It is still under development and will be launched next year. Don't you think all these benefits were worth 100,000 renminbi? Feng Yu charges those fixed winners more. Even though some of the winners were not set by Feng Yu was still able to charge them money. It was because Feng Yu was selling seats. Why was Feng Yu selling seats? The venue at CCTV was very big, and there were stands at the back. When you are receiving your award on the stage, don't you want your staffs to see? This can also be a benefit to your workers. You think 300,000 renminbi for the tickets was too expensive? Think about this. If all your workers in the stands were wearing the same clothes, and when the cameras pan towards the audiences, the people in front of the TV will remember your company. This would be better than advertising on CCTV. Furthermore, your staffs are coming to CCTV to watch this program, and they might have the chance to be on TV. There are lots of people fighting for the tickets. Just be charging those companies. Feng Yu have got back the money he spent to sponsor this event. He still made a small profit. If he did not give the motor factory, aviation factory discounts, he would have made over 1 million RMB. Feng Yu told Su Yiping about the switching of cameras. Although he was not in this industry, he was still about to explain his ideas clearly. This way, he needs more cameras, and the cameraman must be able to find those people fast. This was what Feng Yu learned from those movie awards he watched in his previous life. When the cameras showed the stars in their seats, the stars will make funny faces or actions. This will attract more viewers. Su Yipeng was surprised by Feng Yu's ideas. He had to switch cameras this way for this award ceremony? This should not be a problem for them, but there was not enough budget for the additional cameras. Feng Yu waved his hand and said, "You calculate how much more is needed for the additional cameras and let me know. I will pay for it." When Feng Yu said this, Su Yiping's anger subsided. This Feng Yu was not the producer, but he was the sponsor. Director Su, there is also a problem with the table arrangements. What is the problem? The 2 round tables in front are for those nominees, and the other audiences are seated at the back. What's wrong? Su Yiping was going crazy. Why Feng Yu felt that everything he planned was wrong? Even if what you said earlier was right, but what's wrong with the seating arrangements? How are you going to arrange the seating for the round tables? The winners will be sitting in front and the other nominees behind them? Those government units in front, individuals at the back? The bigger companies in the middle and the smaller companies at the sides? What's wrong with that? Doesn't all seating arrangements like this? Those more important people in front and center? You said that you wanted to give these people airtime, and important people should be getting more airtime. Feng Yu shook his head. Director Su, you are wrong. We are doing an awards presentation ceremony. You must remember it. Su Yiping felt like strangling Feng Yu. How many times must you remind me that this is an awards presentation ceremony? Awards presentation ceremony seating arrangements must be by the awards category. We have a total of 12 awards, 6 group awards, and 5 individual awards. So, there should be 12 tables and 2 rows. That's right. This was what I had planned. Su Yiping interrupted. Feng Yu glanced at Su Yiping and continues. 12 tables, and the front row are for the groups, and the back rows are for the individuals is fine. But those nominees and the winners for the same categories must be seated at the same table. What? How can all the people from the same award category be sitting at the same table? Su Yiping thought that this was not possible. They are all competitors, and those that did not win the award will not be happy to be sitting with the winner. Feng Yu looked at Su Yiping again. Why can't they be sitting together? Also, the signage with their names on the tables should be prominent. When the cameras are pointing at them, their names and companies should be captured by the cameras too. All the audiences must see it too. You think these people dare to show black faces at CCTV venue? They will be facing the whole nation's viewers, and they should be glad that they can even be a nominee. Furthermore, the winner can still receive the congratulations of the other nominees in the same industries. It does not matter if those congratulations were sincere or not. When the cameras were facing them, they will surely be smiling. They are at CCTV venue. Who dares to create trouble? Furthermore, who said that those people must be competitors? They might even cooperate. Also, when the winner is getting the award on stage, the cameras can also zoom in on the expressions of the other nominees. The audiences should like to see their reactions. Isn't it too evil to show the expressions of the losers to the viewers? Su Yiping cannot accept it. What Feng Yu said early still made some sense, but he cannot accept this. In Feng Yu's previous life, this part of the awards presentation was the most interesting. The audiences love it to see the reactions of the other nominees that did not win the awards. Anyway, the winner will be on the stage to say his thank you speech. What's wrong with giving the losers some airtime? Feng Yu can still arrange for some people to show sad faces. The audiences will feel that the winners were not fixed. It was impossible to convince all the viewers, but there should not be a problem to convince most of the viewers. Now, we have finished talking about the round tables. I noticed that the audience stands at the back have problems too. Su Yiping's veins were almost bursting. How come there are so many problems? Feng Yu had gone to look for Deputy Chief Jia to take about this gala dinner, and so Deputy Chief Jia was overall in charge of this event. He had heard that they will be discussing performance order, and he wants to come and take a look. If there are any problems, he can make the decision on the spot. This will be CCTV's second grandest special program. If this gala dinner was a success, Feng Yu said that he would sponsor this program every year. What's happening? Why was Su Yiping arguing with Feng Yu? Xiao Lu, what is going on over there? Deputy Chief Jia asked the chief video editor of the gala dinner. Chief Jia, Little Manager Feng, and Director Su are discussing the gala dinner. Chief Jia stared at this chief video editor. Their faces were all red, and you are telling me that they are discussing? They are obviously arguing. Deputy Chief Jia walked over. Chief video editor wanted to let Su Yiping know, but Deputy Chief Jia signaled to him to keep quiet. He wants to listen to what was the argument about. Feng Yu might be young, but he was very creative. This can be seen from his commercials at the CCTV. Deputy Chief Jia had heard that Feng Yu was the one that came up with the Songjiang motorcycle commercial. He was very impressed with Feng Yu's creativity. But a gala dinner was very different from a commercial. A commercial only needs few people to act and shoot. And also, it was just a few minutes long. A gala dinner program was very different. Lots of manpower were required, and it was a few hours long. How come from Su Yiping's expression, he seems to be losing in this argument with Feng Yu. Director Su, this venue should have 500 to 600 seats. I heard that the CCTV staffs will be receiving the tickets for this event. There is nothing wrong with this. Every Spring Festival gala night, we will give out tickets to our staffs. You also said that we have 500 to 600 seats. What's wrong with giving some of the tickets to our staffs? This is a big problem. If it is only the CCTV staffs that will be getting some tickets, it's fine. But are you going to give the planning committee tickets? Are you going to give the industrial development department tickets? What about those people from other ministries? We had invited them. And should we prepare some extra tickets for them? Our association is the organizing party. Do we need to give the judges tickets? Just give them. How many tickets will they need? 100 tickets? The stands will still not be filled. We will be giving the remaining tickets to other units. Su Yiping said this like it was the norm. The tickets for Spring Festival Gala Night were given out this way. Cannot fill up the seats? I think that there are not enough seats. What about those winners of the awards? Do they need extra tickets? What about those nominees? I have told you many times that this is an awards presentation ceremony. This is not the Spring Festival Gala Night. We do not want a bustling and exciting show. We are showing our appreciation to the companies and individuals that had made significant contributions to the nation. We must let them have the tickets first. If there are extras, then we can give to other units. Huh, those winners of the awards also need tickets? If they were companies from Beijing, it's okay. But there are companies from Guangdong province. They will come to Beijing to watch this gala dinner? Then you tell me, how many tickets do they need? Su Yipeng felt that this Feng Yu was talking nonsense. How many tickets can those people need? At most, the winners will want some tickets for their family members. 100 tickets should be more than enough. He still wants to give out the tickets to obtain favors. There are 4 participants for an award category. There is a total of 48 participants. Each participant will be given 10 tickets. Those ministries and our association will need tickets too. I think there are not enough tickets. Huh? Each participant will be given 10 tickets? Why do they need so many tickets? They are located so far away. You think they will travel all the way to Beijing to watch a gala dinner program? Su Yipeng felt that this was ridiculous. The train ride from Guangdong to Beijing will take more than 24 hours. Feng Yu was getting frustrated. You are located in Beijing and had often watched these shows. But it is different for those companies' staffs from other regions. They will be looking forward to watching the recording of a gala program live at CCTV. Director Su, do you really think that I am the one who is sponsoring all 5 million renminbi? Have you heard of anyone who had spent so much to organize a gala dinner? Those nominees have also contributed. Why can't they get some tickets? Those tickets are their staff's benefits. Can you don't give them tickets? Is it reasonable for our association, the organizing party, the judging panel, and the committee members to not get tickets? Su Yipeng could not find anything to retort. Feng Yu was not sponsoring everything. He had still thought that this Feng Yu was stupid to be sponsoring this event by himself. So, this was a collective effort. Since they were contributing money to this event, then it should be fair for them to get tickets. But what about those leaders he promised to give them tickets? Many units had called him to request for some tickets. When CCTV announced the lineups for this New Year's Eve gala dinner, everybody was surprised. All the performers were top celebrities, and even the lousiest performer among the lineups, Sun Nan, was also a good singer. The rest were all well-known celebrities, and many people want to come to CCTV to watch their performances. Watching live was better than watching on TV. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the side. There is still some distance between the stage and the audience. We should be able to add another 100 to 300 seats. Su Yipeng wanted to scream at this person who interrupted him. Who was this person that dares to teach him what to do? He was the chief program director. Feng Yu is the association's representative, and he cannot scold him. But this person was asking for it. He turned around, and before the words started coming out from his mouth, he paused. His face changed and started smiling. Chief Jia, how come you are here? Deputy Chief Jia looked at Feng Yu and asked, Manager Feng, this arrangement should not be a problem, right? Those tickets which we promised to give cannot be cancelled. But we will still give those participants tickets, and they will be closer to the stage. Chief Jia, since you said this, then I have no more problems. But I still have one more arrangement. Those nominees' audiences from the same award categories should be seated together. This way, it will be easier for the cameras to capture them. What? The audiences also need airtime. Su Yipeng asked with a constipated expression. Usually, he would take a wide-angle shot of the audiences. There was no need to zoom in on a particular group of spectators. They are the representatives of their companies. They are the ones that had contributed to the nation. Why can't we zoom in on them and give them some airtime? The one receiving the award is the leader. The workers cannot be on TV? Director Su, your way of thinking is not right. Feng Yu said disappointedly. Su Yipeng almost vomits blood. What's wrong with my thinking? Are you really so noble? I know that you had given your family members the best seats. Deputy Station Chief Jia patted Su Yipeng on his back to stop him from arguing. Chief Jia turned to Feng Yu. Manager Feng, other than these, what other ideas do you have? Feng Yu was still thinking about how to incorporate advertisements into this program, and Deputy Station Chief Jia asked him for his ideas on this gala dinner. Feng Yu had many ideas. Chief Jia, why is this special program only 2 hours? 2 hours is not enough. 2 hours are not enough? Don't you have only 12 performances? Some performances might be slightly longer, but those songs and dances are at most 5 minutes. Su Yipeng interrupts again. He felt that 2 hours was too long for this program. He still needs to let the host prepare longer scripts to waste time. We are making an awards presentation ceremony. We must let our guests and the winners some time for their thank you speeches. Every winner should be given 5 minutes of airtime. That will be 1 more hour. Feng Yu gave Su Yiping a disgusted look. How can he be the chief program director when he doesn't know anything? Deputy Chief Jia asked something which Su Yiping wanted to ask. Those award winners still need to give speeches? But they should not need 5 minutes. Why they do not need 5 minutes? They had won the awards. Do they need to thank their workers who had contributed to their company? When they thank their workers, the cameras will switch and zoom in to their workers among the audiences. There must be interactions. This award is because of their collective efforts, and the whole organization should get the credit. The winners can also tell the hardships and suffering they had gone through to get this achievement. Which successful company did not go through hard work? The winners can also express their feelings of winning these awards. But that does not take 5 minutes. Su Yiping interrupted Feng Yu again. Director Su, let me finish first. This is basic respect. Our country emphasizes equality. How come I have the feeling that you think you are of a higher status than me? Feng Yu said. This Su Yiping might be capable, but he was too petty. I had only given some suggestions, and why can't you listen to me? Even Deputy Station Chief Jia addressed me as Manager Feng. This Su Yiping dares to address me as Little Manager Feng? How come there is a little in front of Manager Feng? Feng Yu was also a petty person. Deputy Station Chief Jia stared at Su Yiping and then turned to Feng Yu. Manager Feng, please continue. Look, all of you are focusing only on those winners. But don't you need to introduce those nominees? Also, why can they qualify for this award? How did they contribute to the nation? We must at least mention this. Actually, if we can use a projector and show these reasons at the venue live, the effect will be better. Oh, can we get high-quality projectors? Let those nominees show a short clip, can let them advertise their companies and products. There were no large screens in this era. Maybe there might be overseas, but CCTV's venue does not have it. This big screen still has to wait for a few more years. The other local TV stations will install it after CCTV. The big screen technologies were using projectors. The picture quality was not very clear. Feng Yu thought that CCTV would have such equipment, but he was disappointed to learn that CCTV does not have high-quality projectors. Those audiences in front will be able to see it clearly, but those at the back will not be able to see it. It will be worse for those TV viewers. Didn't we have agreed that this will be a recorded program? It doesn't matter if the live audiences can see it or not. The most important is the TV viewers. We will show the edited version, and those clips can be inserted into the program. Why do we need to show live? Feng Yu was really speechless for Su Yiping's thinking. How come he doesn't understand the logic behind this? This was a way for those nominees to promote their companies and products. This was to make those companies that paid happily. Even if Feng Yu increased his charges double next year, companies would still be queuing up. Even if they did not win any awards, they would be able to show their faces, promote their companies and products. This was a way of advertising. You think it is too expensive? Fine, then I will pick other companies or organizations. You will also not qualify for any future awards. If you want, you can look for your connections. The nominees were chosen by a panel of judges. You think you can bribe all the judges? Who do you think you are? Deputy Chief Jia imagines the scene in his mind. When the host announces the name of a nominee, the camera will switch to the face of the company's representative, followed by his staffs among the audiences. At the same time, the host will read out the reasons for this company to qualify as a nominee. The big screen in the background will show the short video clip. This effect was wonderful. He looked at Feng Yu in shock. He did not expect Feng Yu to be so good at planning for a gala night program. Feng Yu had so many ideas for this program. Su Yiping also became silent. If this program had followed what Feng Yu said, then it would be a success. But all these will increase the budget for this program. Didn't Feng Yu say that he would raise the budget? Then this should not be a problem. Can this really be done? They had not organized any gala nights in this manner. Will the leaders agree? Su Yiping looked at Deputy Station Chief Jia. We do not have time to film the short video clips. Deputy Chief Jia said. Those individuals and group nominees were located all over China. CCTV will not have enough time and resources to film those clips. Don't worry about this. Our association will let those nominees know about this and let them prepare the 30 seconds clip themselves. They can hire their local video crew to film. There will not be any problems. Feng Yu was in awe by his own intelligence. He will be able to charge those companies with these 30 seconds clips. This way, he would be able to cover his additional costs. If you don't want to pay, fine. Then the rest of the nominees will have their promotional clips, and you don't. Feng Yu can even cover the red packet monies for those performances. Do you still have any more suggestions? Nothing much. Director Su and I had a great discussion to sort out all the rest of the details earlier. Feng Yu smiled. Su Yiping, great discussion? Is that what you think? Su Yiping, do you understand what Manager Feng had said? Change everything according to his suggestions. After you change it, show it to Manager Feng. Even though this is a recorded program, I do not want anything to go wrong. Deputy Chief Jia was thinking in his heart. If this year was a success, then next year he will do a live telecast of this event. It will definitively attract more viewers. He was the one that pushed for this gala dinner, and he will get all the credit. But if anything goes wrong, he will be the one that has to answer. Su Yipeng did not expect Deputy Chief Jia to support Feng Yu's suggestions. Although the program would be better by following Feng Yu's ideas, there were a lot of things to be changed. Feng Yu's suggestions might be right, but it was too weird. Feng Yu walked off with his head held high. Su Yipeng will settle the rest. If during the rehearsal, and Su Yipeng did not follow his suggestions, he will point it out. Su Yipeng will be the one that will be in trouble. He can still be replaced last minute. But Feng Yu did not expect that fixing the winners of these awards had attracted the attention of someone. The association is in trouble. Come quick. Feng Yu looked at the message displayed on his pager and jumped up. The association is in trouble? What happened? Why did he receive this message? It was only when others were unreachable, then they will contact him. That student, what are you doing? Why are you standing up during the class? If you have any question, you should just raise your hand. The lecturer at the podium said, Professor Ma, I need leave. I am working part-time at CCTV for this year's New Year's Eve program. They are asking me to go over now. Feng Yu raised his pager and spurted out lies. CCTV was a good excuse to take leave. Professor Ma looked at Feng Yu. In his desk drawer, there were still a few bottles of Mount I given to him by Feng Yu. Since he had received Feng Yu's gifts, it was not nice for him to reprimand Feng Yu. Furthermore, the excuse given by Feng Yu was valid too. CCTV was the national TV station, and for them to ask Feng Yu for help, it was an honor for the school. Just go. But you will need to do an assignment for me. And if you did not do it well, I would mark you as absence today. Yes, I can give him an easy topic and provide him with the answer. Thank you, Professor Ma. Feng Yu asked his dorm mates to help him bring back his books, and he ran out of the classroom. When Feng Yu reached the association, he noticed that the office was tranquil. He felt that something was wrong. Feng Yu entered the office and see that graduate Zhao Liang, who was assigned by the planning committee to the station at this office, sitting on a bench. There was a young man wearing denim clothes sitting on the sofa. Behind him, there was a man that looks like his bodyguard. Manager Feng, you are finally here. Zhao Liang immediately ran over to Feng Yu. What happened? Who are they? Feng Yu asked. When Feng Yu took a closer look at those two men, he almost burst out in laughter. Although denim materials were the trend now, this person really doesn't know how to dress up. He looks like a monkey wearing a cheongsam. He thinks he looks fashionable? He was still wearing a pair of big sunglasses. What's wrong with him? Feng Yu understand why Zhao Liang had called him instead of other leaders. This person should be the second generation of some officials. Zhao Liang must be scared of him. These second generations were only capable of scaring those young graduates. They do not dare to look for those higher officials. Those older generation officials normally have a lot of children. As long as one of them was capable and was able to take over them, they did not care about the rest. This resulted in many useless second generations. This person was apparently one of those useless second generations. Zhao Liang dared not to look for his higher-ups. So, he called this, "Come to me if you have any problems, Feng Yu." Of course, he had also informed Master Lu. But Master Lu was still at work. It was harder for him to skip work and easier for Feng Yu to skip class. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? The second generation took off his sunglasses, and a bubble came out of his mouth. Damn, he was still eating bubble gum? Where did he learn this from? Childish. Feng Yu was really looking down at this person. I am Feng Yu, one of the founders of this association. How do I address you? I am Hu Ge. My third uncle is the #1 deputy section head with the Ministry of Finance. Hu Ge stopped talking and crossed his legs. Usually, when he said this introduction, the other party will rush over and curry favor. But he waited for a while and noticed that the room was silenced. What happened? My uncle is a leader at the Ministry of Finance. Why wasn't this person surprised? Hugo? This person was too young to be that director Hugo, and he was not the actor Hugo. It must be the same name. Who cares what his name was? He should at least tell me what he was here for. Why was his head tilted upwards? Did he sprain his neck? Feng Yu looked at Hugo as he was looking at a monkey in the zoo. I am not interested in knowing who your uncle is. This has nothing to do with our association. What are you here for? Hu Ji's eyes opened wide. Damn, who is this kid? How come he dares to talk back at me? My third uncle's position did not scare him? I think you did not hear what I said. My uncle is. I am asking you, what are you here for? Why do you keep talking about your uncle? Did your uncle ask you to come? Feng Yu sarcastically said. This person keeps harping on his background. This shows that he was not someone capable. It was impossible for this Hu Ji's uncle to send him here. The officials in this era were not as shameless as those a few years later. Also, the Great One was still around, and he hates officials to abuse their powers. The punishments for abusing powers was severe. Hugo was speechless. This Feng Yu had talked back to him again. Could this Feng Yu have some strong background? Hugo thought hard at all the officials he knew did not have the same surname as Feng Yu. Could Feng Yu be a distant relative of some big officials? Hu Ji's attitude changed and stood up. From Manager Feng's accent, you don't sound like you are from Beijing. Are you here to stay with your relatives? Where is your relative staying? This was the same as asking what Feng Yu's background was. From the place Feng Yu was staying, Hugo could guess who was the one behind Feng Yu. Hu Ji's third uncle was the deputy in the Ministry of Finance and oversaw the giving out of the funds. Most of the officials had to give him face. Since this Feng Yu was not afraid of him, that means the person behind Feng Yu must be of a higher rank. Me? I am staying next to Wymingham Lake. Wymingham Lake? Where was that? Hugo thought hard, and there were no government hostels near this place. This place was the man-made lake beside Beijing University. This Feng Yu's background is from the Ministry of Education? Damn. Even if your relative is the head of the Ministry of Education, I am also not afraid. How much power can someone from the Ministry of Education have? Hugo sat down again and crossed his legs. Oh, you are working at Beijing University? A teacher? Not bad. Work hard. Maybe you will go far. When Feng Yu heard what Hugo said, he almost laughed. This person was still trying to give him advice. A teacher? He thought that I am teaching at Beijing University? Although I might look cultured and educated, teaching should be left to those professionals. I should concentrate on making money. I am asking you what you are here for. Feng Yu asked again. Hu Ji's face changed and banged on the coffee table. You still dare to question me? I am here to question you. Why is my company not in this award organized by your stupid association? Oh, this was the reason why you are here. Since this Hu Ji's company was not a participant in this award ceremony, that means his company was lousy. If he were polite and had spoken nicely, maybe Feng Yu would be nice to him. Now he had banged tables. That means he has zero chances of even becoming a nominee. Feng Yu gave Hugo a side glance. Since you think that our association is stupid, of course, your company is not nominated. Could it be that your company is also stupid and useless? Feng Yu emphasized the word stupid. Hugo looked at Feng Yu, and his anger was rising. The look on Feng Yu's face was as if he was despising and disgusted with Hugo. It was as if he was facing a big lump of turd. This was looking down on Hugo. If this association was not registered under a government agency, Hugo would have beaten Feng Yu up. Stop your nonsenses. I will ask you again. Why is my company not one of the nominees? Why must your company be one of the nominees? Feng Yu asked him back. Hugo almost vomits blood. I am asking you, and yet you ask me back the same question? It is because I am Hugo. Hugo pointed to himself arrogantly. Hugo is someone great. Or you think your third uncle is someone great. This association was set up by me using my money and connections. Just getting those people to be on board the panel of judges had cost me a lot of money and efforts. You really think that I am doing it for everybody? I am doing it for my own company. Those winners must have some sort of contributions to the economy, and in this way, people will think that this award is fair. People will then think that Taihua Trading, Lihaha, and Tianpeng Pig Farm are special. Feng Yu had picked those nominees carefully. Some of those companies that had some contributions and had made use their connections were also kicked out by Feng Yu. Although Feng Yu only had 3 people on the panel of judges, the other judges were invited by Feng Yu using money and connections. Feng Yu was the one that decides who will be nominated and who will be the winners. Those companies that were picked by Feng Yu had also made significant contributions and had good relationships with the association. Those that did not win any awards this year was promised to be given awards next year. They would be able to show their faces on TV this year and next. This was a good deal. Those winners this year might not qualify for next year. Feng Yu had even rejected those companies that had connections with the government. This Hu Ge was not also an official. Zhao Liang, do we still have any slots for nominees? Feng Yu asked. Zhao Liang shook his head. We do not have any more slots. All the winners and nominees were decided. Then add one more category for me. Anyway, there are not a lot of categories and participants. I had heard that some small private companies had qualified. There was even a pig farm that had qualified. What a joke. You know what my company is. It is a high-tech company. My company should be getting an award. Pig farm? You are talking about Tianpeng Pig Farm? Damn, you are laughing at my father? Now, it was Feng Yu's turn to get angry. I will get someone to beat you up once you leave this place. Did you hear what I just said? Add one more category for me. Also, I heard that this award ceremony will be held at CCTV. I want the president of this association to present me with the award. This moron was too arrogant. The president of association? The president of this association was a leader in the National Planning Committee. Even your third uncle cannot order him around. The finance ministry might be a department with a lot of authority, but compared to the National Planning Committee, it was nothing. The National Planning Committee was a department that handles the development of the whole nation. This was the nation's top department and had the most authority. They can even order the finance department. Feng Yu was still thinking how to get rid of this moron, and he saw someone walking in. Master Lu was here. Fine. Let these second generations settle this problem by themselves. If Master Lu cannot solve this, then he will think of other ways. Feng Yu had lots of ways to get rid of this arrogant person. Should beat him up first, and then talk later. After beating him up, then ask his third uncle to apologize to them. If Feng Yu could incite the whole nation to boycott Japanese goods, then he can to encourage the entire country to go against this Hu Ge and his third uncle. Although there was no internet yet, rumors could be spread quickly through word of mouth. The people now were not as smart as those in the future years, and they would believe anything they heard. I am talking to you. Are you dumb? I will leave this to you, and I must be the first person to be getting the award. The one presenting me the award must be your highest-ranked leader. Also, your association had forgotten to include my company, and I want your association president to apologize to me personally. What's with that look on your face? You are not happy? Do you think I dare not tear down this association? Hu Ge saw Feng Yu kept quiet and became more arrogant. You sure you want our association president to apologize to you and present you with the award? Feng Yu laughed. He can already see Master Lu's face changing. This association president was also Master Lu's eldest uncle. This was like giving Master Lu a slap on his face. Feng Yu was interested to see how Master Lu handled this problem. Hu Ge, will do what I said. Whatever I said. Damn, who was the one who hit me? Hu Ge was still bragging, and suddenly he received a hard slap on the back of his head. He immediately jumped up. He had brought a bodyguard with him, and he was not afraid of getting into fights. Before he could see how the person was, he received another slap on his face, and he saw stars. The bodyguard beside him was shocked. Someone really dares to beat Hu Ge and really gave him a slap on his face. The bodyguard had worked for Hu Ge for quite some time, and most of the time, he was just standing behind him and had never got into fights before. Today was his opportunity to show Hu Ge how good he was. Get lost. You dare to create trouble at my place? I will teach you a lesson. Master Lu had finally shown his second generation's arrogant personality. He did not care about that bodyguard. He stared at the bodyguard and shouted at him to get lost. The bodyguard suddenly became quiet and stood by the side. This bodyguard was also street smart. He could tell that this person had more authority and bigger background than Hu Ge from the way he acted. He did not dare to beat this person, but he still tried to cover Hu Ge with his body. Feng Yu saw that Master Lu had started. He immediately rushed over and gave Hu Ge a kick, sending him rolling on the floor. Master Lu pushed the bodyguard aside and gave 2 punches to Hu Ge. The effect of these 2 punches could be seen immediately. Hu Ge's tears started to roll down. Hu Ge, do you think you are someone now? You dare to come to my place and create trouble? You want my uncle to apologize to you personally? Who the FCK do you think you are? Brother Feng, help me hold him down. Today I will teach him a lesson. Hugo could finally see who this person that had hit him was. Damn, isn't this Master Lu? Did he say that the association president is his uncle? Before Hugo could say anything, Feng Yu pinned him down on the sofa. Hugo had a small build, and he can't even win Feng Yu in a fight. Master Lu rushed over and gave a few more punches to Hu Ji's face. Master Lu, I'm sorry. Please stop. Master Lu gave a few more punches before he stopped. Feng Yu realized that this Master Lu fights like a mad dog. Brother Feng, release him. I know this idiot. Feng Yu happily released Hugo. Just now, while pinning him down, Feng Yu also sneakily gave him a few punches for laughing at his father. After beating Hugo up, Feng Yu felt better. After this incident, there should not be any more second generations coming over to create trouble. If there were still some morons that came over to create trouble, then he will close the door and release Master Lu. Master Lu was panting and sat on the sofa. Hugo immediately jumped up and stood by the side. Brother Feng, did this brat say anything that offended you? Let me know. I will give him a few more punches. Feng Yu also sat down on the sofa and waved his hand. It's fine. I am a forgiving person. Hugo stared at Feng Yu angrily. Forgiving person? Who was the one who rained punches to my ribs just now? If I did not cover my crotch, I would become eunuch Hu. Hugo, tell me how you are going to settle this trouble you created for us. Master Lu stared at Hugo coldly. Master Lu, I did not know that you and Uncle Lu is associated with this association. You should know that I am not a smart person. Please forgive me. Hugo bowed down. Feng Yu looked at this Hugo. This Hugo knows when to yield. Where was his arrogant attitude just now? Master Lu waved his hand. Stop pretending with me. Don't tell me that you do not know this association is registered under whose names. Xiao Zhao, did he hit you just now? Hugo turned to Zhao Liang and pleaded with his eyes. Please don't talk nonsenses. I had only shouted at you. Also, why was Master Lu asked if I hit him? I had not hit anyone today. I was the one getting beaten up here. Zhao Liang shook his head. Master Lu, he did not hit me. He only banged the tables and kicked some chairs. Hugo almost cried. Why must this Zhao Liang mention about him kicking over some chairs? Hugo, don't say that I am bullying you. Your elder brother and I have drunk together before. But what you did today was too much. Who gave you the guts to shout at my brother Feng? Hugo was relieved. Luckily, his elder brother known Master Lu. He knew Master Lu was a reasonable person. Master Lu had a good reputation in the second-generation circle. He was known to be reasonable and kind to his friends. Hugo was just unlucky to stumble and create trouble in his turf. Damn, I only wanted to get an award. What trouble have I gotten myself into? Master Lu, I had started my own company, and I heard that this association is hosting an awards ceremony at CCTV. I just wanted to get an award. Please forgive me. I will not want any awards. You started a company? What company is that? Master Lu frowned. He knew Hu Ji's brother, and although he had reasons to beat him up today, there will inevitably be rumors about him. If he could help this Hu Ji's company get an award, then the Hu family will have no reasons to take revenge for him. They might even come over to apologize and praise him. A high-tech company. We are selling high-tech products. Tell me in detail. Master Lu stared at Hugo. I am selling video games cartridges. Hugo said softly. Feng Yu immediately burst out laughing. Video game cartridges, and you claim to be a high-tech company? Feng Yu was sure that these video games cartridges were pirated games cartridges. This Hugo would never buy the rights of the original games since no one would dare to do anything to him. Damn, a pirated game seller wants to get an award? If this Hugo could be nominated, this award ceremony would get a bad reputation. All his efforts would be gone down the drain. Master Lu asked blankly. Brother Feng, what's a video game cartridge? Huh. Master Lu does not know what a game cartridge was. Oh, that's right. At his age, he probably had started working and had never played video games before. It is a type of cartridge that can be inserted to a machine and is connected to the TV. It is a type of video games. Feng Yu said and pretended to hold a controller. Master Lu frowned. Is this thing very high-tech? Damn. This Master Lu really believed what Hugo said? If this thing were high-tech, there would not be any imitations. If those factories in China wanted, they could quickly produce imitations of those game cartridges. How can this be considered high-tech? High-tech cannot be used on such things. Feng Yu stared at Hugo. You want to tell him, or do you want me to say it out? Hugo carefully said. Master Lu, this game cartridge was not considered very high-tech. However, video games development was not considered an easy task. I am planning to develop my own video games which will rival those Japanese companies. Now, all the video games on the market are all produced by Japan. Feng Yu was shocked. This Hugo was another anti-Japanese angry youth? Master Lu was not too sure, and he turned to Feng Yu. Brother Feng, is he telling the truth? Hugo was surprised. Why was Master Lu so polite to this Feng Yu? With Master Lu's background, he does not need to be so polite to other people. Could it be this Feng Yu was not from the Ministry of Education? Hugo does not know that Feng Yu had no background at all. He thought that this Feng Yu must be some illegitimate child of some leaders. The video games industry is really controlled by Japan. Sega and Nintendo are all Japanese companies. Currently, these two companies are holding on to over 90% of the market share. Hugo was surprised that Feng Yu knew about these figures. How come Feng Yu knew about this industry? Wasn't Feng Yu a teacher? Master Lu frowned. Then can we enter this market and capture the market share? Just like what you did with AIWA Walkman. Hu Ji's panda eyes open wide. Feng Yu was the one who had bought AIWA? Feng Yu laughed. In fact, we had already entered the market. For instance, one of the nominees, the Little Tyrant, in the electronics category, is producing education video machines. Their machines are using the same game cartridges. Within 2 years, this company will be the market leader in China. Master Lu stared at Hugo. Did you hear that? Someone else is already doing this. You should learn from Brother Feng. Look at him. Buying a Japanese company and turning it into a Chinese company to earn their money. This is his capability. Hu Ji's eyes sparkled. Brother Feng, do you own AIWA? Please teach me how you do that. I want to learn from you. Feng Yu was feeling uncomfortable with Hu Ji's sudden change of attitude towards him. I had beaten you up, and you still want to learn from me? What are you, a masochist? Master Lu continued. Sigh. Hu Ji's grandfather and my grandfather had passed away during the war against the Japanese. That's why he hated the Japanese. Our grandfathers were from the same platoon. This Hugo was also not a bad person. He is only a bit arrogant and proud. Brother Feng, please give him some guidance about business. In China, no one is better than you at doing business. Feng Yu really liked the last sentence. So, their families had such a relationship. No wonder Master Lu treats this Hugo like a younger brother. Brother Feng, please let me learn from you. I promise I do whatever you say. Damn, this Hugo wants to be my follower? Feng Yu rubbed his chin. I am going to have a second generation as my follower? Brother Feng. Master Lu called Feng Yu, who was in a daze. Nothing. I'm just thinking about how I can help Hugo. You can just call him Hu Laosan. Laosan means number 3. Hugo has 2 elder siblings. This is a common way of addressing people in China. Master Lu glanced at Hugo. Yes. Brother Feng, just call me Hu Laosan. Feng Yu looked at Hugo. He was speechless. This Hugo was in his early 20s and was slightly older than him. He could still lower himself and address Feng Yu as Brother Feng. Zhao Yang brought 3 cups of tea over and cleared up the mess on the floor. He then quietly moves to a corner. Hu Laosan, since you are already in this industry, then carry on in this industry. You are now selling pirated game cartridges. Hugo awkwardly smiled. Those originals are too expensive. Then carry on selling pirated game cartridges. When imitation products reach a big scale, the effects can be very damaging. When Microsoft entered China, there were many pirated versions of their software. But at that time, Microsoft did not take any action against those pirates. It was because they had just entered the Chinese market and Microsoft operating system was not the only operating system in the market. There were operating systems from Europe, and China was also developing their own operating system. However, Microsoft's operating system was the most user-friendly. The only thing limiting Microsoft was that their operating system was the price. When a pirated version of Microsoft operating system entered the market, most of the computers in China started to use Microsoft's system. Within 3 years, almost all of China companies who were developing operating systems closed down. It was because no one wants to use their operating system. These companies were also selling their operating systems, but those pirated Microsoft's operating system was easier to use and was free. Even the companies from other countries that were developing operating systems were beaten by pirated Microsoft operating system. This allows Microsoft to take over the operating system market in China. This was what Bill Gates had described. Let China kill their own operating systems companies. This was more effective than spending money to promote the Microsoft operating system. When the consumers had no other choices, they will start to collect money. At that time, Microsoft started their fight against piracy. They began suing governments, organizations, companies, etc. Those organizations had to compensate Microsoft, and there were even some companies that were almost bankrupted. The most famous software company in China that was nearly bankrupted was Kingsoft. China also apologized on behalf of this company. Microsoft had made use of piracy to monopolize the market. If they had started to fight against piracy at the start, then it might take Microsoft some years before they can capture the Chinese market. They might even fail. So, why can't they sell pirated games to steal the market share from Sega and Nintendo? As for the video game machine, there was the Little Tyrant. Some other factories had also started to copy Little Tyrant. Their prices were only 1/10 of Sega and Nintendo. This way, Sega and Nintendo will not get the chance to capture the Chinese market, and China can start to develop this industry. Hugo looked at Feng Yu disappointedly. Why did Feng Yu give him this suggestion? He does not want to carry on selling pirate video game cartridges. He knew this was not right and was ashamed of doing this. Brother Feng, do you have other suggestions? I am asking you to sell pirated video games for the time being and to capture the market. I can also introduce you to the Little Tyrant, and both of you can cooperate. You can sell your game cartridges at their sales point. This way, your profits will increase. Sega and Nintendo's game cartridges sales will drop. Of course, I am not asking you to sell pirated game cartridges for the rest of your life. Since you can get your people to make pirated games cartridges, you should have people that are good with programming. Why not ask them to develop some games? Develop our own games. Hugo had also thought of developing his own games, but he does not know what sort of games to build. Whatever they thought of, it was available in the market. Furthermore, it was harder to develop their own games than decoding those games in the market. He does not have enough manpower, and the investment required was not a small sum. Why? You don't believe what I said. I believe. I believe whatever you said. But it is not easy to develop our own games. Hugo replied, How many software engineers do you have? Where is your company located? I will go and take a look. At the same time, give you some guidance. I guarantee you will make money. If you can develop a popular game, then you will surely get an award. I am saying you will get an award in the future. As for when we will discuss some other days. Really? Hugo was overjoyed. Master Lu said, Are you doubting Brother Feng? You think Brother Feng would lie to you? How can you compare your small company with him? Do you know how much his company is worth? More than 1 billion. Hiss. More than 1 billion? Hugo had positioned Feng Yu in a very high position in his heart, but he never expects that Feng Yu had more than 1 billion renminbi worth of assets. Among their second-generation circle, one can be considered wealthy if he has a few million. He had not even heard of anyone that have more than 100 million renminbi. 1 billion could last him several generations. Brother Feng made over 1 billion just by selling Walkman. Hugo swallowed his saliva. He was thinking of switching to Walkman since it was so profitable. Master Lu looked at Hugo with despise. Walkman? That is just one of Brother Feng's businesses. You see that humidifier on the desk there? It's manufactured by him. You see that bladeless fan? It is also his. You saw all those Songjiang motorcycles on the roads? It is also his. Next year, you will see his cars on the roads. Hugo was at a loss for words. All of Feng Yu's products were the best-selling products on the market. This Feng Yu was really talented. No wonder Master Lu showed him so much respect. Feng Yu was enjoying the envious look of Hugo. He really likes this feeling of being praised. Brother Feng, I will be looking forward to your visit to my company. Why not we go over to my company today? Hugo asked excitedly. He no longer doubts Feng Yu. Compared to Feng Yu, those businessmen he met in the southern provinces were nothing. There were rumors that Master Lu had invested in a company. He heard that even when Master Lu does nothing every day, he will still get a few million RMB every year. Could it be this company is Feng Yu's company? Hugo also wanted to be like Master Lu. Fine. Let's go today since I got nothing on. Master Lu, are you free? Want to go together? Feng Yu still did not trust this Hugo completely. It was safer with Master Lu around. Master Lu nodded. Okay. I shall take a look too. Later tonight, I will ask Hu Lao-san to prepare a banquet for you to apologize. This kid must be taught a lesson. Hugo nodded his head and smiled. Of course, of course. I will make arrangements for a banquet tonight for the both of you. Shall we go now? Let's go. When Hu Gu saw Feng Yu's modified Land Rover, he gasped in surprise. There were Land Rovers in Beijing at this time, but it was rare to see them on the roads. Hu Gu, himself, was only driving a Volkswagen Santana. Master Lu was worst. He travels via taxi. When they reached Hu Ji's company, Feng Yu noticed that it was not as bad as he thought would be. A pirated games company's office was even bigger than the machinery company's general manager office. My office is a bit small. Please bear with it, Hu Gu humbly said. Feng Yu, this was considered small? In a few more years, maybe those MNC's CEO office will be this big. This office should be at least 300 SQM. How many people do you have in your company? Feng Yu asked. If we don't include the factory workers, I have a total of 18 staffs. I am the general manager, and I have 2 deputies. There are 6 department heads and 6 deputies department head. There is also an office administrative head and his deputy. Damn, a total of 18 people and you appointed 17 leaders? That means only one person is working? A pirated game company was so well structured? Do you really need so many departments? Hu Lao-san, get all your people from the technology department here. Feng Yu shook his head, but he still needs to do what he needs to do first. My company does not have a technology department. Huh, 6 departments, and you do not have a technology department? Then what are those 6 departments? Hu Gu saw Feng Yu had an irritated look on his face and immediately said, We have a technical staff. He is the one that cracks the code of those game cartridges. I will call him here. That was the only staff which was not a leader. What an unlucky guy. This person should be the most essential staff of this company. That staff arrived. He looks like he was in his 30s and had messy, unkempt hair. He was wearing a pair of thick glasses and was unshaved. He seems like he does not care about his looks. Shaoli, come over. This is Master Lu, and this is Mr. Feng. They are looking for you. Shaoli pushed his spectacles and asked earnestly, Manager Hu, what happened to your eyes? Did someone beat you up? Hu Gu was furious. Stop talking about this. Everybody can see for themselves. You don't need to say it out. I banged into a tree. Mind your own business. Hurry up and come over. Shaoli, where did you graduate from? What is your expertise? Feng Yu looked at Shaoli and asked, Me? I am from TV University. I major in TV repairs. TV University? Did he mean radio and TV University? Almost every city has this university. There is another name for this university. Night University. Damn, how unprofessional. Even if you are producing pirated game cartridges, there should still be some professionalism. A TV repairman as the software engineer? And this company can actually still succeed. Life was really unfair. Are you the one that cracks the code of those game cartridges? That's right. I am the one who cracks it. Actually, it is quite simple. You only need to stop. Shaoli, we don't need to know the details. You just need to answer Mr. Feng's questions. Hu Gu hurriedly stops Shaoli. Once this Shaoli starts on the technical aspects, he will go on and on. If it wasn't for his expertise and his low salary, Hu Gu had wanted to fire him. Can you develop games? Create your own games and not cracking the codes of other games. Feng Yu asked seriously. I can, but no one wants to play the games I created. Shaoli felt embarrassed. Then tell me about the games you made. I made a fighting game that is similar to Street Fighters, but the characters cannot be seen clearly, and their moves are not very nice. The game also keeps hanging. The main reason is manager who does not want to give me the funds. If I have sufficient funds, I can surely create a better game. You know how to create those action games with multiple stages? I have never created those type of games, but it should not be a problem for me. However, I still need money to create it. Hu Gu angrily shouted at him. Stop asking for money. You don't even want to play the games you created. Why should I give you the money to develop new games? Feng Yu thought for a while. This shows that this Shaoli had the skill, but he lacks the funds. Maybe he also requires some ideas. If Feng Yu could give some pointers, he should be able to succeed. Hu Lao-san, how much is your company worth? About a few million. Speak the truth. Master Lu shouted. I had spent 120,000 renminbi to rent this office. I do not have a factory. I just hire contractors to manufacture those games. Feng Yu, this Hu Gu can really brag. This company was worth a few million. There were no factories, and even the office was rented. What was your highest profit in a month? Less than 200,000 renminbi. To be exact, 113,000 renminbi. Selling pirated game cartridges can earn so much? Maybe it was because he was Hugo and had made use of his background. If not, he might not even earn 13,000 renminbi. I will invest 1 million in your company. Go and find a few more people like Xiaoli to develop some games. You will continue to sell your pirated game cartridges and must increase your scale. At the same time, you must set up proper sales distribution channels. Once the new games are developed, you must let your distributors sell those game cartridges in the shortest time possible. Can you do that? Brother Feng, you're going to give me 1 million renminbi? Hugo swallowed his saliva. 1 million renminbi. He had never seen so much money in his life. That's right. I will be the major shareholder of this company, and you will run it. I will take 70% of the profits, you will get 20%, and Master Lu will get 10%. I guaranteed that within 2 years, you will be a real businessman and your monthly income will be at least 1 million. Master Lu pointed to himself. I am also included? What do you need me to do? Feng Yu would not give him money for no reason. There must be something he needs to do to get this 10% shares. I need a government policy. A policy to develop China's video games industry. China's video games industry? Yes, video games are already popular in China. Not only with the kids. Many adults also enjoy playing video games. For instance, Contra and Super Mario Bros. These games were bringing in more than $1 billion of profits from worldwide. This profit is still growing. Master Lu was shocked. Video games can bring in over $1 billion of profits? Also, video games are also a form of cultural invasion. For example, Japan had introduced a game that resembles Romance of the Three Kingdoms. They claimed that this game was based on their history. You can tolerate this? In another few years, they will claim that they are the ones who built the Great Wall of China. Feng Yu started to rouse Master Lu's emotions. He knew that this Master Lu was also a patriotic anti-Japanese person. Influencing him was easy. We cannot tolerate this. Let this to me. But if we are going to develop our own games, what sort of games should we develop? Our 4 great classical novels do not only have Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Dream of the Red Chamber is not suitable to develop into a game as there is no fighting in that novel. But Journey to the West and Water Margin can, and it will be extremely popular. Everybody was listening attentively. They do not know how to turn a classic novel into a video game. We can make a fighting game using Water Margin. There are 108 characters in Water Margin, and players can get to choose those characters. Each of those characters should have their individual iconic moves. Journey to the West can be made into action games that scroll from left to right. The characters will keep moving towards the right, like a scroll. Those stage bosses can use the iconic demons, like Bull Demon King, Black Wind Demon, and Golden Horned King, from the novels. Players can choose to use Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Sha Wujing, Tang Sanzang, and White Dragon Horse as their characters. In future, you can also include some female characters like the Goddess of Mercy. Master Lu and the rest opened their mouth wide. The Goddess of Mercy? They understand that players will choose Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing as their characters. But who in their right mind would select Tang Sanzang, the monk who was also captured by demons? Feng Yu saw that they do not believe what he said. He continued to explain his ideas to them. There were melee characters and magician characters. In a video game, players must work together to clear the stages. Feng Yu is imitating the video game produced by the Japanese in a few years' time. Feng Yu wants to turn those classic arcade video games into game cartridges for the Little Tyrant gaming console. Manager Hu, this idea is interesting. It will surely be popular with the consumers. Leave this to me. Mr. Feng had already invested money. Xiao Lu really likes Feng Yu's idea and starts to plead with Hugo. Fine. Didn't you say you have some friends? Call them here. If they have the capabilities, I will provide the funds for you and your friends to develop these games. Hugo had also made his decision. Thank you, Manager Hu. I will go out now. Oh yes, Manager Hu. Please be more careful. Stop walking into trees all the time. Xiaoli said. Get lost. Beijing Teaching University. A few young, pretty girls were walking together back to their hostel when they saw someone walking over with a box of chocolates in his hand. Oh, everybody is here. Nana, why didn't you return my calls? Feng Yu looked at Lina. He had bought a new pager that can show Chinese characters for Lina. He had paged Lina 3 times, but she did not return calls. Luckily, Feng Yu was waiting for her outside her dormitory. Someone had not been coming over recently. That's why our Nana is angry, Lina's roommate jokingly said. All of Lina's roommates envied Lina for having Feng Yu as her boyfriend. Handsome and smart. Furthermore, Feng Yu had renovated Lina's room, and her roommates also benefited from it. Almost every student in the hostel envied them and had even come over to look at their room. Every time Feng Yu came to visit Lina, he will buy lots of candies and sometimes he would bring imported chocolates for her roommates. But the roommates can only envy Lina. Both Lina and Feng Yu had come from the same district and were classmates since primary school. They had grown up together. Lina was also beautiful. They knew they could not snatch Feng Yu away from Lina. I have been helping out at CCTV. I was too busy. That's why I can't come over. See, didn't I rush over once I finish my work? I can finally rest for a few days. Feng Yu explained. Feng Yu was indeed very busy lately. If he had the time, he would have come over to look for Lina. Lina's roommates were surprised. Feng Yu was helping out at CCTV? No wonder he was a student from the prestigious Beijing University. Only the top students can get to enter CCTV. Lina's thinking why Feng Yu did not visit her these few days. Could it be because she was having her period? Feng Yu came to look for her must be because he wanted to do something naughty. I will bring Lina out. On New Year's Day, I will treat all of you to a great dinner. Lina was blushing when Feng Yu pulled her away from her friends. Her roommates were giggling. The last time Lina did not return to their dormitory, they had questioned her. They asked her if she had spent the night with Feng Yu. Why do you look so unhappy today? Feng Yu asked. What are you busy with these few days? Lina asked. I am preparing a surprise for you. Don't you like Aaron Kwok? I had invited him to Beijing. Tomorrow night, you can finally meet your idol. Are you surprised? The main reason why Feng Yu had chosen Aaron Kwok to perform on his awards ceremony was that Lina likes Aaron Kwok. Aaron Kwok at this time was indeed very handsome, and lots of teenagers like him. Although when he was older, he was still charming. But in this era, no teenagers like those middle-aged men. Lina was really surprised. Aaron Kwok? That Aaron Kwok from Hong Kong? The one that sang? The Heavenly King. That's right. Tomorrow CCTV will be recording the New Year's Day special program, and he will be one of the performers. I had specially invited him over and had paid a hefty sum. The air tickets and lodging had cost over 1,000 renminbi. In this era, it was considered a hefty amount, although this Aaron Kwok was worth much more than that. New Year's Day Gala Dinner? The program you told me that you are helping CCTV with? When CCTV have special programs for New Year's Day? Lina was surprised. She had never heard about New Year's Day Gala Night. They were staying in their university and did not have the chance to watch TV. She did not know about this program at all. But this also reflects that CCTV had not done an excellent job to promote this program. If it was 20 years later, not only there will be advertisements on TV and the internet, even the subways, bus stops, and malls will have posters. Because this was the first year, Feng Yu was not really confident too. That's why he did not ask CCTV to promote this program more aggressively. Luckily, this program was a recorded program. If there were any issues, he still has time to rectify. If this were a live program and any problems arising during the performance, it would be on next day's headlines. In the future, there was an incident which happened during the Spring Festival Gala Night. The hosts of the program forgot their scripts and said the wrong things. They were scolded by the viewers for a few years. And after that year, whenever there were problems with live programs, netizens would bring up this incident. Feng Yu pointed to himself and said proudly, "It does not exist in the past was because I am not in Beijing. Now I am in Beijing. There will be this program from this year onwards." Lina rolled his eyes. Stop bragging. Wait, did you spend money on organizing this program? Lina was worried. If Feng Yu's parents knew about this, would they be happy? If they knew that Feng Yu had spent so much money to please her by inviting her idol over to Beijing, she would not leave a good impression with her future in-laws. Although Feng Yu was wealthy, no parents would want to see their son marrying a spendthrift wife. I did not spend much. Most of the money comes from everyone else. Don't worry about money when I am around. Tomorrow I will bring you to CCTV to watch the recording live. Are you excited? I can go and watch live. Is the venue at CCTV? Of course. We cannot be seated at round table in front, but we will be sitting at the first row of the audience seats. Oh, I had also invited Lu Kuan, Dong Yung, and Zhang Han. We will be sitting together. Really? That's great. Happy? Come, girl. Make me happy. Feng Yu jokingly said. Li Na rolled her eyes again and ignored him. Sigh. It's only a few days, and she had a bad temper. I do not believe I cannot make her laugh. Just happened the traffic lights turned red, and Feng Yu turned to Li Na. Why not let me make you happy? Ha. You are so sickening. Li Na laughed. Li Na was beautiful when she laughs. All of Feng Yu's tiredness was gone when he saw the person he loves laughs. Feng Yu drove back to his apartment. At home, Feng Yu started his moves on the reluctant Li Na. After the happy moment, Feng Yu laid on the bed with Li Na in his arms. Li Na suddenly said, Will we really not get pregnant? I heard there is something that can prevent pregnancy. Li Na was anxious that she would be pregnant. If she were pregnant, she would have to quit school, and her parents would be very disappointed with her. How would others look at her? To Feng Yu, he was not worried. If Li Na were indeed pregnant, they would get married. But Li Na was still afraid, and she wanted to remind Feng Yu to use protection. Feng Yu opened the side drawers. Here. I had prepared. But it is fine. Just now, I had not ejaculated inside. Furthermore, it is now your safe period. Don't worry. Since you mentioned this, we shall try out using protection this time. You also wanted it, right? Feng Yu flipped over onto Li Na. Oh, I don't want. It's the time of the season to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new year. Looking back at last year, we should be proud of ourselves. Together we will march forward to a better future. This is China's first Business Contribution Awards ceremony. The New Year Gala dinner will start now. I believe we will catch up with the rest of the world. I believe that we will fulfill our nation's dreams. I dreamt of flying in the skies, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The world is waiting for me to change it. Don't be afraid to dream. We will fulfill all our dreams. The nominees of the aviation category are Bing City's Aviation Factory. The projector on the stage started to play the short clip prepared by the Aviation Factory. Small planes and helicopters taking off one after another. The camera switched and zoomed in to Ho Haitao. Ho Haitao smiled at the camera and waved calmly. The host continued to introduce the other nominees. The camera also zooms in on the representative of the nominees. These companies were the same as Bing City's Aviation Factory. They were formerly military factories. Ho Haitao had invited them to participate in this award. Even they knew they would not be winning the award, they still felt proud to show their faces on CCTV's program. Now, we shall invite China's Engineering Research Center's Professor Liu to announce the winner and present the award. The winner of the first Business Contribution Awards, Aviation category, is Bing City's Aviation Factory. The audience starts to applause. At this time, the camera switched to Ho Haitao. Ho Haitao had a surprised look on his face. He stood up and waved to the audiences, followed by a bow. The camera also switched to zoom in to a row of 10 audiences. They were wearing Bing City's Aviation Factory's uniforms. When they saw the camera pointing at them, they raised a placard each. There was a total of 10 words, one character on each placard. Bing City Aviation Factory, number 1 in technology. This was shown on the projector too. All the live audiences saw it. Some of the representatives sitting in front also spit out their tea. The director immediately turned to the chief director. Director Su, this was not according to what was rehearsed. Placards with slogans? Who arranged this? Su Yiping almost vomits blood. What was this aviation factory doing? Never mind. There was nothing he could do. There were no audiences during the rehearsals, and he could not use the footages from the rehearsals to replace this part. Ho Haitao slowly walked up the stage. He really wished the distance to the stage was longer, and he could take 5 to 10 minutes to reach the stage. On the stage, he received a bronze trophy and started his emotional thank you speech. He mainly spoke about how much hard work the aviation factory had gone through to complete the nation's mission of creating a helicopter that is on par with the rest of the world. After that, it was a dance segment. After the dance, the winner of the aviation individual category was announced. It was an old engineer from Shenyang Aviation Factory. The old engineer received the trophy on the stage. He was very excited and emotional. When he speaks, he was choking back tears. He had worked for decades, and this was the first time he was on the stage of CCTV to receive an award. The whole nation could see him. What an honor! Feng Yu was also surprised. He was deeply impressed by the higher management of Shenyang's Aviation Factory. Shenyang's Aviation Factory was the fixed winner of this individual category. But Feng Yu did not expect that they would let this old engineer get this award. Seems like, in this era, not all leaders were snatching the credits of others. Feng Yu was also applauding. He had a lot of respect for these old engineers. The host walked up the stage. There are two people. One of them is the future brother-in-law of the other. The future brother-in-law is a supervisor in Bing City's machinery company workshop, and the other guy is only an ordinary worker there. This is the start of their story. Please enjoy this skit. Starring Zhu Simeo and Baldi Chun. The audiences cheered when they heard the actors. This duo is China's most famous actors. Brother-in-law, please transfer over me to your workshop. Your workshop has better efficiency and has more bonuses. I can get more money there. I will put in some good words for you in front of my mother. Baldi Chun smiled and said, No way. We are making engines, and these are machines which needed high precision. This is one of the most important parts of a tractor. You do not have enough skills. Baldi Chun and Zhu Simeo had very different appearances. One was boisterous, and the other was serious. The differences between both created lots of jokes. All the live audiences enjoyed their short skit. This skit also reflects the problems in all the factories. The relationship between the workers and leaders. When the skit was over, the audience cheered. Only Su Yipeng was worried. It was because Feng Yu had changed the host's scripts. The brother-in-law in the skit was supposed to be a supervisor in an ordinary factory, but Feng Yu changed it to Bing City's machinery company. This hint was too obvious. The nominees of the first Business Contribution Awards, agriculture category, is Tai Hua Food Processing Factory. The camera zoomed in on Feng Xingtai. Feng Xingtai stood up proudly and waved with two hands to the audiences. His wife by his side tried to pull him back. When the camera switched to Tai Hua Food Processing Factory workers among the spectators, the director and chief director almost fainted. How come they had so many workers? What was written on their placards? Clouds thinking of nice clothes, flowers thinking of blooming, pigs thinking of getting fat, and men thinking of getting famous. What the hell is this? Is this even a slogan? How can this be shown to the audiences? What does this Tai Hua Food Processing Factory do? They looked at the video clip that was being played on the projector. It was a modernized pig farm. They were speechless. How can a pig farm contribute to the nation's economy? Also, how come there was a face in the clip? Who edited this clip? Feng Xingtai's clip was to show off to everybody. 15 seconds out of the 30 seconds clip was focusing and zoomed in on his face. Luckily, the other nominees did not do this, and Su Yifeng was relieved. When Bing City's machinery company was announced as a nominee, the video clip showed brand new tractors and all sorts of farming equipment. But there were also Songjing motorcycles featured in the video. This category is the Agricultural Contribution Award. What has motorcycles to do with agriculture? Now, we shall invite China's Agricultural Technology Department head, Mr. Wang, to announce the winner and to give out the award. The winner of the first Business Contribution Awards, the agricultural category, is Bing City's Machinery Company. Everyone clapped. Li Mingde was the company's representative to receive the award. Feng Yu was not interested in showing his face. I would like to thank Bing City's government for their support. I would also want to thank all our shareholders and workers. Thank you for your hard work. We, Bing City's Machinery Company, promises to produce better quality and cheaper farming machinery for all of China's farmers. We will increase your efficiency at a lower cost. We are never afraid that our company's products would lag behind others because we have your support. Li Mingde pointed to the audiences. There were about a dozen workers in the machinery company's uniforms among the audiences. The director immediately panned the camera towards the audiences. Blood rushed up into Su Yipeng's head when he saw those workers stood up and raised placards. Who the hell taught them to do this? This is CCTV special program. This is not your company's own annual dinner. How come you are still shouting cheers? Bing City's machinery company, moving forward, moving out of Asia towards the world. The machinery company had 16 staffs there. They raised the placards high above their head and shouted their slogans loudly. Not only Su Yipeng was shocked. The rest of the audiences were shocked too. The host even forgot what he had to say. The director was so shocked that he has forgotten to switch cameras and gave those workers a total of 5 seconds of footage. Cut it. Hurry up and cut it. Switch to the host. Su Yipeng roared at the director. Li Mingde proudly said, Of course. Our machinery company has the most advanced technologies in China. Not only in agricultural machinery. Our motorcycles are also the most popular motorcycles in the cities. This year, we will be introducing saloon cars. I welcome everybody to come and buy our new cars. The host was shocked. This was an awards ceremony. Why are you advertising your company? You are the winner of the agriculture category, and why are you talking about motorcycles and cars? Thank you, Manager Lee, for your speech. Next, let's enjoy the following performance. When the host walked down the stage, he saw Su Yiping rushing up to him angrily. What are you doing just now? How come you let him advertise his company and products? The host felt innocent. Director Su, who would expect him to say all those? Can't you just remove that part? We will talk about this later. Be alert. Don't panic and be prepared for worst. The host's heart skipped a beat. Director Su, please don't scare me. Are you telling me that there will still be more people shouting cheers and slogans? I hope not, but you must be prepared. Don't mess up your scripts. Su Yiping patted the host on his shoulders and sighed. Next, we shall announce the nominees of the individual awards for the agriculture category. Northern Agricultural University's Professor, Taihua Food Processing Factory Top Consultant, Su Mingrue. Many people frowned. How come it is Taihua Food Processing Factory's people again? This time as a consultant? The video clip showed a pig farm again. But this time, the person in the video was different. It was Professor Su. The audiences soon realized that this pig farm was very high-tech. Most of the chores, like feeding, cleaning of the pigsty, were all automatic. Pigs can be reared this way. The director switched the camera to the audiences. Under the anticipation of the host and directors, they were not disappointed. The placards for Tianpeng Pig Farm was raised again. This time, the workers shouted out the slogans. Louder than the machinery company. Su Yiping was going crazy. He felt that this was the black mark in his entire career. He thought that he was lucky to get the chance to be the chief director of this program. Maybe in a few years' time, he would get the chance to be the chief director of the Spring Festival Gala Night. That would be a promotion and a pay raise. But he did not expect that he could not make much decision in this award ceremony. Even that kid Feng, you had the support of Deputy Station Chief Jia. He still has to collect back the tickets he had given out to exchange for favors. Those tickets were then distributed to the workers. This was not the end. During rehearsals, this Feng Yu still pointed out all sorts of problems, like the host's script had issues, the director had switched the cameras wrongly, and even wanted to place humidifiers on top of every round table. Feng Yu also gave some representatives and workers additional airtime. This was fine. Su Yipeng could still bear with it. But what were those workers wearing? Wearing uniforms were fine. But why the hell are they wearing safety helmets? You think they are now working in their factories? This is CCTV gala venue. There is no need for safety helmets. When the cameras pan towards the audiences, everyone can see those striking blue uniforms and red helmets. Su Yiping tried his best to tolerate all these. He had wanted to direct a good program. But now, everything was gone. Not only those workers brought placards, they even shouted cheers and slogans. When they shouted their slogans, all the live audiences turned towards them. This was shown clearly on the cameras. Can this footage still be used? This must be cut. But this footage had a wide angle. If he cut away those parts, he will not have enough footage. If he replaces that part with other footages, it will seem that he was targeting that few companies. The TV viewers will be wondering why some companies' workers got airtime and those few companies did not. Especially those winners, their workers, must be captured on camera too. Also, that Li Mingde still interacted with his workers while on stage. This is a CCTV program. I am the chief director. Who allowed you to interact with the audience? Don't your workers know the rules? Su Yiping regretted agreeing to show the live audiences on camera. During rehearsals, there were no audiences, and they do not have extra footages of the live audiences. What can he still do? Su Yiping does not know what his higher-ups will think when they saw this program. How would they rate this program? The more he thinks about this, the more he felt dejected. Next, we will announce the nominees of the consumer products category. Taihua Trading Company. Taihua. How come it is Taihua again? Do all China companies need to use this Hua character? Why can't you call yourself Taixia Company? Wu Jigang was standing in front of the camera. In front of him was the newly produced superfan. Our Taihua Trading focuses on developing new innovative home appliances. This super fan in front of me does not only have the features of our traditional bladeless fan, but it is also a humidifier. We have incorporated many new features like heating, sterilization, dehumidifying, scent, etc. in it. This will be a multifunctional product. This product is extremely popular overseas. You can find this in almost every big department stores in the cities. We are also having a promotion now. Wu Jigang was speaking like a host on those TV shopping programs. Feng Yu was really pleased with his performance. To make this video, Feng Yu had called Wu Jigang over to Beijing and trained him for one whole day. Su Yiping covered his face with his palm and slumped on his chair. This was the 30 seconds video clip prepared by Feng Yu. We had agreed that the clip will be showing the reasons for the company to be one of the nominees. Who asked you to make it into an advertisement? Who was the one who shot this clip? I want to strangle him. Su Yiping knew that this Taihua trading company will be getting this award. Oh no, the workers among the audiences will create problems later. What award ceremony is this? A comedy? I will be demoted soon. I would be glad if I can be a director of a documentary in the future. Feng Yu, I am going to kill you. Wind and rain home appliances, technology to change your life. When Taihua trading staffs raised their placards and shouted their slogans, Su Yiping became quiet. The rest of the audiences turned and looked at Taihua trading staffs. Taihua trading staffs did not feel awkward or embarrassed. Instead, they had a proud look on their faces. All of you are representatives of your company? All of our Taihua trading staffs are here. All of you are here to watch the live recording of this award ceremony and are not paid? We are still getting our salary for being here, and we still have a bonus. All of you traveled here by train? We came here by plane. All of you are staying at those regular hotels and eat everyday meals. We are all staying in 5 stars hotel and have all of our meals at Quanjude. Our boss is paying for everything. Even when we can't finish the food, we are also allowed to bring the leftovers home. All of you are wearing regular clothes or uniforms. We are all in branded suits and leather shoes. How much are you all earning a month? Do you have bonuses? Not only our salaries are higher than the national average, but we can also claim our pager expenses. From next year onwards, each of us can even claim the petrol expenses for our motorcycles. Which company have benefits that can match us? We are the staffs from Taihua Trading, and we are proud of it. Furthermore, what's wrong with our slogan? We are using technologies to change people's lives. Manager Feng had said that the special bonus for this year will be a super fan each. The market value for this fan is a few thousand RMB. On Lunar New Year, we will still be getting red packets, chickens, ducks, fishes, and meat. Our families can't even finish all these food in a month. Taihua Trading's welfare was too good. Manager Feng had said that others can only envy them, and no other company's welfare can be better than them. When Taihua Trading's Wu Jigang went up the stage to receive the award, he recited the script written by Feng Yu. Thank you Bing City's government for their support and help. I would also like to thank Bing City's Aviation Factory, Bing City's Motor Factory, Beijing's YDU Company for their support. I would like to thank Mr. Feng Xingtai and Madame Zhang Muhua. I would like to thank Mr. Li Shiqiang and Ms. Feng Danying. Technologies should be used to improve our daily lives. We, Taihua Trading, have achieved it. I believe that all of you can also do it. Let us use technologies to change our lives and our future. When he finished his speech, the audiences cheered. Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua were the most excited. They had been thanked. Li Shiqiang and his wife were not present. Li Shiqiang was temporarily helping to look after Taihua Trading. A few companies' leaders and professors were thinking about what Wu Jigang had said. Technologies should be used to improve our daily lives. The government officials looked at each other and nodded. This Taihua Trading was right. Su Yiping looked the nominees for the remaining categories. There were no other companies that start with Taihua. There should be no more placards or cheers. But Su Yiping did not expect that Bing City's Motor Factory did it again. Bing City Motor Factory, striving to be the best. Damn, another Bing City's company. Did all these Bing City's companies discuss beforehand? All of them were wearing the same clothing, carried placards, and shouted cheers. What were they doing? Su Yiping must report this to the leaders. These people must be punished. This is CCTV and not Bing City. They are not allowed to do whatever they want. Li Na and the rest looked at Feng Yu. Needless to say, all these must be related to Feng Yu. No one else would do such things. From the moment they walked into the venue, they saw a humidifier on every table. They knew it must be Feng Yu's idea. Just now, Feng Yu was the one who started the applause. How could Feng Yu be unrelated to this? But all of them also noticed something weird. The motor factory and aviation factory slogans were very traditional, whereas the machinery company and Taihua companies were very innovative, especially when they heard clouds thinking of nice clothes, flowers thinking of blooming, pigs thinking of getting fat, and men thinking of getting famous. All the audiences were laughing. All of them felt that this pig farm was too weird and had an odd name, Tianpeng Pig Farm. But none of them noticed that they had remembered the name of this pig farm unconsciously. This was what Fengyu wanted. This award ceremony will be recorded on VCD and will be given free with wind and rain VCD players. When the time VCD players entered the homes of everybody, this advertisement will also reach out to them. Most importantly, this was free. When Fengyu notified the motor factory and aviation factory, Li Shiyu and Hou Haitao were hesitating. But Fengyu told them that this was an opportunity to show the whole nation their factory's work culture. They would regret if they missed out this opportunity. When Li Shiyu and Hou Haitao saw the people at the machinery company and Taihua trading preparing their placards and cheers, they immediately organized their staffs to do the same. Although they do not know if they were allowed to do this, if everyone were doing the same thing, they should not get into trouble. Furthermore, Fengyu had mentioned that he had a lot of authority for this ceremony. Since Fengyu had said they would not get into trouble, then it should be fine. Fengyu would not lie to them. But they refused to use the slogans Fengyu suggested. What slogans were those? Bing City's aviation factory, soaring to the skies. Bing City's aviation factory, flying among the clouds. Bing City's motor factory, #1 in generators. These slogans were more like children's songs. Also, it was too arrogant. How can they shout such slogans? They would be laughed by other companies if they showed these on TV. Fengyu could only sigh and give up on them. These people do not know that slogans should be as simple as possible and must be easy to remember. This way, people will remember and spread. Anyway, these two factories were state-owned enterprises. They do not have to worry about their sales. Since the both of you were not willing to take up my suggestions, so be it. Anyway, my companies must be using these slogans to let the whole nation remember us. The first nominee for the first Business Contribution Awards ceremony, Health Products category, Hangzhou's Lihaha Company. Drink Lihaha. Dinner would taste better. The projector showed Lihaha's video clip. There was a group of young children holding a bottle of Lihaha and shouting their slogan together. When the camera switched to the audiences, all of Lihaha's staffs shouted 1, 2, 3, and stood up. They raised a huge cutout of a cartoon character. This cartoon character was their trademark. Su Yiping heard the workers shouting their slogan, "Drink Lihaha, dinner would taste better," through his headphones. He threw his headphones on the floor in anger. How come this Lihaha also joined in this nonsense? This was a company from the southern provinces. What has it got to do with this Fengyu? Why were they copying Fengyu's companies? Su Yipeng had thought that there were no more companies from the northeast regions, and there would be no more such things. But this Lihaha's cutout was the biggest. They had planned this way before this ceremony. Su Yipeng was mad. He swore that he would not direct this program next year, even if the higher-ups do not punish him. One of China's top director and the chief director of this award ceremony was about to collapse from his anger. The award ceremony ended, and the audiences slowly stood up and left. Their hands were aching from clapping, but they wished they could carry on clapping. They really loved this show. All the performers were top celebrities, and it was also an award ceremony. Their companies were being recognized for their hard work. Also, they were also captured by the cameras. Su Yipeng heard the applause from the audiences and was slightly relieved. Maybe tonight's ceremony was a success. The applause seems to be louder than Spring Festival Gala night. But when Su Yipeng looked at the monitor, he almost fainted. What are those people doing? Why are they still raising their placards? What are they trying to do? Fengyu and his friends were standing outside the entrance, waiting for his parents. Dad, Mom, let's go for supper. Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua saw their son standing with his friends. But they noticed that the positions of Fengyu and his friends and exchanged looks. They knew something was wrong. Fengyu was with 5 other friends. Fengyu had never expected Lu Kuan to have a girlfriend. Lu Kuan's girlfriend was the top student in his faculty. Both of them had met during a hobbies club at their university and discovered that both of them were from northeast regions. Then, both of them got into an argument over the solution of a mathematics problem. In the end, both of them were right. It was only they had used different methods to solve the problem. Just like that, That top female student started to visit the library with Lu Kuan, and they end up being together. When Feng Yu knew about this, his jaws almost dropped. Mathematics hobby club? What the hell was that? Both of them got together because of a mathematics problem? Feng Yu could only sigh. He could not understand the world of top students. So the three couples went to watch the live recording of the award ceremony together. When Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua saw them, they immediately knew that Feng Yu and Li Na was a couple. At a lamb hot pot restaurant, all of them sat down and ordered a lot of food. As usual, when Dongjun started eating like he had been starving for years. It was also because he was familiar with Feng Yu's parents. He had dinners at Feng Yu's house many times, and Zhang Muhua even praised him for having a good appetite. Feng Xingtai suddenly remembered that this Li Na was in the same high school with Feng Yu. They had returned to the district together during the holidays. At that time, he felt that something was wrong. Especially today, Feng Xingtai had arrived in Beijing together with Wu Jigang and the rest. Feng Yu had bought an apartment in Beijing, but he still arranged for his parents to stay in a hotel. Why didn't he bring his parents to his apartment? Feng Yu was obviously hiding something. Li Na, which school are you attending? Feng Xingtai asked. I am now studying at Beijing Teaching University. I am learning English. Li Na blushed and replied. She felt that she had been seen through. This was the first time she was eating with Feng Yu's parents. She was uneasy. Can this be considered meeting her future in-laws? Li Na had met Aaron Kwok earlier that day. Feng Yu had brought her to the backstage and took photographs together with her idol. She was excited the whole day. But now, she was nervous and flustered. So, you will be a teacher in the future? Being a teacher is good. Teachers will educate children well. Feng Xingtai smiled happily. Beijing Teaching University. Li Na and Feng Yu were not from the same university. Feng Yu still brought her to this award ceremony. There must be something going on between the both of them. Zhang Muhua pinched her husband under the table. What was he talking about? What educating children? He doesn't even know how to ask questions. Li Na, who else is in your family? Where do you intend to work in the future? Zhang Muhua continued with the questioning session. Feng Yu coughed. When Dongjun was still digging into the plates of lamb. He had finished 4 big plates of sliced lamb himself. Before the award ceremony, what did I instructed you to do? What did you promise me? All you did now is just eating. Feng Yu stepped on Wen Dongjun's foot underneath the table. I had asked you to interrupt the conversation when I coughed. Did you forget that our signal is coughing? When Dongjun was enjoying his food, when Feng Yu stepped hard on his foot, he almost shouted. When he saw Feng Yu's angry look, he remembered what he promised Feng Yu earlier. When Dongjun gave Feng Yu a calm look and stood up. Uncle Feng, what are you not eating? You don't like to eat lamb? Then pass me that plate of lamb in front of you. Feng Yu lowered his head and covered his face with his palm. Damn, was this the best you can do? Zhang Han felt embarrassed. She kept pulling Wen Dongjun's sleeves. Even when they were familiar with each other, it was still considered very rude. Furthermore, Lu Kuan's girlfriend had met them the first time. Such an embarrassment. Feng Xingtai still wanted to ask Li Na some questions when he heard Wen Dongjun. He looked at the plate of lamb slices in front of him and then looked at the empty plates in front of Wen Dongjun. He reluctantly passes the plate of lamb slices to Wen Dongjun. This brat from the Wen family can really eat. No wonder he was so tall and strong. Feng Xingtai turned to Li Na and wanted to ask more questions when Wen Dongjun stood up again. Annie Zhang, can you pass me that plate of melon? The following 5 minutes, everybody was looking at Feng Yu's parents passing the plates of dishes to Wen Dongjun. Wen Dongjun devours plates after plates. He really has a good appetite. Although the dishes in a hot pot restaurant were not big portions, the quantity was still a lot. Wen Dongjun had already eaten a lot before he asked for the plates in front of Feng Xingtai. Yet, he could even finish everything. When Wen Dongjun stood up for the 7th time, Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua looked at each other. What does this Dongjun want? There was only a plate of cabbage remaining in front of them. When Dongjun wants to take away the remaining plate, the both of them had just started eating. When Dongjun suddenly shouted, Ah, Xiaoyu, this restaurant is closing? Uncle Feng, Auntie Zhang, are the both of you full? Feng Xingtai almost vomited blood. He had only eaten a piece of lamb before when Dongjun started asking for the dishes in front of him. Feng Yu secretly gave Wen Dongjun a thumb up. Smart. Really smart. His parents could not get the chance to question Li Na. Waiter, give us another 4 plates of lamb and some melons, noodles, mushrooms, etc. Feng Yu shouted. Dad, Mom, eat something first. We can chat later. When the dishes were served, when Dongjun was already full and started to become service personnel, he begins to cook and serve food from the hot pot to the rest. Mainly, he was serving Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua. He kept serving them food to prevent them from talking. This method was still effective. When Dongjun had successfully prevented Feng Yu's parents from asking Li Na questions. The taxi is here. Dongjun, help me send my parents back to the hotel. I have booked a room for you too. I will send Lu Kuan and the rest back to their school. Dad, Mom, I will look for you tomorrow afternoon. Have a good rest. Not only Feng Yu had sent his parents back, but he had also helped when Dongjun. I had set up this opportunity for you. The rest is up to you. Feng Yu sent Lu Kuan and his girlfriend to their hostel. But it was too late, and the doors were locked. Feng Yu immediately hinted to Lu Kuan. What are you waiting for? This was the best excuse to bring your girlfriend to the hotel. Although Lu Kuan was a nerd, he was not stupid enough to give up this opportunity. Feng Yu secretly passed Lu Kuan a 100 renminbi note. The staff at the front desk was also smart. We only have one room left. Feng Yu patted Lu Kuan on his back and left. It was very late, and Li Na can only return to Feng Yu's apartment. Feng Yu told Li Na that his parents had a good impression of her, and then they spent a beautiful night together. The next morning, Feng Yu sent Li Na back to her university. After Feng Yu's lesson in the morning, Feng Yu drove to his parents and noticed that his parents had already packed their luggage. Their flight back to Bing City was in the afternoon. Mom, Dad, why don't you stay for a few days more? Go back with Wu Jigang and the rest after New Year's Day. No, we had visited Beijing last year. There are no places here that we want to visit. I will return home with your mom first. When will you return home during your winter break? These few years, the time Feng Yu spends at home during his school breaks were getting lesser. Zhang Muhua had been grumbling about this. I need to visit Moscow during this coming winter break. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, there are some changes to my businesses there. I need to go over for a few days. Don't worry. I will return home before the end of January. Okay. Remember to take care of yourself and others. Feng Xingtai patted Feng Yu's back. He felt pleased with his son. It was like the piglet he rears had grown up and ready to breed. Feng Yu rubbed his nose. Dad, Mom, let's go for lunch first. After lunch, I will send you to the airport. Seems like Mom and Dad does not oppose his relationships with Li Na. With Feng Yu's family status, they do not have many expectations for their daughter-in-law. It was also hard to find a girl whose family's situation to match theirs. As long as the girl comes from a typical family, they can accept. They were quite pleased with Li Na when they met her last night. After lunch, Feng Yu's parents took a taxi to the airport. Feng Yu was forced by his parents to return to his school. His parents do not want him to behave like during his high school days, skipping lessons all the time. The production staff of New Year's Day Gala Dinner was all busy. This program had to be broadcast on New Year's Day, and they had only 2 days to edit the film. The staffs had noticed a critical issue. They had recorded the rehearsal, but the host's clothing was different from the actual night. That means that most of the rehearsal recordings cannot be used. The footages that showed the host were all useless. Some of the performers and nominees were also wearing casual clothes. The production team had not noticed about this minor detail last night. When Su Yiping looked through the recordings, he noticed that during the rehearsals, the nominees that wore casual clothes were all from Bing City. They must have plotted this. They want to prevent him from using the footages from the rehearsals. If he cannot use the rehearsal recordings, then they can only edit from last night recordings. But it was only later, the production team noticed that yesterday's recording was really well planned. From the start to the end, it was exactly 3 hours and 2 minutes. They had announced the duration of this program to be 3 hours. That means they can only cut away 2 minutes of footages. It was fine even if they did not cut anything. CCTV had reserved 10 minutes for them, in case of any overruns. The video editor looked at Su Yiping. Director Su, do we still need to edit this recording? I think we can just use it. Su Yiping was furious. How can we just use this recording? How can those placards and cheers be shown to the TV viewers? Edit those parts away. Take note of the total duration, and the editing must be smooth. Those cheers must be removed. The video editor did a rough estimation and looked at Su Yiping. Director Su, if we remove those footages, we will be short of at least 10 minutes. Su Yiping was shaking. How come it is like this? Oh, We can use the recordings from other cameras. There should be no problems with those recordings. But when Su Yiping viewed the footages from other cameras, he discovered that he cannot use those footages unless he removes all the footages of Bing City's aviation factory, Taihua Trading, and the rest of Bing City's companies. This way, it would seem like CCTV was targeting those companies. Also, the winners that were from Bing City had purposely walked slowly to the stage. Su Yipeng cannot be showing them walking 30 seconds to the stage. This meant that he was giving these few people preferential treatment. The higher-ups had passed a regulation that forbids them to give preferential treatments to individuals. This footage cannot be used. Furthermore, it would be too dull to show someone walking toward the stage. Su Yipeng grabbed his hair. He does not know what to do. He thought that he had controlled the timing of the recording of the awards ceremony well, and it should be a good thing. But now he does not think so. He could not edit out the parts with those Bing City's companies. Why didn't he ask the host speaks more and extend the time? All these happened because of Feng Yu. Feng Yu had given red packets to the directors, cameramen, host, and editors. He told them that these red packets were from the association to reward them for their hard work. After accepting the red packets from Feng Yu, these staffs tend to follow Feng Yu's requests. Furthermore, these staffs had seen CCTV's deputy station chief, Jia, telling Su Yiping to respect the decisions of the organizers. CCTV was only assisting the association in recording this program. Who's the organizer? Feng Yu was the main organizer. Also, Feng Yu did not make any unreasonable demands. He had only asked them to follow the rundown of the program. His only requests were only the switching of cameras must be fast and accurately. The host must give the winners more time for their speeches, and the editor must make sure the video was not edited too much. There cannot be too many changes, especially those footages of the audiences and award winners. After all, this was an award ceremony. Before the start of the recording, Feng Yu sent the host a set of new costume. He told the host that this costume was sponsored. The new costume was indeed more beautiful than the costume worn by the host during the rehearsal. So, the host changed into the new costume. Many of the performers had also received new outfits. This caused differences between the actual and rehearsal recordings. Feng Yu was satisfied. Even if this was a recorded program, he could also make CCTV broadcast the program the way he wanted. Unless Su Yiping really dares to use all the footages from the rehearsal recordings. But Feng Yu could still make use of his status as the organizers and made up an excuse, saying the performances during the rehearsals were not to par, to force CCTV to change it. No matter what, the broadcasted program must be according to what Feng Yu wants. Feng Yu was not a director, but the directors must listen to Feng Yu. Su Yiping sighed. There was nothing he could do now except for showing his higher-ups the actual and rehearsal recordings. It will be up to the higher-ups to decide. He had accepted his fate. Wake up, wake up. It is almost 7. Tian Lei shouted in the middle of the dormitory. Today was an important day for them. They were not going to celebrate New Year. Feng Yu had helped them organize a gathering with a group of female students from Beijing Teaching University. Other than Feng Yu, the rest of his roommates were all singles. Even this Tian Lei does not have a girlfriend. Hurry, wash up and have breakfast. We cannot be late today. We must all learn from Lao Si, number 4 in their room, referring to Feng Yu. They had ranked themselves according to their age. We must get a girlfriend early. We must not be single when we graduate. Tian Lei shouted and clapped like those coaches cheering their athletics on. Surprisingly, Tian Lei's method was very useful. All of them hurriedly got up and rushed to the bathroom. Because there were a lot of people, Feng Yu did not drive. He took the public bus with the rest to the zoo. They waited for about 10 minutes at the entrance and saw 8 beautiful ladies walking towards them. Not only Feng Yu and his roommates, but many passers-by were also captivated by these lovely ladies. Let me introduce. This is our dorm's eldest brother. He is also our class monitor. He is Tian Lei from Beijing. This is... Feng Yu was speechless when he looked at his roommates, especially Tian Lei. He was overly excited before they came here, but now, he does not even dare to shake hands with the girls. Coward. I had bought the tickets. Let's go in and enjoy ourselves. Feng Yu waved the bunch of tickets in his hands. There had been standing at the entrance for quite some time. Feng Yu and Li Na walked together, hand in hand. Both of them were secretly looking at the rest. They wanted to know if any of their friends could hit it off with the opposite sex. Feng Yu shook his head. Why were they all so reserved? This was a gathering and a chance for you to know more friends. All of his roommates should grasp this opportunity. Although there were lots of female university students in Beijing, how can they be compared to the quality of the girls in Beijing Teaching University? Even the prettiest girl in their class cannot be compared to the ugliest girl from Li Na's dormitory. Oh look, it's a swan. This is the first time I had seen a swan so close. One of the girls shouted excitedly. Tianlei walked over and said loudly, "Swan is a species of bird, one of the few swimming bird species. They live in groups near lakes and swamps. Their main diet is the water plants. Swans have only one partner in their lives. I heard that if their mate passed away, the other swan would also die." Really? You are so knowledgeable. No wonder you are in Beijing University. The girl's eye sparkles. Feng Yu was also shocked. Damn, this Tianlei was terrific. He knows about swans. He must have memorized it before coming here. This was showing off his knowledge. Tianlei secretly waved his fist. Success. He knew that the zoology module he had taken would be useful one day. Watching was helpful. Tianlei moved closer to that girl. He had found his target. The only thing left was to see if both of them had the chemistry. The rest of the guys looked at each other. This can be considered knowledgeable? They were also from Beijing University, and if you want to talk about grades, Tianlei had the lowest grades among them. The rest of them start to demonstrate all of their knowledge. Astronomy, history, etc. They started blabbering everything they know to the girls, hoping to attract their attention. Feng Yu nodded. That's right. How can you be shy if you want to know girls? Scholars also need to show off their talents. Li Na covered her mouth and giggled. Your roommates are so interesting. They even use classic quotes when they are talking. But all of them are very knowledgeable. Feng Yu pointed to a peacock not far from them. You know, they are just like those peacocks. They are desperate to show off their talents to attract the attention of the opposite sex. Actually, I am the one who was the most talented, but I prefer to be low profile. Yeah. You are the most talented. Tell me the scientific name of the swans we saw earlier. Feng Yu. Oh look, today's weather is so good. Let's hurry and catch up with the others. Li Na looked at the overcast sky. This was considered good weather? If it wasn't she had promised to attend this gathering, they would not be stepping out of their dormitory. All of them enjoyed themselves after 2 hours. Other than Tianlei, there were 3 other couples. They were progressing faster than Feng Yu expected. The group left the zoo at about noon for lunch. At the restaurant, Feng Yu saw that all of them wanted to sit apart from each other, and he shook his head. He immediately suggests having a boy-girl seating arrangement. They occupied 2 tables, and 1 table could seat 8 people. Those 4 couples who hit it off were sitting at a table, and the rest at another table. Feng Yu and Li Na were sitting together with the other 6 people. They tried to bring them closer to each other. Li Na's roommates were willing to come to this gathering was also because of some motives. In this era, Huaqing University and Beijing University graduates were sought after by the government. The worst job posting for these graduates were at one of the cities in the outskirts of Beijing. But Beijing Teaching University's graduates were mainly posted back to their provinces. Beijing had sufficient teachers. Although the graduates were posted to the province's cities, it still cannot be compared to Beijing. If the graduates from Beijing University was dating, their partners could be posted in the same region. Furthermore, these boys were all from Beijing University. They would have a bright future, and they will be assigned houses by the government. Their promotions were also faster than their peers. These boys were also considered a good catch. However, the couple must stay together until they graduate. Feng Yu had told them that he would only introduce them to know each other. The rest, it was up to them. Feng Yu and Li Na do not want to interfere. Other than the initial introduction, Feng Yu and Li Na did not speak much. During lunch, Feng Yu only started a conversation on a topic which his roommates were familiar and let them carry on showing off their knowledge. After lunch, they walked around for a while before Li Na and her roommates wanted to go back. Their exams were around the corner, and they need to start their revisions. Li Na also wanted to go back to her dorm. Feng Yu was disappointed. He could always send her back to her dorm tomorrow morning. Before they parted, Feng Yu reminded the girls to watch the New Year's Day Gala Dinner special program on CCTV that evening. On their way back to their dormitory, Feng Yu's roommates were chatting and comparing their achievements. One of them said that he had already confirmed a date with a girl after their exams. Another said that he and the girl he was chatting with were from the same province, and they had made arrangements to ride the train together back to their hometown after their exams. Those that did not hit it off with any girls were pulling a long face. Why those girls were not interested in them? From their performances earlier, Feng Yu knew that no amount of gatherings could help these guys. They were too shy to even talk to the girls. Were they waiting for those girls to make the first move? Just wait for your family to arrange for matchmaking. Matchmaking suits you guys more. In the evening, all of Feng Yu's roommates went to Feng Yu's apartment to watch TV. They wanted to watch the New Year's Day gala dinner. Feng Yu had claimed that this program was the most entertaining program ever shown on CCTV. At the start of the program, Tian Lei and the rest were all excited. Who is this singer that sang the opening song? The song is beautiful. This Sun Nan, China's top singer in the future, was still an unknown singer now. Even when he had already released his album, no one had heard who he was. But Feng Yu believed that after this program was aired, many people will know who Sun Nan was. His value and popularity will rise several times. Feng Yu had wrote 2 songs for Sun Nan and had given him an opportunity. He became the person that helped him to fame. Of course, this was not for free. Although there were no artist agencies now, Sun Nan had signed a 10-year contract with Taihua Trading to be their spokesperson. His fees were meager, 1 million renminbi for 10 years, and he was not limited to only wind and rain products. Sun Nan would be Feng Yu's future spokesperson for wind and rain VCD player. After all, the main consumers for VCD, after it became popular, were the karaoke lounges. It was also because of VCD, KTV became popular. Feng Yu had made things clear to Sun Nan. Now, this contract might be lucrative for him, but after the year after next, Sun Nan would surely regret. By that time, every household in China would know who he was. His value would increase several folds. But Feng Yu explained to Sun Nan that after he became the spokesperson for wind and rain home appliances and VCD players, there will be more people listening to his songs and know him. It was still beneficial to him. Sun Nan was grateful to Feng Yu for giving an unknown singer like him this opportunity. He still did not feel like he was being taken advantage of. After he became famous, he could still endorse other products. Although 10 years was very long, Feng Yu gave him 1 million renminbi up front. This 1 million renminbi was very important to Sun Nan and his family. It made him felt that all his hard work to become a singer was worthwhile. From today onwards, Sun Nan would be famous. Feng Yu felt that Sun Nan would be invited to perform at next year's Spring Festival Gala Night. There were not a lot of pop singers in China now. Hey look, how come the audiences are holding placards? Feng Yu, Wang Lei, your Bing City's aviation factory is incredible. Tian Lei gave a thumb up. The people in this era were proud of their hometown. If anything good happened in their hometown, they would feel proud too. Feng Yu had a calm expression, but Wang Lei raised his chin and had a proud look. His father was also a worker, and Wang Lei was proud of those ordinary workers. Ha ha ha, Baldy Chin and Zhu Simeo are so funny. Is this based on a real incident in Bing City's machinery company? Yes, it was adapted from a real incident. But that worker looks more like a good guy when compared to Baldy Chan. Feng Yu shrugged his shoulders. Huh, not only the audiences were holding up placards, they are still shouting cheers. But we can't hear the cheers clearly. In the end, Zhu Yipeng had only mute the cheers. His leaders allowed the footages with the placards to be aired, so Zhu Yipeng relents. If any higher-ups wanted to punish them, it was his leaders that gave the green light. He would not be shouldering all the blame himself. The CCTV top leaders had held a meeting to discuss this recording. At first, almost all the people at the meeting objected to the airing of this program. They felt that this was not the way to do a TV program. But Deputy Station Chief Jia said that this was organized by the association. It was supposed to be for their own entertainment. CCTV was only providing the venue and helping the association. Furthermore, the association was paying for everything. CCTV could also make some profits from this program. This way, CCTV would have more funds for the upcoming Spring Festival Gala Night. The organizers were fine with it. What more can they say? Also, the performances were exciting, and the whole program was very entertaining. Those award winners had also given excellent and meaningful thank you speeches. Their speeches would motivate more Chinese and let them believe that China would catch up with the rest of the world. This would prevent China talents from leaving for those Western countries. Finally, the station chief gave the green light. This was a good program, and only the part when the host was in a daze must be edited out. The rest do not need to edit. The footage of the audiences must be shown. They were the workers of those nominees and winners. How can these footages be cut out? The ones on stage to receive the award was only the representative of the company. This award belongs to all the workers from that organization. If you remove their footages, that means you deny them of their credit. However, those cheers were not appropriate. It had influenced the whole award ceremony. Those cheers must be muted before airing. After this program was aired, they would wait for the TV audience's feedback before deciding if this program was a success. From these leaders' experiences, they knew that the TV viewers would like it. Ha ha, this Tianpeng pig farm is so funny. Clouds thinking of nice clothes, flowers thinking of blooming, pigs thinking of getting fat, and men thinking of getting famous. There should be another line in this poem. I can't recall it. One TV audience was laughing in front of the TV. I don't remember it too. You are wearing red clothes today. His friend said. Red had another meaning in Chinese. Equals red color or famous. The TV audience immediately removes his red top, but he was still wearing a red belt. That's wind and rain bladeless fan. We had bought that fan. There is a new model? Super fan. There are so many functions. Dear, should we change a new fan? Our fan is quite old. We can use the old fan in the room. This super fan has so many functions. It should be costly. Don't worry. We have made some money this year. We can afford even if the fan costs 10,000 renminbi. This representative from Taihua Trading had said it. Technologies should be used to improve everybody's lives. Look at your research center. All you do is to research on fighter jets and bombs. These are all for wars. Why can't your research center focus on something that can improve our lives? The wife of a research center's engineer grumbled. We are doing it for our country's defense. This company's products are useless. The engineer retorted. What you mean by useless? Then what can your fighter jets and bombs do? We are not at war now. What can you use it for? Look at the things they make. They even export their products and earn money from other countries. Your research center only knows how to buy things from those foreigners. The engineer had nothing to say. He was thinking in his heart. Were they wrong? Should they research on something that can change and improve everybody's life? That night, almost every households were watching the award ceremony. They do not care about those rewards. They only wanted to watch the performances. Those that do not have TV sets would go to their neighbor's house to watch. Every now and then, there was laughter. That night, almost all the streets were empty. In this era, there were no accurate measures of TV ratings. In simpler terms, many places could receive CCTV channels 1 and 2. People were still using aerial antennas to receive TV signals. The provincial TV stations seldom have exciting programs. It can be said that the award ceremony had achieved almost 100% viewership. Many people only knew that this special program was an award ceremony when they watched it. But all of them still enjoyed the program. Those award winners and nominees were envied by everybody. They were able to show their faces on CCTV. That means everyone in China knew who they were. Oh, these people were the ones that had made considerable contributions to China. China's industrial and agriculture were catching up with the rest of the world. These people were the pride of China. It was not the performances or the winners that had left deep impressions with the TV audiences. It was the live audiences' placards and cheers. The TV audiences not only remembered the slogans, they also remembered the workers' uniforms. If the TV audiences were to rate the group of workers in the live audiences that had left the deepest impression, it would be Liaha and their cartoon figure cutout. Even Tianpeng Pig Farm had lost to them. This increased Liaha's sales after this program. The distributors all over China had called Liaha's sales office to increase their orders. Few people may notice Liaha's usual TV advertisements. It was because there were still many households in China that do not have TV at home. But this was a CCTV special program. Those without TV would go to their friends or relatives' houses to watch this program. The distributors in different regions noticed this and immediately increased their orders. People would be looking for Liaha's products during this period, and it was the best opportunity to earn money. Once again, Zhong Qingxian was deeply impressed with Feng Yu's foresight. It was because Feng Yu had asked Taihua Trading stocked up Liaha's liquid supplements 1 week before. This was to prevent Taihua Trading from running out of stocks after becoming famous. Liaha's factory was now running at full capacity. Their workers had to work 3 shifts, running at 24 hours to cope with the sudden surge in demand. When Zhong Qingxian heard his sales manager's report, he regretted not listening to Feng Yu. If he had set up the new factory earlier, it would be in operations by now. But now, his factory could not cope with the demands. They had to stop taking orders. It was like money flying out of his hand. The new factory's construction should be completed soon and should be in operation after the Lunar New Year. All the machines in the new factory were ordered from the Soviet Union by Feng Yu. Li Mingde had called Feng Yu to tell him the good news. The machinery company had received a lot of orders for their agriculture machinery. This year's profits will be at least 30% more than they estimated previously. They can now be compared to those national standard agriculture machines factories. Their target next year was to be China's #1 farming equipment manufacturing company. They want to beat those established big brands like Dongfang Hong. Dongfang Hong was a state-owned factory and had the support of the government. Even with the government support, their technologies were outdated compared to the machinery company. They had been losing market share. Feng Yu was glad that the machinery company could be China's #1 within the next 2 years. Feng Yu instructs Li Mingde to listen to the requirements of those old farmers to produce equipment that suits the markets. The machinery company must also upgrade their technologies regarding their efficiency and durability. Feng Yu also wanted their tractors to have different classes based on their capacity. Now, there were only 2 types of tractors: the 55 horsepower Dongfang Hong tractor and the 12 horsepower smaller tractors. There were no mid-range tractors and had to be imported. Feng Yu wanted to capture this market segment. This would be the future mainstream tractor segment. Of course, Feng Yu also wanted to produce higher horsepower tractors too. High horsepower tractors were also selling well in the future. Tractors can not only be used for plowing and seedings at farms. They can also be used to transport goods with there was a trailer attached. Trailers were good. All the gas trucks owned by Wind and Rain Logistics had trailers attached. The traffic police at this time do not care about this. There were very few vehicles on the road. Wind and Rain Logistics frequently need to transport big items. It takes up lots of space. By attaching a trailer to their trucks, they can double their load. Wind and Rain Logistic was using this method temporary. There was no need to increase their truck fleet. When the machinery company starts to produce their own trucks, then Wind and Rain Logistics will expand their fleet. During the award ceremony, many people noticed that Songjiang Motorcycles belongs to Bing City's machinery company. They tried calling the machinery company to order Songjiang Motorcycles, but were told that Tai Hua Trading was in charge of the motorcycle sales. When Wu Jigang returned to Bing City, he saw his company was in a mess. If it weren't for Li Shiqiang and the Wind and Rain Logistics staffs there, he would have thought that there was a break-in. "Manager Li, what happens to our office?" Wu Jigang asked. "HRMPH." Li Shiqiang growled. "All of you had enjoyed yourselves. You don't even leave one person at your office, and you asked me to help taking care of the company. Do you know how many phone calls we had helped you receive these few days? We don't even have time for lunch. We also do not know how much you are selling your products. We had helped to take down their contact numbers. Since you are back, you can settle it yourselves." As they were talking, the phone rang. Wu Jigang smiled and went to pick up the call. "Hello, Tai Hua Trading." "Yes, it's our company." "Oh, I'm sorry. We have a distributor there. We cannot sell it to you. You want to be a distributor too?" "No. We had signed a contract with our distributors. You can contact our distributors." "Thank you. We will contact you if we need you." A few weeks ago, Feng Yu had told Wu Jigang that after New Year, Tai Hua Trading's products will increase their prices. He asked Wu Jigang to inform the distributors to stock up before the new year. Wu Jigang had already done that. They had also completed the last trade of the year with the Soviet Union. He thought that there was no more work, and that's why he brought all of Tai Hua Trading's staffs to Beijing. At the same time, take a short holiday there. Feng Yu had told him that this trip was considered to be the workers' reward for this year. In the future, Tai Hua Trading will have annual company trip. Each staff can bring one family member along. Wu Jigang thought that since there was not much work to do, he asked Li Shiqiang to help him look after for a few days. Wu Jigang had forgotten that there will be people calling asking to be their distributors. Luckily, they had returned on the second day of the new year and came straight to the company from the airport. Wu Jigang sighed in his heart. This award ceremony was more effective than advertising on CCTV. How did manager Feng thought of this idea? After the award ceremony was aired, Even wind and rain logistics business improved. It was because Taihua Trading's short video clip had shown their office building, and wind and rain logistics logo was shown too. The clip also captured the rows of gas trucks parked outside the building. Li Shiqiang was also considering whether to take up Feng Yu's suggestion to expand his operations towards the south and set up a branch office in Beijing. Things were going well for everybody, but Feng Xingtai was not happy. After being nominated twice, Tianpeng Pig Farm's slogan and their video clips had left a deep impression on the whole nation. Everyone knows that there was a modernized pig farm named Tianpeng Pig Farm. This farm was the most advanced farm in China. There was a sudden surge of customers, and Tianpeng Pig Farm cannot cope with the demand. The farm cannot even meet the demand of the Longjiang province. The farm at Xinyang was still under construction. It will only be completed in summer this year. This resulted in an embarrassing situation for Tianpeng Pig Farm. Luckily, Feng Yu had already thought of this in advance. He had asked Tianpeng Pig Farm to work with the other pig farms in Longjiang provinces. He wanted those farms to use his animal feeds and raise their pigs according to Tianpeng Pig Farm's methods. These farms were also allowed to sell their pork under the Tianpeng's brand. Of course, the quality of the pork from other farms cannot be compared to Tianpeng Pig Farm. But after strict inspections of their farms, their pork was still sold to Lin Province. Tianpeng Pig Farm had started working with the other farms in Liao Province late, but it should be in time for the Lunar New Year period. Some of the pork can still be sold to Beijing. Taihua Food Processing Factory's new manager, hired by Feng Yu, sent his staff to Beijing to do market surveys. But they noticed that Tianpeng's brand of pork was already selling there. The manager was furious. Who sold their pork to Beijing? It had disrupted his strategies. But there was more shocking news. Not only in Beijing but Tianjin and even in many cities from the southern provinces were also selling Tianpeng pork. The manager knew that something was wrong. If it was only Beijing, it might be possible. Maybe one of their customers had sold Tianpeng pigs to Beijing. But to send their pork to Tianjin were impossible. The transportation charges will be too high, and there will be no more profits. Although Tianpeng pork was selling slightly higher than ordinary pork, live pigs were also trading at high prices. It was impossible for people to transport Tianpeng pigs from Xinyang to Tianjin. The manager sent his people to investigate and found out that the Tianpeng pork in the market was not from their farm. This pork was fatter and was from a different species of pig. These were imitations. They were using Tianpeng's brand. The low-quality pork they sold would harm Tianpeng's brand. This cannot be tolerated. Feng Yu knew about this, but his exams were around the corner, and he also wanted to test the abilities of this new manager. This new manager had claimed to be an overseas graduate and had managed modernized farms in the U.S. That was why Feng Yu had given him a good package. If this manager could not settle this problem or do not understand China's culture, he would not be qualified and needed to be replaced. If it were Feng Yu, he would approach the local government and those pork sellers. He would make sure that the consumers knew that this pork was fake. The sellers will be punished. If the sellers do not know that this pork was not the real Tianpeng pork, it's their luck. But they can still claim their damages from their suppliers. The suppliers of these fake Tianpeng pork were the ones behind this. They must be punished. Of course, it would be very troublesome if Feng Yu were to pursue this himself. This cannot be solved in a short period of time without the support of the government. Zhang Ming was feeling unwell these few days. After returning from the U.S., he was hired by a private company as the general manager. The package offered to him was very attractive. He was promised shares after 3 years into his job. This was better than being managing a farm in the U.S. Most importantly, he was back in China. It would be easier for him to return home compared to working in the U.S. This company was expanding, and there were sufficient funds and advanced technologies. The brand was also established. He felt that this was an opportunity for him to shine. After the award ceremony was aired at CCTV, he could foresee Tianpeng Pig Farm's rapid growth this coming year. But before he could rejoice, imitations of his company's brand had appeared all over China. It was easier to settle this issue in the northeast provinces, but those further in the south were not easy to control. If this was in the U.S., it could be solved quickly. He could just sue these people for damages. But this is China. He had hired a few top lawyers to send letters to these illegal pork sellers and suppliers. However, all these people ignored him. Zhang Ming did not expect that the local government was also involved in these. The local governments also had a share of the profits from the fake Tianpeng pork. Huh, you are only a private company. Do you really think you will win against the government? We are the ones in control here. We can do whatever we want. Furthermore, Tianpeng Pig Farm could not meet the market demand. What's wrong with us selling Tianpeng pork? Did we sell these pork to the northeast regions? There were so many people selling. You can go and look for them. If they stop selling, we will stop too. Zhang Ming knew that if he did not handle this problem well, he might not be replaced. But it would be impossible for him to renew his contract after 3 years. Needless to say, there will be no company shares reward. These people were hindering Zhang Ming's career. Zhang Ming was furious. Zhang Ming immediately contacts all the big pig farms in China and used Tianpeng brand to exchange for some shares in those farms. He then authorized these farms to use Tianpeng brand to sell their pork. Zhang Ming was laughing in his heart. You are protected by the local government? Then I will let you fight among yourselves. I shall see these governments will protect who? Those small suppliers and sellers, or those large-scale farms? Although this would lower the value of Tianpeng brand, it would allow Tianpeng pork to be sold all over China. It was only a matter of time when Tianpeng Pig Farm became China's #1 pork supplier. Zhang Ming did not only do this. He also buys over 2 near-bankruptcy animals feed factories in the southern provinces. He wanted to enter the southern market with Tai Hua brand of animal feeds. Since those large-scale pig farms were working with him, he was not worried that these factories would make losses. The pork war had started. The super fan was not fully developed. To incorporate so many features together, the fan would be huge. The super fan in the video clip does not have many features. It was just a prototype. It can only incorporate 2 elements and was not in production. The model for the southern provinces would have heating elements incorporated into the bladeless fan. Fengyu had also set the target for Taihua trading. This super fan sales must be doubled of last year. The bladeless fan with humidifiers would be introduced into the northern market. Of course, the humidifying was the selling point of this model. These 2 models will be their focus for this year. The production for the older version of humidifiers and bladeless fans will be lowered. These older versions will not be removed completely. After all, this new super fan's retail price was 50% more than those older versions. It was considered very costly in China now. There was still demands for those old models. But for European and US markets, super fans were selling at double the price of those regular bladeless fans. Even it was priced so high, super fan was a new product. It had attracted lots of distributors. Those distributors could see the potential of these fans and knew it would be selling well. It was just like what Fengyu said. Those that were willing to spend $350 to buy an electric fan would not mind paying another $350 to buy a multifunctional fan. Wind and rain home appliances were being sued in many places in the US and Europe for antitrust laws. The newspapers had reported about these lawsuits. It was like aggressive advertising for wind and rain. Those people that did not know about wind and rain home appliances previously remembered this brand from mysterious China now. Many Westerns were interested in wind and rain's logo. They heard that this logo was based on China's ancient characters. This also sparks the interest of many. Now, YDU's products had also entered the Western countries. They were priced the same as wind and rain, and now the lawsuits cannot carry on. Fu Guangjing did not sit back and relaxed. He immediately countersued for defamation. He wanted the public apologies and damages. This was the Fu family's strategies. They wanted to drag out the lawsuits and blow things up. The longer this lawsuits last, the more often wind and rain brand would appear in the media. This would attract more consumers. This promotion method was more effective than advertising. As for the damages, $1 will do. What Fu Guangjing wanted was the attention. People would be curious about these products and why it was involved in so many lawsuits. Were these products really good? These people soon found out that these products were humidifiers and bladeless fans. At this time, Fu Guangjing increases the marketing efforts to promote the new multifunctional super fan. The super fan were selling at very high prices, but the sales were still outstanding. Many people were curious why this company would sell fans in winter. Are they crazy? But they realized that this fan could blow out warm air. An electric fan that blows out warm air? No one had ever expected it before. The sales for the super fan with heating elements were increasing. There were still many families in Europe and the US without heating. They were still using fireplaces and stoves to keep warm. The model with humidifying features was selling quite well too. Those ordinary bladeless fans and humidifiers sales had also increased because of the media's attention. The sales of those developed countries were much more than China. Of course, the profits were higher too. The distributors were calling up almost every day to request new stocks. Fu Guangjing had been smiling till his cheeks ached. Working with YADU was brilliant. With YADU's technology and factories, wind and rain production increased a lot. With YADU entering the market, the distributors and consumers had more choices. No matter the consumers choose which brand, Fu Guangjing would still receive profits. This was healthy competition, and their market shares increased rapidly. Now, those fan and air conditioner companies viewed wind and rain and YADU as their main competitors. These companies thought that this bladeless fan was not a threat to them. But when they saw the sales figures, they knew that they should view these two companies seriously. They did not expect an electric fan to have additional functions. The air conditioner companies were mainly manufacturing cold air conditioners. Although some companies had developed heating elements in their air conditioners, the response from the market was not good. These companies could not understand why this super fan with warm air was so popular. Was it because of the newspaper articles about their lawsuits? Or could it be that this fan was smaller and saves more electricity? In fact, those were all the reasons why superfan could become popular within a short time. Another reason was that there were too many players in the air conditioners and ordinary electric fans industries. As for superfan, there were no competitors. Or it can be said that both wind and rain and their competitor, YADU, were on the same side. The consumers were also driven by their curiosity. They were interested in new stuff, although the superfans were selling not much cheaper than air conditioners. But in China, the superfans were selling much cheaper than air conditioners. With wind and rain brands' reputation and sales distribution networks, the superfan was selling better than those developed countries. But YADU was not doing well in China. Their sales were not as good as wind and rain. Although Fengyu had introduced his distributors to YADU, those distributors were not interested in YADU's products. YADU did not have any advertisements, and their brand awareness was very low. Many people had not heard of this brand. When there were two products at the same prices, the consumers will inevitably pick the brand they had heard of. When the consumers did not buy YADU's products, the malls and shops would not order from the distributors, and the distributors would not order from them. It was better for them to sell wind and rain products. They had been working together for so long, and consumers trusted this brand. YADU soon realized that working with Taihua Trading was a wrong move. They thought that they could get to use the patents for free and had the advantage. But now, it seems that Taihua Trading had the upper hand. Now, YADU's factories were producing more wind and rain products than their own. YADU's bladeless fans were oval-shaped, and the consumers felt that it was too ugly. The consumers still prefer the round-shaped fans. The wind from our fans are also strong, and having an oval-shaped would save space. Also, which part of our fans are ugly? This is only an electric fan. How beautiful do you want it to be? YADU still needs to develop multifunction superfan. They need to incorporate more features into the bladeless fan, and the fan cannot be big. They still have to let Taihua Trading use these new technologies. YADU thought that by exchanging technologies and with their factory scale, government support, they would overtake wind and rain brand. But now, it seems that if wind and rain did not make any mistakes, they would never step out of wind and rain shadows. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.